Section 1 of National Geographic Magazine, Volume 2, Numbers 3 to 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Arctic cruise of the U.S.S. Thetis in the summer and autumn of 1889, Part 1. By Charles Herbert Stockton. A German writer of note once said, in the course of a discussion upon certain French characteristics, that the trouble with the French people is, they do not know geography. Whether this is still true of the French as a nation, or whether the authority may be considered a good one, it is not pertinent for me to say. But I feel that of the nations of the world, this country, above all others, England perhaps alone excepted, should not have the want of knowledge of geography classed among its national failings. We have, however, very much geography yet to learn, as individuals and as a nation, not only of countries beyond our own, but particularly of our own continent and of our own domain, while commercial geography is almost an unknown and forbidden study. Professional geographer as I am, as member of the naval service, I find that every cruise adds to my geographic knowledge, and in giving an account of the cruise during last summer of the ship which I had the honour to command, I trust that I may be enabled to present some geographic facts as interesting to my fellow members of the Geographic Society as they were novel and instructive to myself. Before beginning my narrative, however, let me give you an idea of the extent of the shoreline of the territory or semi-colonial province along which so much of our cruise was made. Alaska has an area of about 580,000 square miles, consisting of a large mainland with a coastline 6,650 miles in length, and also of more than 1,100 islands, with a coastline of 2,950 miles, the entire coastline being 9,600 miles. The coastline of the rest of the United States, including islands, is only 6,580 miles, thus making the coastline of Alaska 3,020 miles more than the coastline of all of the rest of the United States. Of this great country, the part known best and visited annually by tourists is that insignificant portion of southeastern Alaska which consists of the Alexander Archipelago and its neighboring main coastline, differing in its scenery, topography, climate, and native inhabitants from the greater part of this vast territory. It is fortunate, however, that this corner of Alaska is so easily and comfortably reached by the summer traveler, as with the exception of the coastline and inlets between Sitka and Kodiak, which includes the Fairweather Ground and the St. Elias range of mountains, this portion contains perhaps the finest and most striking scenery and the largest and grandest glaciers in the territory, if not in all North and South America. The U.S.S. Thetis was assigned in 1889 to the duty of looking out for the commercial and whaling interests of the United States in the Bering Sea and the Arctic Ocean, to which was subsequently added the duty of assisting in the establishment and erection of a house of refuge in the vicinity of Point Barrow, the most northerly point of our Arctic possessions. The duty assigned to the Thetis did not include the protection of the sealing interests of the United States, nor of those interests enjoyed by the Alaska Commercial Company as the regular lessees from the United States of the Pribilof group of islands. This was confided to the Revenue Marine Service of the Treasury Department. The Thetis left San Francisco on the 20th of April, 1889, and after a detention of a month at Tacoma upon the placid waters of Puget Sound awaiting supplementary orders, reached Port Tongass in extreme southeastern Alaska on the 31st of May, and Sitka, the territorial capital, upon the 2nd of June. After a stay of 6 days at the latter place, the vessel left for the island of Unalaska, one of the Aleutian chain, which was safely reached after a stormy passage early on the morning of the 17th of June. The revenue steamer Richard Rush, commanded by Captain Shepherd, was found at anchor at this place, having arrived a few hours before the Thetis. She had entered upon the duty of patrolling Bering Sea between Unalaska and the Pribilof group for the protection of the sealing interests. The seals approached the hauling out grounds and breeding places upon the islands of St. Paul and St. George in lanes, as it were, from the Pacific, reaching Bering Sea by means of the various passages between the Aleutian Islands, and converging as they approached the Seal Islands, the position of which seems so well known to them. The marauders, as the men on the sealing schooners are called who hunt them on their way north, shoot them from small boats, killing the many in order to procure the few. Unalaska, or rather the village and harbour of Ililuk, upon the islands of Unalaska, is the principal and most frequented harbour in the Aleutian Islands, and from its position is a most convenient port for coaling, watering, and provisioning en route to the Seal Islands, St. Michael's, at the mouth of the Yukon River, the anchorages in and near Bering Strait, and the Arctic Ocean. This harbour is the headquarters of all of the districts of the Alaska Commercial Company, and is the principal coaling and distributing station and rendezvous of their vessels in Alaska. The company here affords facilities in the way of buoyage, wharfage, etc., which are not only useful to their own vessels, but of great service to government and other vessels whose duty or interests call them to these waters. The revenue steamer Bear was to be met by us at Unalaska in order that we could take from her any portion of the store and material to be used in the constructing and provisioning of the house of refuge at Point Barrow that her commanding officer decided to transfer to us. While awaiting the arrival of the Bear, the Thetis was watered and coaled and prepared for the northerly trip before her. An opportunity offered me by the delay was availed of to inspect the storehouses of the Alaska Commercial Company at this point. The most interesting of the storehouses was that containing the skins and furs collected in the various parts of the district of which this place was the depot. The finest of furs was that of the sea otter, probably the most valuable fur in the world, a very superior skin of that animal having been sold at the great fur market in London for £170. Such otters are found in the vicinity of Unalaska and the outlying rocks and islands as far east as Kodiak, and are becoming more and more difficult to obtain, causing greater risk and hardships every year to the Aleuts, who hunt these animals as a principal means of livelihood. Besides the otters, the storehouse held the furs of the beautiful silver-grey fox, and those of the blue, the cross, and the snowy white Arctic fox. There were also black and brown bearskins, beaver and fur seal, the latter, though the greatest and most profitable source of revenue to the company, being by no manner of means among the more valuable of the raw furs. To exchange for furs collected, either directly by natives or by independent traders, the Alaska Commercial Company has a large assortment of stores, provisions, and goods, worthy of a large country store or a Macy's in miniature, which are sold to the natives for money or in exchange for the furs they bring the company. And just here can be seen the commercial aspects of civilization. As the natives become used to the luxuries and comforts of a civilized and semi-civilized state of life, their wants and their purchases increase, and the securing of one otter skin will not, as in times past, satisfy their wants or the requirements of their wives and families. Hence they become both greater producers and consumers, more otters are hunted for, and the company is the gainer. The houses in which the Aleuts and Creoles reside at Unalaska were found to be well built of frame, sufficiently large, and fairly clean. The old houses of earth and sod standing near by show the great improvement that has been made of late years in the method of living. Upon the 22nd of June the revenue steamer Bear came into the anchorage, and the Thetis and the Bear, once companion ships in the Greely relief expedition, met again in the far north. Upon conference with the commanding officer of the Bear, Captain M.A. Healy, it was found that he did not consider it desirable to break the bulk of his cargo and share the stores for the refuge station with us. Hence, being free to pursue our course, we left on the 24th of June for the island of St. Paul, one of the Seal, or Pribilof, Islands. We arrived at these islands on the evening of the 25th of June, after groping around in the heavy and almost constant fog and mist that envelop them. During our short stay at St. Paul, we were able to see a drive of seals from a rookery, and the killing, skinning, and packing which followed. But what we found to be the most interesting was the visit to the rookeries, both from the inshore side and from boats along the sea front. The systematic partition of the grounds, the formation of the harems, the exclusion of the young males, and the aggressive conduct of the older ones, all proved most interesting and novel. This, however, has been described so often that I will not here repeat it. Leaving these islands, so unlike any others in the world, we proceeded to the north and west to St. Matthew Island, a large and uninhabited island in the middle of Bering Sea. The object in visiting this island was twofold, the first being to ascertain if there were any shipwrecked persons upon the island, the other being to verify the statement made upon the chart we possessed that the island was infested with polar bears. This was ascertained after honest and fatiguing endeavour to find them by parties of officers and men from the ship, who scoured the eastern part of the island, both upon the hills and upon the low tundra, but without success. St. Matthew Island is probably the southern limit of the solid ice in winter in this part of Bering Sea. The ice below it to the southward and toward the Aleutian chain being made up of newer ice and detached floes of well-broken ice. It is surrounded by the ice during 7 months of the year, and generally enveloped with fog during the remaining 5 months. Winds and rains sweep over it during the summer, the lowland being composed of wet grassy tundra, while the higher elevations are formed of scoriae and volcanic rock. A large quantity of driftwood found piled up upon the steep shingle beaches probably came down the Yukon River from the interior of Alaska, there being no growth of trees upon this desolate island. After leaving St. Matthew Island, we stood over the Siberian side of Bering Sea in order to ascertain the whereabouts of the whaling fleet, and, if possible, to gather some news concerning the fate of the whaling bark Little Ohio, a vessel that had been missing since the previous autumn. Plover Bay, Cape to Haplin, and St. Lawrence Bay, upon the Siberian side, were all visited in turn, but without success, and I then determined to pass through Bering Strait and enter the Arctic Ocean. This was done upon the 3rd of July, after a heavy snowstorm in the morning, followed later in the day by a fog so dense that we passed through the straits without seeing land on either side, or the Diomede Islands in the middle. Entering the Arctic, we pushed on toward Point Hope, to the northward of which the Little Ohio had last been seen. On the morning of the 4th of July the land about Point Hope was sighted, and soon afterwards we met our first ice coming out in floes from Kotzebue Sound, stretching some distance from the shore and slowly moving to the northward and westward with the current. Skirting along this ice with the hope of getting around it to the northward of Point Hope without success, we entered it, and after working through it for several miles with considerable difficulty, we finally cleared it and came to anchor off the native village at Point Hope, finding there 2 whalers who had just preceded us, and obtaining the news that the bark Little Ohio had been wrecked directly opposite the point where we were then at anchor. Taking on board the next day those survivors of this shipwreck who still remained at this place, we left for St. Michael's, near the mouth of the Yukon River, there to transfer the survivors to the steamer of the Alaska Commercial Company, and to send the news of this sad disaster to the Navy Department and to the world. In passing through the ice outside of Point Hope, the first polar bear of the season was sighted, posing upon a high floe of ice. A few shot settled his case, and his body was fortunately secured, his skin now forming one of the trophies of the cruise. On our way back through Bering Strait, we found the vexatious combination, to be met with again and again in the cruise, of a heavy fog, much drift ice, and an opposing current. Reaching St. Michael's, we found there 2 steamers of the Alaska Commercial Company at anchor, besides several river steamers and a summer rendezvous of natives from the coast, miners from the interior, and traders and missionaries from the Yukon, all here to meet their annual mails and supplies. In addition, there was a party of government surveyors to determine the boundary line, an account of whose early journey has been given to the Society by Mr. Russell. There were 73 tents by actual count pitched about St. Michael's at the time of our stay, and the abodes of these temporary residents. St. Michael's is the most northerly settlement and trading post of the Alaska Commercial Company. It is the outlet of the Yukon River trade, and also the source of supplies for the country bordering upon the Yukon and its many tributaries, reaching in this way a portion of the Northwest Territory of the Dominion of Canada west of the Rocky Mountains. In the winter time the post consists of the offices and storehouses of the Alaska Commercial Company, with a few residences for their white employees and a small native village. Small, light draught, stern wheel steamers ascend the Yukon and its tributaries for a distance of 1,700 miles, reaching the mouth of that river in part by an inside channel and in part by 60 miles of outside coasting. After a short stay at St. Michael's, we proceeded to Port Clarence, where a large number of the whaling fleet were met, consisting of 7 steam whalers, 6 sailing whalers, 1 trading vessel, and a sailing tender. From the tender these vessels received coal, provisions, and supplies, sending back to San Francisco the oil and whalebone of the spring catch. Port Clarence is the best, as it is the last, harbour on the American side before reaching the Arctic, where no harbours exist worthy of the name west of Herrle Island. There is no native settlement of any size on the bay, but natives assemble here from the surrounding country and islands to trade with the whale ships in summer. Leaving Port Clarence, we ran to the southward by King Island to St. Lawrence Island in search of a sailing tender that was long overdue. Returning, after a short stay off the village near Cape Prince of Wales, we again entered the Arctic Ocean. As it was too early to go to Point Barrow, we proceeded to Kotzebue Sound and Hotham Inlet. In the vicinity of the latter place, every year, a summer rendezvous of natives occurs for trading purposes, the Eskimos from the Diomede and Cape Prince of Wales bringing articles of trade from Siberia, while the Eskimos from Point Hope bring articles obtained from the whalers. These Eskimos are met by the inland natives from the rivers that flow into Hotham Inlet and Kotzebue Sound, principally from the Koak, the Noatak, and Salawick rivers. The nearest available anchorage we found was Cape Blossom, from which place we visited the rendezvous and were visited in turn by the natives. We had now been enjoying for some time 24 hours of daylight, the midnight sun having lighted our way to and from Point Hope during our first visit to that place. Leaving Cape Blossom upon the 24th of July, we stood out of Kotzebue Sound for the northward, running the greater part of the time in a heavy fog. We passed Point Hope on the 25th, Cape Lisburne on the 26th, and anchored off Cape Sabine early in the morning of the 27th of July. Near by was a very wide vein of lignite coal from which the Thetis had been coaled the previous year, and to which the name of Thetis coal mine had been given. This had been worked during the present summer also, and a party of natives who were encamped near by had furnished coal to some of the whalers. Being now in the vicinity of a stream known to the natives as the Pitmegea, I went into a whale boat to examine its mouth and entrance, as this stream was unknown to but few whites, and did not exist upon any charts or maps. It was found to have but 3 feet of water on the bar at its entrance, but after crossing this a depth of 6 feet was found. The stream was found so full of bars and shoals that we could ascend but a short distance after entering it. The river and its narrow valley were very winding, the general course being northwest from its source to the coast. After the spring thaw and the rains that follow, the stream rises to a depth sufficient for the natives to ascend and descend it with their light draught skim boats for a distance of about 40 miles. Its length is estimated to be over 100 miles. The river had been explored the previous year by John W. Kelly, who was this summer employed on board the Thetis as the official interpreter, and to him I am indebted for the following description of the ice cliff existing upon the banks of the Pitmegea, and also of a peculiarly built stone hut near the source of one of the tributaries. Ice cliff on the Pitmegea. This ice cliff is about 25 miles from the mouth of the Pitmegea, at a place where the hills run their spurs out to the banks of the river, closing the picturesque valley that stretches away to the sea-coast in an almost unbroken width of a mile. A glacier faces southward and receives the full benefit of the sunlight during the short polar summer. Gales have deposited particles of soil and debris of plants, along with their seeds, upon the surface of the ice to a depth of from 4 inches to a foot. The snowfall of winter soon vanishes before the June sun, while the light covering above the glacier preserves it intact. Vegetation is warmed into life in a remarkably short time, and the brown coat left by the receding snow is almost miraculously transformed to a robe of green and studded here and there with bright polar flowers, there being buttercups, dandelions, yellow poppy, bright astragals, gentians, daffodils, and marguerites. The latter are small and unobtrusive, making a showing in a modest way, as if they wished to apologize to their sister flowers for their appearance among them. Like beautiful orphan girls, one cannot resist a compassionate tenderness of feeling toward them. But these innocent little flowers, chaste as the ice field upon which they grow, bloom in the polar garden with as much right as the glacier's gentian. Besides flowers, there are the hardy grasses, whose roots penetrate the light covering of soil to the ice bed, whence they derive their nourishment. A few Arctic willows are to be seen, but they only grow about a foot in length, and trail upon the ground. The Pitmegea River is gradually cutting into the glacier, receding from its opposite bank and leaving a bed of gravel behind. During the summer the ice melts away, leaving the protruding soil above it like the eaves of a house. When it protrudes too far for the strength of the grass roots, it topples over into the river. At the freezing in September, icicles freeze from the overhanging sod to the river ice below, forming a narrow portico 4 miles in extent. End of section 1.
Section 2 of National Geographic Magazine, Volume 2, Numbers 3 to 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Arctic Cruise of the U.S.S. Thetis in the Summer and Autumn of 1889. By Charles H. Stockton. Old Stone Hut. On the highest peak at the source of Ikuk Creek, a southerly tributary of the Pitmegea, are the ruins of a hut and smaller outhouse, the like of which has never been met with in northwestern Alaska. Above the grass line, past perpetual beds of snow, up where wild storms sweep away ice, snow, and soil, where only a few gray lichens are to be seen, man, at some former time, has placed a habitation. On the crest of the mountain there is a ragged limestone comb, 12 feet high, cracked and shattered into flakes by the vigor of the polar winters. On the south side of this comb, sheltered from the prevailing north winds, excavations have been made into the rock. Taking the comb of rock for one side of the house, the other side of the semicircle has been built up with flat stones, laid up like bricks in masonry, but without mortar. Moss and soil have been in all probability used here instead of mortar, but years of fierce winds have blown it out from the crevices. The structure is conic in shape, after the manner of a Greenlander's snow hut. This one is about 7 feet in diameter. Facing its entrance is a smaller house of similar construction, most likely used as a shelter for game. Winter storms have crumbled away the roofs of both so that they have fallen in, and the fragments of stone are partially covered with soil. The whole bears the impression of age, and no natives have been found who have ever heard of it. From the summit of this peak a splendid view is obtained of the surrounding country, the Arctic Ocean, and herds of passing reindeer. Gold has been found near the Pitmegea, at the head of the same creek and tributary, it being contained in sulphurets of iron, which exist in large quantities in that vicinity, there being from $8.50 to $8 worth of gold in a ton. The country is all but impassable, however, and this, together with the shortness of the season, would prevent any mining with profit. Our party returned from the Pitmegea with a few ptarmigan and ducks, and upon our arrival the ship was at once gotten under way, and we stood to the northward for Point Barrow. Drift ice was constantly passed, but fortunately so scattered as not to form any obstruction to free navigation. On the next day we enjoyed a superb Arctic summer's day, and began to fall in with the whaling fleet on the way north to Point Barrow. 15 vessels were sighted and passed, most of them vessels under sail. Rounding the dangerous Blossom Shoals and the icy cape of Captain Hook, we stood to the northeast, finding generally clear water, with scattered drift ice. Upon the floes we found great quantities of walrus, in some cases stretched at full length, sound asleep. One huge fellow remained so undisturbed at our approach that he was supposed to be dead, but a well-aimed Irish potato aroused him so rudely that he quickly slid off the floe and disappeared beneath the water. Pushing on, we passed St. Belcher at 9:30 in the morning, in the fog and rain, and came to heavy masses of ice, over which a low fog had settled. With some delay and difficulty we worked out of both the fog and the ice, and at 5 o'clock in the morning sighted 4 vessels, steamers, at anchor off the village of Utkavi at Cape Smith, 8 miles from Point Barrow, and the site of Captain Ray's Signal Service meteorologic station of some years ago, the house that sheltered the party being still standing. One of the steamers proved to be our old friend, the Bear, which had passed to the northward when we had returned southward from the Arctic with the survivors of the Little Ohio. The other vessels were made out to be steam whalers, and at 7 o'clock we anchored near them off the site determined upon for the house of refuge. Finding the Bear had commenced to discharge her stores and materials, all of our facilities were at once used in tending her assistance. Our steam launch Achilles, now as of yore the child of the Thetis, being busily at work towing boats to and fro, while our men and mechanics, with officers, were busily engaged in aiding the construction of the house of refuge. Our arrival at Cape Smyth and vicinity of Point Barrow was on the 29th of July, the Bear having arrived on the 27th, the Saturday previous. While we were lying at anchor engaged in the erection of the house of refuge, the rest of the whaling fleet, both sail and steam, gradually arrived, and came to anchor off the coast, reaching from Cape Smyth to Point Barrow. After a short stay, the steamers went on to the eastward of Point Barrow, following along the ice pack, which was in sight from Point Barrow, until they reached the heavier ice off Point Tangent. When the last of the whaling vessels had arrived, a fleet of 47 vessels carrying the American flag had assembled within sight of the most northerly point of the United States, composed of steamers, barks, brigantines, and schooners. These vessels, manned by about 1,200 men, I venture to say, formed the largest assemblage of vessels and men under the American flag to be found anywhere during that year. I cannot speak too highly of the skill, seamanship, courage, and endurance of the whaling masters. They are a fine body of American seamen. The scene on shore was one of abnormal activity for this region. The erection of the house of refuge, the hasty landing and transportation of stores, in which the whalers assisted, the movements of the Eskimos about their village, which was dotted with the white summer tents of the residents and the visiting inland Eskimos, and the clustering and trading about the whaling company's station, Ray's old station, gave a life and movement which was as short-lived as the season. Fortunately, the weather proved most favorable, and the heavy ice kept off shore while the stores were landed. The wind then freshened, but communication could still be kept up, and the work of erection went on. The site of the house of refuge is within a few hundred yards of Ray's old house and near the village, and its keeper, Captain Borden, an old New Bedford whaler, was busy in putting his house in order before the autumn should come on. During our stay at this place we were enabled to make a hydrographic survey of the anchorage, which demonstrated that the contour of the bottom is constantly changed by the plowing and planing done by the heavy ice grounded and driven up by the pressure of the mighty ice pack, under the influence of northerly winds and gales. And here let me say a word about the ice of this part of the Arctic Ocean. The ice in summer consists of floes and fields of various sizes, which are cemented together in winter by the young or newly frozen ice. No icebergs exist in this part of the Arctic, and there are no glaciers near the sea coast to form them. The shore along the entire Arctic coast of Alaska shows evidence of former glacial action, but the only glaciers to be found are in the southeastern part of the territory. The Arctic pack, which never melts, consists of hard blue ice made up of fields and floes of comparatively level ice, which are surrounded and interspersed with hummocks varying from 10 to 40 feet in height. These hummocks are formed by the broken and telescoped ice resulting from the collision and grinding together of heavy ice floes, the hummocks being often rounded and smoothed in outline by heavy falls of snow. In the spring, under the influence of the prevailing southerly winds and northerly currents, the ice packs break off from the shore and move to the north, the position of the southern edge varying in latitude with the season and the winds. The shore ice, which remains fast to the coastline after the pack moves off, gradually breaks up as the season advances, and, becoming scattered, is taken to the northeastward from the vicinity of Point Barrow and northwestward from the vicinity of Herrle Island and Wrangel Land. Sometimes a long line of heavy floe ice from the pack grounds in the shallow water near the shore during northerly winds, pressed from behind by the force and weight of the entire northern pack. It is gradually forced up, plowing its way through the bottom, at the same time rising gradually along the ascent of the bottom toward the land. This effect of this solid wall of cold and relentless blue ice, slowly rising and advancing upon those imprisoned between the ice and the shore, is one of the most sublime and terrible things that can be experienced. The northern current running north through Bering Straits forks a short distance to the north, one branch going through Kotzebue Sound, and thence along the mainland by Cape Seppings, Point Hope, and Icy Cape, to Point Barrow, at which point it goes off to the unknown northeast. The other branch to the northwestward along the Siberian coast, and thence to the northward toward Herrle Island. The whalers burned by the Confederate vessel Shenandoah near Bering Strait were found in the vicinity of Herrle Island. The only portion of the whalers at the time actively cruising had gone to the eastward of Point Barrow. On that day a seaman named Tuckfield returned from the Mackenzie in a whaleboat, and reported the ice conditions unusually favorable as far east as Mackenzie Bay, in the vicinity of which he had wintered. He was a seaman belonging to the whaling station, and had been reported to me by a missionary I met at St. Michael's, as having visited his station at Rampart House, upon the Porcupine River, a branch of the Yukon. On the 8th of August the house of refuge was virtually finished, and as my orders were to devote my time to the whaling fleet after the completion of this structure, I concluded to cruise after and with the vessel to the eastward of Point Barrow, leaving the Bear to remain with the vessels lying at anchor off Cape Smith and Point Barrow. As Tuckfield wanted to go east with his Eskimo guide, I took him and his whaleboat and whaling outfit on board, leaving Cape Smith on the evening of the 8th. The ice in sight at the time was somewhat scattered, but plentiful, and entering it about 9 o'clock, we slowly stood on a course parallel to the land. We were occupied in working through this ice all night and all of the next day. It was not the pack ice, but shore ice broken off from the vicinity of Point Tangent, Smith Bay, and Harrison Bay. At times we found it so closely packed together by current and wind that we had to turn back and work our way closer inshore. 3 vessels under sail were sighted during this time off Tangent Point, and by this time we had also demonstrated the uselessness of little Joe Tuckfield as an ice pilot or prophet. The winds were very light, and we had now gotten out of the strong northeast current running off Point Barrow. On the night of the 9th we passed off the north of the Colville River, the water offshore becoming very muddy. The first important error found in the charts and maps of this region was found here by the observation of the non-existence of the Pelly Mountains. This observation was confirmed upon our return by the concurrent testimony of the whaling masters who had cruised here, and the natives who had hunted in the neighborhood. The mountains certainly do not exist where placed by the charts, and I judge that some small hummocks near the beach were mistaken for a far off range of mountains when Dease and Simpson first explored this coast in 1837. Early on the morning of the 10th of August we sighted the first steam whaler, and as we steamed toward her we skirted along some long low islands parallel to the coastline and stretching from the return reef of Sir John Franklin to the mouth of the Colville River. The islands, one being about 3 miles long, are not shown upon the charts, and not having any known names, were designated as the Thetis Islands. The steam whaler was found to be the Baldina, commanded by Captain Everett Smith, one of the most intelligent of the whalemen of the Arctic. He was anchored off Return Reef, which he was enabled definitely to locate by the traditions of the natives. It was at this point that Sir John Franklin, in one of his earliest boat journeys, was obliged to turn back while endeavoring to explore the coast from Mackenzie Bay to Point Barrow. After a long interview with Captain Smith, from which I gathered much information as to the ice conditions and the probable positions of the steam whalers to the eastward, he returned on board of his ship, and the good ship Thetis once more turned her head to the eastward. Soon afterwards another steam whaler was sighted, made fast by ice anchors to an ice floe. We did not stop, but, exchanging colors, proceeded on our way. The ice seemed to be getting thicker, and shortly afterwards a third whaler was sighted, at anchor off a small low island, with apparently heavy ice ahead. As the weather seemed uncertain, I determined to anchor for the night in the vicinity of the island. The steamer was found to be the whaler Beluga, commanded by Captain Brooks, and the island, though nameless, was marked by a wooden cross, from which fact it was called Cross Island. Captain Brooks stated that he had been struggling with the ice to the eastward of Cross Island the day before, in company with some other steam whalers who had left him and gone to the eastward, so he had turned back and anchored off Cross Island. I sounded out the vicinity of the island, finding shoal water to the southward, too shoal for the Thetis to anchor in, and so I remained upon the west side. The wind shifting, our position became insecure on account of the masses of ice drifting toward us. The whaler left the anchorage, stood out into the heavy ice, and made fast to a high hummocky floe. Seeing no good place near by, I held on with the chain on the steam windlass, ready to leave in a moment. Heavy ice coming down and grounding close by on both sides, we left and got out the ice anchors to a heavy floe, where we rode out the gale until early in the morning, when we were obliged to move on, as the ice packed about our rudder. After moving again and again, the wind fell away, the day cleared up, and the ice began to scatter and disappear about the island, the leads to the eastward looking more promising. The next day, at 5 in the morning, in company with our whaling friend, we left the vicinity of Cross Island, and, entering the ice, stood toward the northeast. The ice floes grew heavier and larger as we progressed, and the canal-like leads more confused, until at 10 o'clock the lead stopped, and we both made fast to a very large, long, hummocky floe, at least 10 miles in length, several miles in breadth, and aground in 80 feet of water. The day was mild and clear, and after both of the ice anchors had been secured and the rope ladders lowered over the bows, a number of the officers and men went on the ice, the men playing football and snowballing, while the officers posed for their photographs. This is the time that we were reported by a steam whaler that we had passed as being in a position of extreme danger, and the news was taken to the outside world. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon we started ahead with the Beluga. The Thetis, now taking the lead, rammed her way through some pack ice, and reached another lead going inshore, the Beluga following very slowly after us. We continued forcing our way until we got into clear water by Lion Reef. At midnight we made fast to a small floe, and after an anxious night, caused by ice floes setting against our stern and rudder, we proceeded, followed at a long distance by the Beluga, which joined us in the afternoon at Camden Bay, and we anchored there for the night. We found that the Beluga, in attempting to follow us, had gotten on an ice foot or protruding spur, and bent her propeller blades, and had finally to seek another lead out, to the westward of where we had rammed through. As we ran off from Lion Reef to Camden Bay, we sighted the beautiful ranges of mountains close to the coast, known as the Franklin and Romanzoff Mountains, making an agreeable change in the topography of the shore, which had been low and monotonously flat since leaving Point Hope and the vicinity of Cape Lisburne. We found here that the shore line was put upon the charts far too north, as our position near Flaxman Island, on the west side of Camden Bay, was well inland of the coastline and reefs. Camden Bay was the last wintering place of Collinson in the Enterprise upon his return from his search for Sir John Franklin, and here we fell in with the track of this distinguished navigator, whose cruise is so little known, and whose efforts have been so much eclipsed by his fellow voyager McClure, who has the distinction given him of being the actual discoverer of the Northwest Passage, and who was, indeed, with his little body of men, in 1850 to 1854, the first as well as the last to pass from the Pacific to the Atlantic north of the American continent. Upon a long point named Collison Point, and upon the neighboring island known as Barter Island, are to be found, during the summer, encampments and rendezvous of Eskimos, who meet there for purposes of trade, similar to the same rendezvous in Kotzebue Sound. Here the Alaskan and the Mackenzie River Eskimos meet, also the Lucia or Pratt River Indians, who are nomads and come from the vicinity of the Porcupine and Pratt Rivers, and whose winter rendezvous and habitation is at the Rampart House, a Hudson Bay Company station and Church of England mission, upon the Porcupine. They are mostly professing Christians, and are related to the Athabascans, or Rock Mountain Indians, in family. There are no permanent settlements here or elsewhere between the vicinity of Herrle Island and Point Barrow. The country is sterile, affording but little upon which to live, the sea also having little or no animal life in its waters. The Eskimos give to this part of the Arctic Ocean a native name which signifies the sea where there is always ice. Early the next morning, August 14th, at 5 o'clock, we pushed on in company with the Beluga, standing out of Camden Bay and delaying a short time off Barter Island to communicate with the natives. At noon, while off Manning Point, the smoke of several steamers was seen to the eastward, and when they had come up we found all but 2 of the steam whalers that had gone east. They were led by the steamer William Lewis, commanded by Captain Albert Sherman, probably the boldest and most active of the Arctic whalers. They were all in the cabin of the Thetis in a short time, and I found that they had reached Mackenzie Bay and the vicinity of the Mackenzie River. The 2 missing ones, the Aurelia and Thrasher, had last been seen in the vicinity of Herrle Island. The ice conditions were reported to be better than those we had passed through. After reflection, I considered it my duty, as it was my desire, to go on to the eastward, to ascertain the cause of the detention of the 2 missing whalers, and as time was precious, I determined to run on day and night. By this time, night had assumed the conditions of twilight, and the stars had begun to appear in the skies. The threatening appearance of the weather detained us at first, but at 9 o'clock in the evening we got under way, and with her colors hoisted, the good ship started again on her easterly course, followed in about half an hour by our old friend and companion, the Beluga. Before leaving, we had hoisted out the whaleboat with Joe and native friends, who had been joined at this point by the women of the family. Joe was uncertain about his movements here, and as he expected to secure stores from some of the whalers, I left him in their company. We found the shore bolder as we progressed, and the mountains nearer the coast. As a result, the ice generally sets directly and in heavy masses on the shore without grounding, and this point has never been passed before by the whalers. But, fortunately, a wide lane was open. The sight of the mountains, standing in their silent and gloomy grandeur, was particularly impressive, and our inability to make a closer examination and exploration is to be regretted. So far as I can ascertain, no white man has ever penetrated these mountainous regions, which are known upon the maps in turn under the varying names of the Romanzoff, British, Buckland, and Richardson Mountains, being so named by Sir John Franklin during his boat journey along the coast. The British Mountains are at the extreme northeastern corner of our territory of Alaska, reaching also across the boundary line into British America. We passed Demarcation Point, where our boundary line reaches the Arctic Ocean, early upon the morning of the 15th of August, and commenced again our cruising in British waters. The character of the shore remained the same, the mountains, however, showing little traces of snow, testifying in this way both to the extreme mildness of the winter and our approach to the valley of the Mackenzie. A few Eskimo huts were seen as we came up to the shoal ground developed by our lead in the vicinity of the mouth of the Malcolm River. The lead was constantly going while we were in these waters, and the ship was steered by it as much as by our compass. In fact, the 3 L's, latitude, lead, lookout, are the great necessities for navigation in these unknown regions, as the 3 R's are supposed to be in elementary schooling. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Herrle Island was sighted, this large island forming the western boundary of Mackenzie Bay, or, as The ancient explorers often termed it Mackenzie Sea. At 1:30 in the afternoon we anchored off the southwest end of the island inside some grounded ice and off a long, gravelly spit, thickly covered with heavy driftwood from the Mackenzie River. The island is about 500 feet in height and has a rounded outline, sloping gradually down from the center upon all sides. It shows the appearance of former glacial action, and appears to be an ancient moraine covered with a black vegetable mold. The vegetation was confined to grasses and small Arctic flowers, diminutive in size, delicate in color, and evidently short-lived. Soon after we anchored, a party was sent on shore to erect a sign to mark our visit. It consisted of a board with the name of the ship and the date of the visit in brass letters. Under the staff supporting it, there are placed in a glass bottle the names of the officers and men of the ship. The Beluga joined us soon after our arrival, and when the party from shore had returned, we got under way to continue our look for the two whalers. Captain Brooks came on board the Thetis and shared my perch and lookout in the foretop, while his ship followed, in charge of his mate. As we reached the bluffs at the north end of the island, we saw a noble expanse of open water, stretching to the northward as far as the eye could reach. The ice was still heavy to the westward and northwestward, but to the north, beyond the light, scattering ice through which we were going, was clear sea, the waves leaping in the beautiful Arctic sunshine. We looked with eagerness to the sea, which stretched apparently to the North Pole, and then headed to the southward into Mackenzie Bay. After 3 hours steaming from our first anchorage, we reached the southeast side of the island, and found the two missing whalers lying quietly at anchor, Captain Brooks giving a hearty and relieved cry of "Sail ho!" when the vessels were seen, and we were all pleased to see them safe and secure. We came to anchor close by them, and the two captains were soon on board. They reported that they had remained behind to watch for the return of whales from the northeastward, but, so far, without any success. They had determined to remain until September, and contemplated the possibility of wintering at this place. Soon after we anchored, Eskimos who lived at the mouth of the Mackenzie came on board, and they looked at the ship with the greatest surprise and interest. They had not seen vessels before this summer, though the traditions concerning the Enterprise and Investigator, under Collinson and McClure, still survived. End of section 2. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Section 3 of National Geographic Magazine, Volume 2, Numbers 3 to 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andre Hughes. The Arctic Cruise of the U.S.S. Thetis in the summer and autumn of 1889. By Charles Herbert Stockton. Part number 3. Sleeping soundly that night for the first time in many days, the following morning boat parties were dispatched to complete the circumnavigation of the island and to make running surveys in the vicinity. A small, snug harbor was found and surveyed nearby our anchorage, capable of receiving vessels of less than 16 feet draught. This was named Pauline Cove. It would prove a fairly good place for one of the light draught steamers going up this year to use as winter quarters. The waters between Herrle Island and the mainland were found after examination too full of shoals and sand and gravel bars to form a ship channel. A rise and fall of tide of 3 feet was found, and the ship swung regularly to an ebb and flood. While the boats were out sounding, I went to shore, and climbing nearly to the top of the island, had a beautiful view of the clear and open water of Mackenzie Bay to the east and northeast, while to the southeastward were the islands clustering about the shallow mouth of the Mackenzie, and directly to the south were the British and Buckland Mountains, merging gradually into the Rocky Mountains and the great chains which form the backbone of the American continent. The temperature of the water and air was found higher upon this side of the island, and I have no doubt but that the climate of the vicinity of Mackenzie Bay is materially modified by the comparatively warm water coming out in great volume from the Mackenzie River. The strong current running to the northward from the river would naturally sweep the ice out of the bay and to the northward, as far as the vicinity of Banksland and the extreme northern Arctic. Where it goes to and where it ceases is now a matter of conjecture. It is to be hoped that the drift floats, which were launched by us from this point, and from various points between here and Herrle Island, may contribute something to the solution of this question, as the chances of being shut in by the ice were easily among the possibilities to the whalers who were in our company, and with whose fate our companion the Beluga had joined for the time. The whole question of supplies and retreat was gone over with the whaling masters. A retreat up the valley of the Mackenzie, the Porcupine and Yukon seemed feasible, as reindeer were to be found in this vicinity in the winter months. As the masters of the whalers would not return with me to the eastward, I determined to start back in order to make my westerly cruise with the sailing fleet. Recalling the boats, we got under way, standing first to the northeast to put over the first drift float clear of the tidal influence of the waters immediately about Herrle Island, and in the open water and northerly current of the Mackenzie. These floats were made of wood about 2 feet long and 9 inches thick, with the name of the ship, the date, and the words "for drift" cut upon the face. In a cavity at one end of the float, plugged with softwood, there was placed a copper cylinder containing a letter requesting the finder to inform the U.S. Hydrographic Office at Washington, the nearest U.S. consul, or the commanding officer of the Thetis, the time and place where the float was found. After launching the float upon its unknown journey, a lookout was sent to the highest masthead. From there it was reported to the northward and northeastward there was nothing in sight but open water. Neither ice nor ice blink was visible, and the western entrance to the northwest passage stretched before us invitingly, as clear and as free as the waters of our own Chesapeake Bay. But I had reached my limit, and turning back, to the regret of many on board, faced once more the icy sea that lay before us toward Point Barrow and the westward. The weather, however, was superb, clear, cold, and sunny during the day, while in the now darkening shades of the evening for the first time the moon appeared, silvering most beautifully the chain of mountains along the coast and the fantastic shapes of the grounded ice. On the 17th we began to meet and overtake the whalers, who still delayed in the vicinity of Camden Bay, waiting for whales. 5 were passed, some cruising and some fast to the ice floes. After communicating with them and informing them of our probable movements, we kept on to the westward. The ice conditions were favorable, and we made very good headway, making fast to an ice floe off our old island friends of the Midway group on the evening of the 17th of August. The wind is always a subject of constant watchfulness and anxiety in this part of the Arctic. It virtually makes the currents and brings down the ice, or sends it off and clears a narrow lane along the shoreline. A northerly shift of wind caused a desire to push on, and passing on we sighted Return Reef again and skirted along the long and narrow island which now bears the name of the Thetis. Passing the mouth of the Colville, we steamed at a good rate of speed through Harrison Bay and found there the wind blowing strong from the west, bringing much ice with it and accompanied by a cold fog. The outlook being discouraging, I determined to press on for Point Barrow, not very far distant. The early morning of the 19th of August opened cloudy, overcast, and cold, with a gale and snow from the westward, the ice increasing in quantity and size. There being no protection from the wind this side of Point Barrow, I ordered full speed so as to get to the point and beyond it before the almost inevitable shift to the northward, which would bring the ice down and shut us out. The leads between the ice floes became narrower and fewer in number, and but little better outlook was found as we edged inshore as far as the shoal water would allow us to go. At this time, we sighted as many as 8 polar bears on the ice, but this was no time to hunt bear. Coming to the end of our lead, we rammed through some pack ice into another one, which, however, again led into water too shoal for us. Finding from my perch aloft that the ice seemed even heavier to the west, I determined to stand back to the eastward into the more open water we had left by the lead we had come through. But it was too late. This lead had closed and we were prisoners in the pack. There being no other place to go, I reluctantly selected the largest pool or pocket, got out our ice anchors, and made fast to a heavy floe to await further developments. It was found to be in slow motion, and 4 times during the night we had to move to avoid the heavy floes closing in around us. From this time, the 19th, until the morning of the 24th, we were close prisoners in the heavy pack which had set down with the wind, now northerly between Point Barrow and Point Tangent. In the words of the ancient mariner of Coleridge, "The ice was here, the ice was there, the ice was all around. It crackled and growled, and roared and howled, like noises in a swound." By incessant watchfulness, almost constant movement, vigorous ramming, faithful working of the engines, and most important of all, a favorable shift of wind, the good ship, under divine providence, escaped without damage or accident. Fortunately, within easy reach of land, and but 25 miles from Point Barrow Refuge Station, I had no undue anxiety for life. But I had no hesitation in stating that the readiness, endurance, and subordination of the officers and men of the ship shone in the bringing out of the ship intact from the ice pack, after nearly 5 days' imprisonment, entitle them to great credit from the proper authorities and justify their commanding officer in the present expression of his high appreciation of their conduct and his warm feelings towards themselves. About noon of the 25th of August, after a night of hard ramming, we anchored off the west side of Point Barrow, greeted by salutes from the whalers anchored there and by the hearty congratulations of the masters, who soon came on board and learned for the first time that Mackenzie Bay had been reached. We found that the sailing fleet had gone to the westward, after having been shut in by the ice coming down on Point Barrow and Cape Smythe for several days during our absence. The few whalers that remained had been watching us from their crow's nests during our imprisonment, but were unable, of course, to afford us any assistance, each ship having to work out her own salvation. Companion vessels are of great service only in case of damage or abandonment. Fortunately, the steam whalers remaining behind us did not have the pack set down upon them in the shallow bights in which they were cruising, and the long-continued northeaster which aided us in our escape enabled them to find leads to get through, not very long after we had escaped. We remained at Point Barrow for a week until they had all returned, except the 2 most easterly ones, left at Herrle Island. As their return was so uncertain, at the end of a week I dropped down to the house of refuge at Cape Smythe, landing provisions to fill the deficiency in their stores, and went to the westward, first going to Icy Cape to erect a needed beacon as a warning of the vicinity of Blossom Shoals. Leaving this vicinity on the 5th of September for the northward and westward, and rounding Blossom Shoals, we stood to the north, reaching the supposed vicinity of the edge of the ice pack that night. As the nights were now dark, we lay to until morning, when the rapid fall of the temperature of the water and the lessening wind gave indications of its proximity, and a half-hour's steaming brought us to the rugged white outline of the pack. Along this we skirted, having reached our highest north, less than 72 degrees north latitude. All of that day and the next we continued our course, sighting a portion of the sailing fleet of whalers on the 7th. Communicating with them of our proposed movements and whereabouts during the rest of September and the beginning of October, we then stood to the westward. I must not forget to mention an interesting incident that occurred. A schooner stood down to us from the fleet and was recognized as the schooner Jane Grey, picked up by the Thetis when under the command of my predecessor the previous summer in the ice, abandoned. She had been righted, pumped out, repaired, and restored to her owner, who had literally sold his farm and put his all into the vessel. As he came within hail, our notification was given him, but I noticed that he fairly danced with impatience during its delivery, which was accounted for at the end of the message by his bringing out his men, who were gathered behind the foresail, and giving hearty and prolonged cheers for the Thetis, which fairly rang in the silent Arctic air. To this we responded, and then went on our way. We now left the pack and steered through open water for Herrle Island, which we sighted at 12:30 the next day, the 8th of September. As we approached it closely, the bareness and forbidding appearance, which had been concealed at first sight by the bluish dimness of the outline, became very marked. Its sides were almost inaccessible, except from the western end, and it was free from ice, an almost exceptional state of affairs. In close seasons it is impossible to reach it, and even more than Point Barrow, it may be shut out of the world by ice that refuses to move during the short summer. We passed the island late in the afternoon with a comparatively short distance, standing on to the west with the hope of seeing Wrangel Land before dark. At 5:30, land was reported ahead from aloft, and soon the high, snowy peaks and mountainous outline of Wrangel Land was sighted from deck. It stood out beautifully in the late Arctic afternoon, and as we approached it more closely, its outline became more and more fantastic and brilliant. At sunset, we were a little over 10 miles distant, and at dark, as we turned to the southeast for Point Hope, we exchanged hearty congratulations upon our successful passage from Mackenzie Bay to Wrangel Land. Arriving at Point Hope upon the evening of the 10th of September, we found that many of the hunting parties had returned from the interior, and preparations were going on for the winter season. The natives of Point Hope, like the Eskimos generally of northwestern Alaska, have no tribal or other form of government except what exists by control of the headman, Komalik, or chief, whose superiority arises from his wealth and influence. The previous chief had lived a life that made him a terror to the community. His rule was by force alone and by the influence of the rifle, which was his inseparable companion. After a career distinguished for license, murder, and robbery, he had come to a timely end by being assassinated by the brother of a wife he was tormenting to death. Since his death, up to the time of our stay in September, anarchy had prevailed. On account of the very indifferent treatment received by the survivors of the wrecked whaler, Little Ohio, from the Eskimos at Point Hope the previous winter, I determined to appoint a headman or chief who would be charged with the responsibility and duty of caring for any shipwrecked persons or destitute whites. Anokalut, who was appointed by me and whose appointment was afterwards confirmed by the governor of Alaska, had married the niece of the previous chief, and was the best whaleman and hunter of the district. He had been in the employ of the whaling station established the previous year at Point Hope, and had been satisfactory in all his dealings with the whites. His wife was a very superior woman, and their desire for civilized usages was so great that a bread pan of tin, some granite-ware bowls, and candles were given and eagerly accepted as contributing to make their domestic lives more comfortable and civilized. An urgent request was made for a cooking stove, which I promised to give them if I should return the following summer. The Eskimo lamp, which serves as a light, and to some extent as a stove, is a crescent-shaped stone utensil with a shallow trough scooped out. This is a receptacle for the whale oil, the wick being some native moss laid along the edge of the lamp and trimmed from time to time. the supply of oil being kept up by a lump of blubber suspended over the lamp. The light being indifferent, candles are welcomed as a great improvement and a marked relief to the overtaxed eyes of the men and women during the long nights of the Arctic winter. During our stay at Point Hope, we found much of interest in connection with the Eskimos living there. Their long winters give them an opportunity to keep alive their traditions in their daily meetings in the council house, and they give an account of their early days in this wise. In the beginning, the people had heads like ravens, with eyes in the upper part of their breasts. All of the world at this time was wrapped in gloom, with no change of day and night. At that time there lived a powerful chieftain on the top of the highest peak. In his hut were suspended 2 balls that were considered very precious and therefore carefully guarded. One day, the chief, being absent and the guards asleep, some children who had long admired the beautiful balls knocked them down with a stick, and they rolled across the floor of the hut and down the side of the mountain. The noise awakened the guards, who hurried after them, while their extraordinary beauty attracted the attention of the people, who also rushed after them. A wild struggle ensuing for their possession. This ended in the breaking of the balls. Light sprang from one and darkness from the other. These spirits of light and darkness claimed sole dominion, but, neither yielding, a compromise was made by which they agreed to an alternate rule. The violent struggle for the mastery so disturbed the world that the anatomy of the people and the surface of the earth were both changed. Light being upon the earth, men began to catch whales in the sea and to carry the flesh and the bones to their mountain homes. One family wandering over the country recently risen from the sea came down upon Point Hope. Finding vegetation springing up and whales abundant, they built a hut and made it their home. From this originated the settlement at Point Hope. Their modern history goes on in this wise. Point Hope being favorably situated for whaling and hunting the seal and walrus, and for obtaining the reindeer, it naturally became a center of power and population. In the latter part of the 18th century, as well as can be determined, the village upon Point Hope, known by the natives as Tigara, had a population of 2,000 souls, with 6 council houses. At that time, the Eskimos residing upon the Noatak, or inland river, began to encroach upon the territory of the Tigara-Moots until matters came to the pass that about the beginning of this century, a great land and boat fight took place between the Tigara-Moots and the Noatak-Moots near Cape Seppings, in which the Tigara-Moots were defeated and forced to yield a large portion of the territory formerly controlled by them. So crushed were the Tigara-Moots that they lost 1/2 of their population, which led to the gradual abandonment of all the outstanding villages. Since this time, the population has gradually decreased, the diminution being materially aided by the contact of whites, who are principally represented here by the crews of whaling ships rendezvousing during the early summer. As a rule, the Arctic coast Eskimos are short in stature, the average height of 10 men measured at Point Hope being 5 feet 5.8 inches, and of 10 women 5 feet 2.4 inches. The legs are short in comparison to the length of the body, and are always much bowed, this being due to the manner in which they are carried in infancy upon their mother's back, the legs being brought tightly around under the mother's arms. The feet and hands of the women are generally well shapen and small. All of the Eskimos have good teeth, but as they are subjected to the severe usage, they deteriorate in every way. They are used as substitutes for pincers, carpenter's vices, and fluting machines. They are used in drawing bolts, untying knots, holding the mouthpiece of a drill, shaping boot soles, and stretching skins. When they become uneven from constant use in this way, The unevenness is corrected by a leveling down by means of a file or a whetstone until they finally reach a level too low for mechanical purposes. Between 16 and 22 years of age, the male natives have their lips pierced under each corner of the mouth for labrets. The incision is made, and at first sharp-pointed pieces of ivory are put in. When the wound heals, the hole is gradually stretched by inserting larger labrets until half an inch in diameter is reached. The poorer natives wear labrets made of coal, walrus ivory, common gravel, and glass stoppers which they obtain from ships and adapt to this use. The stopper of a Worcestershire sauce bottle is very useful for this purpose. The richer ones have agate labrets. The most valued one, however, consisting of a white porcelain-like disc 1 inch wide, in the center of which is mounted a turquoise nut, hemispherical in shape, nearly 1 inch wide, fastened with a spruce gum obtained from the interior. We could not ascertain where the turquoise or porcelain-like disc was obtained. The Eskimos say they have always been in the country, and sell them only with the greatest reluctance. Tattooing is general among the women, and is apparently a custom of great antiquity. At the age of 6, one narrow line is drawn down the center of the chin from the lower lip downward, powdered charcoal being used as a coloring matter. At 12 years, the line is broadened to half an inch, and a narrow line made parallel to it on each side. But I will not detain you by giving other particulars. On the 20th of September, the Thetis left Point Hope for the south, the rugged season of the Arctic Ocean having fully set in. Strong winds and gales from the northeast had compelled us to move from the northern to the southern side of Point Hope, where better protection and anchorage had been found. On the 21st of September, we passed out of the Arctic Ocean and through the Bering Strait, reaching Unalaska again on the 26th of September. After remaining there until the beginning of October, the ship returned to Sitka, and after a prolonged stay in the waters of southeastern Alaska, we finally reached the Golden Gate of San Francisco, shortly after midnight on the 7th of December. The cruise of the Thetis was remarkable in several respects, among others in that, thanks to the open season, her stanch build, and successful battling with the ice pack, she was enabled to reach Mackenzie Bay in British North America, the first government vessel to carry the American flag in those waters. She also made the long stretch from Mackenzie Bay to Herrle Island and Wrangel Land in one season, never before done. And she had the honor of being the first vessel of any kind to follow the entire main coastline of Alaska, from Port Tongass in extreme southeastern Alaska to Demarcation Point in the Arctic Ocean. End of Section 3.
Section 4 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 2, Numbers 3 to 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Law of Storms, considered with special reference to the North Atlantic, by Everett Hayden. Abstract of a paper read before the National Geographic Society, November 15, 1889. In preparing an abstract of this paper, it is, of course, difficult to adhere very closely to the original. Inasmuch as that was illustrated by 45 lantern slides, while it is only practicable to present a few plates with this abstract, I may therefore be permitted to give only a general outline of the subject, with perhaps a more detailed discussion of one or two of the most notable recent hurricanes off our Atlantic coast. The term law of storms is applied to the code of rules that should govern the action of the master of a vessel when he has reason to suspect the approach of a dangerous storm. It will be seen that this definition, like the code itself, is somewhat vague. So many considerations enter as factors in the question that it is wholly impossible to lay down any rules that shall be applicable alike to a high-powered, well-manned steamship and to a heavily laden, poorly equipped, and short-handed sailing vessel. Disregarding such differences of conditions, which are of course of vital importance in each individual case, but which cannot be discussed in a brief general essay, the two grand divisions of the subject may be compared to grand strategy and field tactics. By this I mean that a broad, comprehensive view of the whole subject of ocean storms, their regions, seasons, size, severity, and tracks, is one very important part of the navigator's duty in planning a long campaign or voyage, and secondly, the handling of his vessel when actually in the fight. The coolness, clear-headedness, and trained experience that utilizes every resource of the best seamanship and navigation in a fearful struggle with the fury of a hurricane, all of these are also an essential part of the education of the ideal sea captain. Thanks to the progress of meteorologic research, it is comparatively easy nowadays for anyone to get a very good general idea of the great hurricane regions of the globe, and the seasons when these dreaded tropic cyclones prevail in each of these regions. The evidence of this subject is cumulative and practically conclusive, so that it is universally known and recognized that the hurricane months are the summer months in each hemisphere. Hurricanes originate in the tropics, move westward, then poleward into the temperate zones, and finally eastward in higher latitudes, receding gradually from the equator. Moreover, the essential difference between hurricanes north and south of the line is as follows. In the northern hemisphere, the rotation of the cyclonic whirl is against the hands of a watch, and in the southern, with. The noted hurricane regions are the West Indies, coast of China and Japan, Bay of Bengal, especially in May and October, at the time of the change of the monsoons, and the South Indian Ocean, about Mauritius. Less noted regions are the South Pacific, east of Australia, the North Pacific, west of the Mexican coast, and the Arabian Sea. In planning a distant voyage, a navigator should therefore consider the hurricane regions through which he must pass, just as he considers the prevailing winds, the trades, monsoons, and ocean currents. The handling of a ship in a hurricane is a very different sort of a thing from this general survey of the entire field, and without the eminently practical qualities that we all associate with a good officer of the navy or mercantile marine, no mere theoretic knowledge can avail much. And yet this is one of those cases where practice and theory should go hand in hand, not theory as something vague and unreal, but theory as based upon a firm foundation of observed facts. If a vessel encounter a hurricane, certain conclusions can be drawn from observations of the shifts of wind, the fluctuations of the barometer, the appearance of the clouds, and the direction of the ocean swell. The master of that vessel will undoubtedly draw such conclusions, and store them away in his mind as part of his fund of experience upon which to base action at some future time. But if he can consider his own observations, while fresh in mind, in connection with these observations made on board many other vessels that encountered the same storm, and modify or verify his conclusions by such comparison, there cannot be a doubt but that the lesson will be of far greater value. Sailors lead a rough life, and their training is often acquired by experience alone. Moreover, there are certain things that tend to discourage effort on the part of junior officers, even on board naval vessels. They realize that their duty is not to originate orders, but to execute them, and sooner or later they get out of the habit of reflecting upon the action taken to avoid a storm, or maneuvering in one, not knowing at the time what considerations lead to the action that was taken, and not always having anything brought forcibly to their attention to indicate with certainty whether the action was well considered or ill-advised. Upon finally attaining command themselves, they are not therefore as well posted as they might otherwise have been. I mention these things to explain the undoubted fact that comparatively few masters of vessels are well posted in certain very important additions to the old law of storms, as it was discovered by Redfield, and enforced by Reed, Piddington, Thom, and other early writers. In fact, of all the navigators of various nationalities who have charge today of the commerce of the world, probably 4/5 are wholly ignorant of the progress that has been made in this direction in the past 50 years. That such is the case is not, in my opinion, wholly their fault. It is owing to the fact that far too little attention has been paid to clear, forcible, and convincing explanation. It is the fault of the teachers, no less than the scholars, of meteorologists, who talk over the heads of their audiences instead of stating facts and conclusions in a way to command attention and respect from the practical men who furnish the data, and who deserve some tangible results in return for their long years of voluntary observation. It is difficult to put this matter very clearly to those who are not familiar with the conditions that govern the management of a vessel at sea, and I shall only attempt to do so in a very general way. It should be understood, first of all, that the hurricane is an enormous whirlwind, so large in fact that its circular nature was generally recognized only about 50 years ago. At the immediate center of the whirl there is a calm space, from 5 or 10 to 30 or 40 miles in diameter, generally with blue sky and bright sunlight. Within a short distance of this central calm, the wind blows with frightful violence, and here a vessel is driven along in absolute helplessness, enveloped in midnight darkness, buried in a flying mass of foam and spray, with every sound annihilated by the roar and shrieks of the elements. The core of the hurricane, as this region has been called, is small relative to the entire area, and it thus happens that a few miles may make all the difference between shipwreck and safety. The question is, then, to avoid getting into the core or heart of the hurricane. It is evident enough that if the wind blow in a strictly circular direction around the center, the bearing or direction of the center must be at exactly right angles, 8 points, to the right or left of the direction of the wind. In other words, in the northern hemisphere, where the direction of rotation is against the hands of a watch, the center bears 8 points to the right of the wind, that is, to the right of the direction from which the wind blows. In the case of a hurricane off our coasts, for instance, if the wind be northeast at Hatteras, the center would bear, according to the 8-point rule, southeast. Considering further that the entire whirl has a progressive motion along a path, or track, if an observer at Hatteras find that the northeast wind freshens rapidly, without any shift or change of direction, it is equally evident that the center of the storm is approaching directly toward that point. In a similar situation at sea, a shipmaster would naturally see that his vessel was in a position of great danger. Evidently the best thing to do would be to run before the wind, thus getting out of the way of the approaching hurricane. This simple case will explain pretty clearly, I think, how rules were at once formulated and adopted as soon as Redfield had proved the approximately circular character of these storms. Without going further into this subject, inasmuch as this 8-point rule is perhaps the most important of all the rules, indeed all of them follow directly from it, suppose that subsequent research, based upon careful observation and the accurate charting of hundreds of reports from vessels in similar storms in various oceans, proved conclusively that the wind in a hurricane does not blow in strictly circular whirls, but rather spirally inward, so that with the northeast wind off Hatteras the center bears probably south-southeast or even south. Evidently this is a matter of vital importance to the navigator, and all the old rules should be remodeled to suit the discovery. Such is indeed actually the fact, and in most cases nothing could be worse than to run directly before the wind. In any event it would be dangerous, and in the case of a slow-moving cyclone it might readily lead the vessel directly into the core of the hurricane. This is known to have been the case in many instances, and vessels have thus been drawn into the inner whirls of hurricanes and kept there for several days, making one or more complete revolutions around the center before they could extricate themselves. In fact, they might never have gotten out if the storm itself had not moved off and left them. The first of the accompanying plates, entitled West Indian Hurricanes and Other North Atlantic Storms, gives a brief and yet complete résumé of what is perhaps the best modern practice. In these brief statements the attempt has been made to put concisely, intelligibly, and completely, if one will but read each and every sentence as carefully as they were written, the very latest, most important, and best established facts with which every navigator should be familiar. The paragraph entitled Intensified Trade Wind Belt, for instance, is very important. A close consideration of the caution expressed in these few lines may prevent a serious mistake that might be made by a too rigid adherence to the old rules. The idea is as follows. It has been proved by Meldrum, from his studies of Mauritius hurricanes, that the southeast trade winds blow toward a part of the track of a hurricane rather than at right angles to the direction of its center, and it is therefore unsafe to assume that the center bears at right angles to the wind, or that, because the trade wind increases in strength without any decided change of direction, the center is approaching directly toward the vessel. This principle might naturally be expected to hold for similar storms in other regions, and Abercrombie, in a thorough study of the whole subject, has shown that such is the case. Although he states that, quote, the position of this belt of intensified trades differs in every hurricane region, so that a special set of rules are necessary for each country. Unquote. It seems to me, I must say, that in the absence of such special rules, the law may safely be assumed to be general. Its importance to navigators is certainly very great, and its principal effect must be to urge the greatest caution in making any attempt to cross the track of a hurricane from the dangerous to the navigable semicircle. The next plate, the hurricane of November 25, 1888, is a very instructive illustration of an actual hurricane, and one of the most severe on record off our Atlantic coast. The spiral lines have been added to bring out conspicuously the wind circulation, and several features will at once attract attention. The elongated shape of the storm along a north and south line, the direction of motion. The wide region where there is a southeasterly gale, exactly analogous to the belt of intensified trades. The long sweep of northeasterly winds along the coast, and the marked variation from a strictly circular whirl. The right-hand side is a dangerous semicircle, and it is here that the navigator is called upon to decide whether he shall dare make the attempt to run before the wind and cross the track of the storm. The left-hand side is a navigable semicircle, not very navigable in this particular case, we may well believe, with no sea room to the westward, a fearful north-northeast gale, and a terrific sea. This is a case where every resource of seamanship and navigation may fail to save a ship, as the loss of the steamship Samana and a dozen other strong vessels with all on board bears sad testimony. Let me quote a few lines from a thrilling report by Captain Drew of the American ship Sea Witch. This vessel's position is plotted on the chart about latitude 32 degrees north, longitude 75 degrees west. Quote, November 24th. Hurricane from northeast. Our position a perilous one, the ship rolling heavily and filling the decks with water. An awful gale, the worst we have ever had. How will it end? At 3 p.m. the sun out a moment through the thick sky. November 25th. Still blowing a hurricane, with awful squalls of rain, the 7th day of the gale. No side lights can burn. The binnacle light goes out as fast as we can light it. One blast from the north blew our brand-new lower maintopsail away like brown paper. We performed the critical manoeuvre of wearing ship, which saved the vessel. We were foundering. Unquote. Verily, this was out of the jaws of death, and probably there were few more sincere Thanksgiving services than those held on board this vessel on November 29, 1888, as recorded in her log. One other report may be referred to here, as it is of a special interest. It is from the British steamship Effective, whose position is plotted about halfway between Bermuda and New York. At this time the wind was south-southeast, force 8, and the storm center was moving directly toward her. we learn from Captain Crosby's report that by noon local time the wind was strong from south. At 4:30 p.m. a hard gale from east moderating until midnight, barometer falling very rapidly. November 26th, very heavy gale from northeast, ship heading bow to sea, noon wind east, barometer 28.60, 5 p.m. wind north to northeast 28.20, 10 p.m. southwest, midnight west 28.20. This report illustrates the experience of a vessel close to the line of sudden shift of wind from southeast to northeast, and sustains very well the spiral lines drawn on the chart, just where there is an absence of data on the chart itself. Lack of space does not allow of further details, and I must go on to the next plate, the St. Thomas Hatteras hurricane of September the 3rd to 12th, 1889. This plate is copied exactly from a supplement issued with a pilot chart for October 1889, published September the 27th, with only the addition of the tracks of the two storms as indicated by later data, and the tracks of a few vessels. See small charts dated September the 3rd, the 4th to the 7th, and the 10th. Considering the early date of publication, the wide expanse of ocean covered by the charts, and their essential accuracy, as indicated by later data, it must be acknowledged, I think, by anyone who is at all acquainted with the difficulties incident to this sort of work, that this supplement to the pilot chart hit more closely to the truth in this matter than would probably be possible under similar circumstances in 1 case out of 10. Had later data materially modified conclusions drawn at such an early date, it could not have been a matter of surprise, although this prompt publication would still have served a most valuable purpose in interesting navigators to contribute data likely to help us in establishing the facts. Indeed, the following quotations from the pilot chart and supplement illustrate exactly what was desired and what was actually accomplished by this publication. Quote, "This preliminary publication, issued 2 weeks after the storm reached our coast, well illustrates the cordial support this office receives from masters of vessels in its efforts to collect and utilize data regarding marine meteorology. It is desired to collect as complete data as possible regarding this storm in order to publish a final report, and the present publication will be useful as a good working basis for a more complete detailed study of the hurricane." Unquote. Also, quote, "Special attention is called to the fact that this preliminary publication is only intended to give a brief outline of the facts as indicated by data received up to date of publication." Unquote. Moreover, the name, nationality, and rig of every vessel whose report had been received in time to be used was published, and every statement made in the accompanying text was based on an exhaustive study of all the data. It is interesting to note how slightly the very complete data now at hand have modified this hastily prepared history, and all the circumstances urge similar quick work and prompt publication in every case, before other storms and other conditions have dulled public interest and directed attention elsewhere. The track of the easternmost of the two storms, as plotted on the first little chart, shows that it moved more rapidly than was anticipated and recurved further north. The fact is, its very existence was not even suspected till 2 hours before the final draft of the maps was made, and then only because the German steamship Savona, from Baltimore for Brazil, suffered such damage from the hurricane on September the 5th, see chart dated September 3rd for position, that she was obliged to run in to St. Thomas for repairs, and our consul, Mr. M. A. Turner, forwarded her report by the first steamer to New York. The following is a brief extract from this report, beginning at 10 p.m. September the 4th. Quote, "Full hurricane. Ship lying in trough of sea, laboring heavily and shipping much water. Cargo shifted. Jettisoned 600 barrels of flour and 60 tons of coal. Broke steam steering gear and wheel, found rudder adrift, 3 feet of water in the hold, foundations of engine seriously loose and getting worse. Bore up for St. Thomas." Unquote. It is impossible in the space at my disposal to refer even briefly to the reports of the few vessels whose tracks are plotted on the charts, the staunch steamship Erne, foundering in the heart of the hurricane on September the 5th, 11 of her crew of 30 escaping in an open boat, and of these only 7 surviving that fearful drift of 23 days. The Sepet between the two storms and escaping both. The La Salle, from the tropics to Block Island, all the way in the grasp of the hurricane, without a sight of sun, moon, or stars to fix her position. The Ada Bailey, rolling in the long swell of Hatteras and watching the early indications of the approaching storm for nearly a week before it struck her. The Hernan Cortez, forced to stand off into fearful danger by the still greater danger of a lee shore at Hatteras, and the City of New York, Teutonic, and City of Rome, starting on their titanic race from Liverpool for New York the day after this great hurricane swept past St. Thomas, and reaching their goal with it, and in spite of all its fury. I must dismiss this whole interesting history with the following abstract of the report of Captain Simmons of the British brigantine Victoria, whose original report is brief and to the point, like all the rest. See track of the Victoria northwest from St. Thomas on the first small chart. Quote, I passed through the cyclone, resulting in the total loss of the spars, sails, and so on of my vessel. The southeast sea became so heavy that I was obliged to heave to. The sky was one sheet of dark grey, at times approaching black. The lightning was excessive only during the latter part of the storm. It appeared as a continuous quivering sheet around a great part of the horizon, extending about 10 degrees above it, and lasting many seconds, unaccompanied by thunder. The compass could not be read, the card spinning so that the points were indistinguishable. The lowest barometer reading was 27.86, aneroid, corrected by comparison at Boston shortly before, and at Halifax the following month. Unquote. The importance to navigators of a true appreciation of the law of storms, not the mere memorization of a set of rules, but an intelligent comprehension of the subject, is now perhaps clearly evident to the reader. At any rate, that is the object I have aimed at, rather than a mere formal statement of generally accepted principles and an abstruse discussion of isobars and gradients. It will be seen that the probable bearing of the centre, as indicated by the direction of the wind at a single station, is the great question so far as the navigator is concerned. There are men who want and must have a hard and fast rule, an 8-point, a 10-point, or a 12-point rule, something to act on without thought, while every nerve is strained to save the ship's spars, sails, boats, engines, and cargo from damage or destruction. Under such circumstances, I think that perhaps the safest general plan is to use the old 8-point rule, but applied to the low clouds instead of to the wind. This is equivalent, generally speaking, to a 10-point rule applied to the wind. That any such rule, if intended for general application, is only roughly approximate, goes without saying, or ought to do so at least. The angle of bearing changes in different parts of the storm. It varies with the quadrant, with the latitude, with different storms, and with various other conditions, too numerous to be mentioned or even wholly known. One good general rule is that in rear of a hurricane the wind blows somewhat decidedly toward it, and yet that there are marked exceptions is well illustrated by the chart of the hurricane of November 25, 1888, already referred to. As a good example of the wind circulation in a hurricane in the tropics, the accompanying diagram is of interest. This represents 2 days, the 3rd and 5th, of the great Cuban hurricane of September 1888, the intervening day, September the 4th, being omitted for the sake of clearness. Its severity is sufficiently indicated by the fact that it caused the loss of fully 1,000 lives in Cuba and destroyed property of the estimated value of $5 million in the single province of Sagua. Now take any point on any one of these spiral lines and observe the bearing of the center. In rear of the storm especially, the 8-point rule is hardly applicable, and action based upon it might result disastrously. The next and last plate, entitled Hurricanes in the North Atlantic, Typical Circulation of the Wind from Actual Observation, gives a still more complete illustration of the wind circulation in hurricanes, with a brief discussion of the application of the 8-point rule. A special attention is called to the statement made thereon, referring of course to hurricanes in the North Atlantic, but no doubt true for the entire Northern Hemisphere, that, "although the 8-point rule is nearly true when the wind is anywhere from north to south by way of west, that is, generally speaking, in the navigable semicircle, it is liable to be a very poor guide when the wind is from any point in the first or second quadrant." Also to the following, which is applicable to the Southern Hemisphere, by the substitution of "to the left" for "to the right." "Perhaps the best general rule is that the center bears about 8 points to the right of the direction from which the low clouds come, or, what is practically the same thing, 8 points to the right of the wind at the moment of a sudden shift in a heavy squall. After such a shift the wind will remain steady in direction for a time, but the center is meanwhile moving along, and the angle of bearing changes until the next shift, when it goes again to 8 points, and so on." Such diagrams, carefully prepared from complete and reliable data, are of far greater practical value to navigators than volumes of explanation. They appeal to the eye and will live in memory long after ideas conveyed by printed words have been forgotten. Finally, let us look for a moment at 2 sketches that I have made to give a graphic and I hope not incorrect idea of the cloud formation and the internal structure of a hurricane. In both sketches the vertical scale is of course greatly exaggerated. The first illustrates particularly the great cloud bank with a bull's eye or clear central space shown in cross-section. The storm wave or general elevation of the surface of the ocean caused by the spirally in-blowing winds and low barometric pressure, the cause oftentimes of fearful floods along low-lying coasts, and the probable or possible circulation of the upper atmosphere over the whirl, together with the direct and reflected rays of a vertical sun as they pour into the central calm. The second sketch is to aid a clear mental conception of the actual motions of the particles of air as they flow inward below, whirl about the central core, and flow outward above. This may help to free the mind from an erroneous idea that may be suggested by thinking of or seeing the enormous piled up, apparently stationary mass that constitutes the bara or cloud bank of the hurricane, but which is really only the stationary and visible locus, where the conditions are such that the whirling, rushing masses of humid atmosphere condense their tones of aqueous vapor and leave it as they pass upward and outward. It is analogous to the cloud cap or banner that hangs stationary over a lofty mountain peak, although if you visit the peak you may there find a living gale of wind. In both of these sketches my object has been to try to convey an idea of the marked individuality, symmetry, and intensity of a tropic cyclone, and its grasp upon and intimate connection with the ocean, which it joins to the upper atmosphere by a huge hollow trunk, with widely extended roots and spreading branches, no doubt an enormous and effective conductor of atmospheric electricity too, whose power is quickly shattered and destroyed by contact with the land. The notable absence of thunder, illustrated by the report of the Victoria quoted above, is of interest in this connection. If I have succeeded in this, and thereby given a clearer idea to the casual reader or suggested a fertile train of thought to any physicist, I shall feel more than repaid for the effort. I have thus attempted little more than to touch upon the practical side of this great question, and this is a popular way to induce my readers to follow me to the end. The many other interesting questions that might be raised and discussed must here be left untouched. Our efforts in the Hydrographic Office must be primarily to help the navigator and only secondarily to try to collect and publish facts for the scientist to study at his leisure. The causes of these terrific storms are of interest to us, as they may help us to depict their coming, rather than for the proof of any theory or the gratification of any pet idea. And if science will but improve the law of storms as practical men use it for the guidance of their vessels and the safety of the lives and cargoes entrusted to their care, it will be one more welcome proof that theory and practice go hand in hand. End of section 4.
Section 5 of National Geographic Magazine, Volume 2, Numbers 3 to 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Irrigation Problem in Montana by H.M. Wilson. Part 1. The development of the irrigation resources of a region under the supervision of the government requires study of the social and political conditions and of the industrial occupations of its inhabitants. The determination of the best plan for the utilization of its waters and agricultural lands is a problem in irrigation engineering. The solution of this problem calls for an intimate knowledge not only of the best methods of construction, but also of the values of its various agricultural products and soils, for a knowledge of its rainfall, evaporation, and steam volumes, and of the duty of water. It further requires such an understanding of the topography of the region as will enable the engineer to determine the area of the catchment basin of each stream, and to intelligently select sites for the construction of canals and storage reservoirs, and to determine from what source of water supply each district may be best irrigated. Experience and practice in various parts of the world have already proven that irrigation enterprises, undertaken on a large scale by private capital, have seldom been remunerative investments, in fact, have frequently been financial failures. This is due to many causes, among which may be mentioned the fact that, though all the irrigable land may be finally settled, and the works made to do their highest duty, taxes must be paid for many years and considerable sums expended annually for maintenance before the entire amount of available water is utilized and interest is realized on the whole expenditure. Most of the successful irrigation enterprises undertaken in the United States owe their prosperity to the ownership and sale of lands under their canals. In order to secure a proper remuneration to the capital which provides the water, and an efficient water service to the farmer who uses it, with justice to both interests, state legislation must fully define the rights and responsibilities of appropriators, the units and methods of measuring the flow of streams, granting the right of way and appointing proper officers to see that the various laws are enforced. That irrigation enterprises will have great and rapid development in Montana in the near future will be readily perceived from the facts shown later on in this article, while I am fully convinced that it is now entering on that period. The histories of both California and Colorado have shown that great mining activity have brought to them a large population who were enabled to gain a livelihood by mining pursuits, while the demand for farm products created by the miners caused these people to turn their attention to agriculture, which is now rapidly surpassing in money value the output of the mines. In California in the 50s, mining was the supreme and only occupation. Today, agriculture is her mainstay. In the early 70s, the same was true of Colorado, and now agriculture is rapidly becoming her most important industry. While Montana is today in the van in mining resources and output, the time for the supremacy of agriculture within her borders has received an increased impetus by her recent accession to statehood. In Montana, the irrigation problem presents some features which are scarcely encountered in any other country. Usually, irrigation is practiced in semi-tropic and desert regions, where though water is scarce, the climate is such that a great variety of agricultural products, usually of the better paying varieties, can be raised, in consequence of which enormous sums may be spent in irrigation works, thus imposing a heavy tax per acre on the land for their construction, and still, such is the productiveness of these regions that the lands will yield fair profits. In Montana, the reverse is the case. Water is generally abundant, though sufficiently inaccessible in the larger streams to require extensive works in order to render it available, while the land, though equally abundant also, will, owing to the climate, admit of the cultivation only of the less profitable crops, mainly hay, grain, and potatoes, in consequence of which The cost of construction of the irrigation works becomes a question of vital moment, since a tax of a few cents per acre one way or the other will render the pursuit of agriculture a success or a failure, and decide the fate of the irrigation enterprises. It is probable that $10 per acre for a water right in perpetuity, or $2 per acre per annum for the use of water, is the maximum charge which the crops will bear. Agricultural and mineral resources. It will be advisable now to take a hasty glance at the state of Montana and see what are her agricultural capabilities and what need exists for irrigation as a factor in their development. According to the report of the state auditor for 1888, there were in that year 143,700 horses and mules, valued at $4,900,000, 488,500 cattle, valued at $9,060,000, 1,153,000 sheep, valued at $2,165,000, 3,741,000 acres of improved lands, valued inclusive of improvements at $12,300,000, 55,000 town lots, valued with improvements at $14,940,000, and including all kinds of personal and real property, a total assessment for the state of $67,500,000. There were raised in the state during the same year 770,000 bushels of wheat on 26,000 acres, an average yield of about 30 bushels per acre, 3 million bushels of oats on 85,000 acres, an average yield of over 35 bushels per acre, 843,000 bushels of potatoes on 3,700 acres, or 230 bushels per acre, and 6 million pounds of all other vegetables on 450 acres. 235,000 tons of hay were cut, and 7,500 bushels of apples and other fruits were raised, while 4,500,000 pounds of wool were sheared. The gross receipts of the quartz mills were $20,300,000. The value of the product of the reduction furnaces was $15,900,000 in bullion, and the coal mines produced 500,000 bushels of coal. The wool product for the present year, 1889, exceeded in amount that of any other state west of the Missouri River, and its quality was such that it brought a higher price per pound than that of any other western state, the price paid in California ranging from 15 to 17 cents per pound against 20 to 23 cents paid in Montana. The accompanying table will show the relative value of the production of precious metals in the three leading states during 1887, from which it will be seen that Montana led Colorado by $4,200,000 and California by $15,580,000. 1887. Silver. Montana, $15,500,000. Colorado, $15 million. California, $1,500,000. Gold. Montana, $5,230,000. Colorado, $4 million. California, $13 million. Copper. Montana, $8,970,000. Colorado, $400,000. California, $180,000. Lead. Montana, $630,000. Colorado, $6,730,000. California, $70,000. Totals. Montana, $30,330,000. Colorado, $26,130,000. California, $14,750,000. Since 1887, Montana has been rapidly gaining in its lead, especially in the production of copper, and it now leads not only in the total value of the precious metals produced, but also in the values of the silver and copper products separately, and is only surpassed by California in the production of gold. While as shown above, Montana produces large quantities of vegetables and grain, its heavy mining population and vast herds of livestock furnish a home market for all of its present product. In fact, during this year, many hundreds of tons of hay and carloads of grain are being imported from the eastern states to feed the range stock during the coming winter. Topography. The topography of Montana is very different from what is generally supposed by those who are not familiar with it, and this erroneous impression is largely due to the fact that the country is very mountainous in the older inhabited and better known portion of the state, which lies in its southern corner near the Idaho and Wyoming lines. This region was first inhabited by those pioneers of Western civilization, the prospector and miner, and in consequence of this and of the wild grandeur of the Yellowstone National Park, the generally preconceived notions of the topography and resources of the state are of forests and streams teeming with game and fish, and rugged mountains occupied by a few isolated mining camps and cattle ranches. On the contrary, there are scattered over various parts of the state many large towns, two of which, Butte and Helena, have each about 20,000 inhabitants, while only one-fourth of the area of the state is over 5,000 feet in altitude, and at least two-thirds of it is below 4,000 feet. The mountainous district of the state, which occupies but 2/5 of the total area, is in the southwestern portion. These mountains are in fact but the last remnants of the great Rockies breaking down from Wyoming and Idaho and terminating in the broad flat plains of the Saskatchewan River on the north and of the Missouri River on the north and east. It is in these great mountain ranges that the Clark's Fork and Snake Rivers, two of the principal branches of the Columbia, after rising in the western and southern portions of the state, join the Columbia on its way to the Pacific Ocean. Among these mountains, in the northern portion of the state, the Saskatchewan River rises and flows thence to the Arctic Ocean, while the Great Missouri and one of its principal branches, the Yellowstone River, rise in these mountains and after flowing northward nearly to the British line, turn and flow eastward and join the Mississippi on its way to the Atlantic. The highest mountains in Montana are in Park, Gallatin, Madison, and Beaver Head counties, in which latter the furthermost branches of the Missouri, the Beaver Head and Big Hole rivers, which form the Jefferson River, have their sources at the summit of the Rocky Mountains, and it was here that those intrepid explorers, Lewis and Clark, first crossed the continental divide in 1805 to the headwaters of one of the branches of the Snake River. In these counties, a few of the highest peaks reach an elevation of 11,000 feet, and from here the main range of the Rockies bears off to the north in a long continuous and rugged ridge of sandstone and porphyry, with extensive beds of limestone north of the headwaters of the Dearborn River, and gradually falling off in elevation until near the British line the highest peaks are less than 7,000 feet above the sea. From this same actual point in the southwest corner, a main spur or branch of the Rockies, called the Bitterroot Mountains, bears northwesterly and falling away in height, gives out with an elevation of 2,200 feet in northern Missoula County, where the Clark's Fork River leaves the state, cutting across the foot of this range. East of Madison and Jefferson counties, and along the southern border of the state, are numerous short mountain ranges, often 10,000 feet and sometimes 11,000 feet in elevation, which have generally a north and south trend and fall off near the middle of the state to a continuous, broad, and nearly level high prairie, or as it is locally called, benchland, which continues to fall slowly in the same direction. Do not imagine that these great ranges of mountains are wild and uninhabited, for such is not the case. They are merely great mountain masses, and between, among and on top of them, are other minor ranges of mountains, usually having symmetrical and regularly sloping sides, which are separated by broad, level, and very fertile valleys, everywhere inhabited and cultivated by the aid of irrigation, while herds of cattle, horses, and sheep graze on the hillsides. Even among the roughest mountains, a man may travel alone on horseback, sure of finding shelter and food somewhere in the course of a day's journey, as was done by the author during the past summer, when he rode over 2,000 miles in various parts of the state. In the more rugged places, mining camps may be met with when everything else fails. At present, these mountain valleys are the more thickly inhabited portions of the country, both because of the mines and because farming pursuits are more cheaply and conveniently followed, owing to the greater abundance of small and easily controlled streams of water, which render irrigation possible even by the poorest settler. Only in the southern portions of Gallatin and Park counties are the mountains so forbidding as to be uninhabited, and then in limited areas only. One of the remarkable characteristics of the Montana mountains is their great regularity and smoothness of contour. It is probable that ice action during the glacial period may have planed off the irregularities, so characteristic of the elsewhere rugged outline of the Rocky Mountains. Between these symmetrical ranges of mountains lie the broad and fertile valleys before referred to. These are generally valleys of construction, and in some former geologic period were occupied by lakes whose beds have since been drained by the streams, as they cut their way out of the mountains. It is the extensive deposits from the ancient lakes which give to these valleys their fertile soils, while the unusual mildness of their climate is largely due to the fact that they are seldom over 5,000 feet in altitude, and the high mountains surrounding them shelter them from the severe winds which, sweeping over the plains of Dakota, become the much dreaded blizzards. East of the Tongue River and north of the Yellowstone and Missouri rivers, the level benchlands are everywhere below 3,500 feet in elevation, and often below 2,500 feet, and are very dry and devoid of water, though covered by an abundant growth of fine bunch grass. These benchlands are traversed by a few narrow, deep coulees or washes, having bluff banks 50 to 300 feet high, dry during most of the year, though roaring torrents in the early spring months. It is on these benchlands that irrigation will find its greatest field, for here is a comparatively mild climate owing to the low altitude, and here the soil is fertile, warm, and deep. Area and kinds of lands. The total area of Montana is 146,080 square miles, or 93,491,200 acres. Of this vast empire, 31,373,000 acres, or about one-third of the whole, is agricultural land, while of this, 18,157,000 acres, or a little less than one-fifth of the entire area, is irrigable land, so classified not only because it will, if provided with water, raise profitable crops, but also because, in my opinion, water can, with proper management, be provided for it. Of the total area of the state, only about 1,200,000 acres, or less than 1/16 of the irrigable area, may be easily cultivated. By this I do not mean that this whole amount is now reclaimed, but that it may, with the means liable to be employed by private parties with limited capital, be readily brought under cultivation by the same methods by which most of the lands in Montana are now irrigated. The amount of land actually under cultivation, according to the assessment of 1888, was 348,070 acres, and this should probably be increased by about one-half, since the farmers doubtless greatly underestimated the amounts of their cultivated lands to the assessor. Perhaps then 500,000 acres under cultivation would be nearer the truth. It is estimated that 3/4 of the remaining 75 million acres not classed above as irrigable, or say 55 million acres, which is nearly 2/3 of the total area of the state, will, with the increased facilities for watering livestock and for domestic use offered by the highest state of irrigation development, become valuable as grazing land, since it is naturally covered with an abundant growth of bunch grass, and only needs better facilities for watering and for the establishment of home farms to cause it to be entirely occupied for grazing purposes. Nearly or quite all of the lands above classified as agricultural and pasture lands are now covered with an abundant growth of bunch grass, occasional patches of sagebrush or prickly pear, and devoid of any timber other than patches of willows and cottonwoods along the streams, or a few isolated clumps of scrub pines and junipers on the highest lands. About 10 million of the remaining 20 million acres are excellent timber lands and are situated on the slopes and sides of the higher mountains, though west of the continental divide the valleys and flat benchlands are sometimes covered with timber. The remaining 10 million acres may be classed as barren and rugged mountain peaks, and some little barren badlands near the southeastern corner of the state, and the broken and rough-cut banks of rivers, coulees, etc. It is in these more rugged mountain regions that the great gold, silver, and copper deposits are found. Climate. The climate of Montana is far more moderate and agreeable than is generally supposed, the spring and fall months in the valleys, which are the principal inhabited and cultivated portions, being delightfully mild and pleasant, with frost generally only at night, though these last till May and begin in early October. The accompanying table shows the dates of the first and last killing frosts at Helena, also the mean monthly temperature at Helena, which place is chosen as a typical station, its altitude being 4,262 feet. From this table, which extends over a period of 10 years, from 1880 to 1889, inclusive, with few interruptions, it appears that the earliest killing frost occurred on September 6, 1881, and the latest killing frost on May 3, 1888. But these were very exceptional frosts, the average dates for the same periods being September 26th and April 26th. The maximum temperature during the same period occurred in July 1886 and was 103 degrees in the shade, while no other year showed a higher temperature than 97 degrees. And the average maximum temperature for the 10 years was 94 degrees. The minimum temperature for the same period was -40 degrees, occurring in February 1887, while the average minimum for 10 years was -29 degrees. Great ranges of temperature are sometimes experienced, however, especially in local areas in the higher mountain valleys, where unusual frosts and snow flurries have occurred, though rarely, killing potatoes and other tender crops even in July and August. On September 5th of this year, in the upper Madison Valley above 6,500 feet of elevation, a temperature was experienced in the forenoon of 70 degrees, while at about 8 o'clock on the same evening, a snow squall occurred, during which the thermometer must have fallen several degrees below the freezing point. By 9 o'clock on the following morning, all of the snow had disappeared and the temperature had greatly moderated. The summer months in these mountain valleys are always agreeably warm during the daytime, while the nights are cool and pleasant. In the winter, the climate is very cold, though not so uncomfortable as the temperature would indicate, owing to the dryness of the atmosphere and the absence of very high winds in the mountain valleys. The more exposed plains to the north are subject to the frequent and agreeable visits of the famous Chinook winds, which blow from the west, and under whose influence heavy falls of snow disappear in a single day. The following table shows the mean annual rainfall at various signal service stations in Montana, and from these it will be seen that during a period of 10 years, the maximum rainfall for the entire state has only been 20.33 inches in 1880, while the minimum has occurred during 1886 and was but 12.52 inches. The average precipitation for this period was 15.25 inches. Moreover, from the first table, showing the average monthly precipitation at the Helena station, it will be seen that but 4.48 inches fall during May 15th to August 15th inclusive, which is the growing season when the crops require moisture. The information regarding evaporation is as yet very meager, but from 4 stations observed in different parts of the state during August, September, and October, it appears that the total average evaporation for the 3 months was 18 inches. And from the best information obtainable, it appears that the total annual evaporation is 36 inches, that is to say, the surface of the water in a lake or reservoir will be lowered by evaporation 3 feet in a year. End of section 5. Section 6 of National Geographic Magazine, Volume 2, Numbers 3 to 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Irrigation Problem in Montana by H. M. Wilson. Part 2. Why Montana is an arid country. It has been stated by Major J. W. Powell that in a general way, the line between the humid and arid regions, or the amount of precipitation below which irrigation becomes necessary for the cultivation of crops, is from 24 to 28 inches per annum. This of course depends largely on the distribution of the rainfall, the proportion falling during the growing season, the humidity of the atmosphere, the character of the soil, etc. The average annual precipitation in Montana is 14.92 inches, while the total average precipitation during the growing season is but 5.23 inches. From these considerations alone, it is evident that the state lies wholly in the arid region. This statement is further borne out by the fact that no native farmer will settle a ranch or undertake to raise any kind of crops without facilities for irrigating, since experience has taught them all that, though there may occasionally be an exceptionally wet season in which they can raise good crops without artificial aid, still, the years when crops depending wholly upon rainfall for their moisture would be entirely lost, are so frequent as to render farming without irrigation very hazardous and unprofitable. Soil. The soil along the stream bottoms at a slight elevation above their beds is usually a heavy, black, clayey loam, and though rich and fertile, is soon clogged by water, and then in drying, cakes on the surface, killing the young plants. On this account, the irrigators seldom water these bottom lands until after the crop has acquired a healthy growth, preferring to trust to the early rains to force the young sprouts above the surface, rather than run the risk of its crusting and thus preventing them from breaking through. These bottom lands, though really the poorest for irrigating, are nearly the only lands now cultivated, because of the greater ease and cheapness of supplying them with water. From 2 to 3 tons of hay and from 35 to 50 bushels of grain per acre are raised, even on these inferior soils. The best, and by far the more abundant agricultural lands, are the benchlands. These are situated high above the stream beds, and the soil is usually a warm, open, rich, sandy loam, several feet in depth, and usually underlain by a deep bed of gravel. Though in irrigating, this soil at first requires more water, it will, owing to its excellent natural drainage, last for all time and will neither clog with water nor cake on the surface. It is these bench lands which will be rendered irrigable by government aid and surveys, though to develop them will require large amounts of capital. Still, they are so extensive in area that the work can generally be conducted on a grand and economical scale. Duty of water. From the meager information now obtainable, it is probable that in average soils and for the staple hay, grain, and vegetable crops in Montana, about 1 cubic foot of water per second flowing during the irrigating season will be sufficient for 100 acres. This quantity is known as the duty of water. The irrigating season lasts about 3 months. While the crops are maturing during part of May, June, and July, they will receive 2 or 3 waterings, and in early September, the hay lands are again watered in order to start the growth of grass before the frosts. In case all the surplus water of a given stream is stored, the duty of that stream will be increased by the amount of water now flowing to waste during the remaining 9 months. And as a portion of this time is the flood period, owing to the melting of the snows in the mountains and to the spring rains, this storage water will increase the duty of the stream at least 5-fold. That is, 5 times as many acres may be irrigated by the stream as at present, provided that storage capacity can be found for all of its waste waters. In considering the duty of a stream, it must be remembered that there is a great loss of water by seepage through the sides of a canal and evaporation from its surface, between the headworks and the irrigated lands. This loss may amount to from 25 to 35%, according to climate, soil, and the length and cross-section of the canal. Present state of irrigation, progress and loss. The earlier stages of irrigation development are better illustrated in Montana than in any other state in the Union. There, irrigation practice and laws are exceedingly crude and remain so chiefly because of the abundance of water, and the ease and facility with which it can be diverted to the land. As a consequence of this latter fact, the laws were framed in the most liberal spirit, declaring right of eminent domain, acknowledging the right of priority in appropriating the waters, and further stating that any person having a ditch leading to irrigable lands may use the waters of the territory for irrigation. The latest law, framed in 1885, is a very slight improvement. It requires persons appropriating water to post the usual notice in a conspicuous place, to file with the county recorder a notice of appropriation, with names and proper description of place, stream, etc., and that work must be commenced within 40 days of the posting of the notice, and be prosecuted with due diligence until completed. Persons who have heretofore acquired title to the use of water may within 6 months from the passage of this law file a statement of the above facts in the office of the recorder, but failure to do this shall not forfeit his rights. Provision is made for the measurement of water, using that very uncertain and elastic unit, the miner's inch, and defining the same. The difficulties arising under these laws will be appreciated when I state that it is impossible to construct a rating flume that will measure the number of inches of water flowing in a large stream by the method provided in the law. Then, because previous appropriators are not compelled to record the amount of water appropriated, and those acquiring titles under the first law now invariably claim much more water than they need, in fact often appropriate and even record more water than there is flowing in the stream. This is owing to the fact that they were not at first compelled to construct their works with due diligence until completed, nor to make ditches of capacities capable of carrying the volumes claimed, and above all, because there is no officer having the power to measure the quantities of water diverted, or to see that the works are prosecuted with due diligence. Endless and unsatisfactory litigation results, hastened by the occupation of lands lower down on some stream, which in a very dry season may not flow sufficient water for all the appropriators who have acquired titles, whereupon the later settlers who have recorded their appropriations claim the water, while those who diverted water before the passage of the last law claim the right to it, though unrecorded, and as a consequence the case is carried to the courts, often with unjust and always with expensive results. During the past exceptionally dry season, these conditions led to much bitter litigation, often to bloodshed, and equally often to financial ruin owing to the supply of water being insufficient to mature the crops planted. Water being very abundant in the smaller mountain valleys has led to great wastefulness in its use. The irrigator, after applying what water his crops needed, instead of turning it back into the stream for the use of settlers lower down, generally turns his ditch loose on the open prairie and allows the water to run to waste. Then wasteful methods of applying the water to the crops are employed, and owing to the cheap and hasty construction of a vast number of small ditches, the loss by seepage is very great. It has been estimated that there is on an average a ditch for every 200 acres of land cultivated, making a total of about 2,500 irrigating ditches in the state. In the last 2 years, there has been a marked increase in the interest taken in irrigation enterprises, and though this has resulted in the formation of several large companies which intend to take water by long and expensive canals to sections now uncultivated, yet in these cases are universally seen the same crude methods employed in first beginnings, without the aid and advice of experienced engineers. Large canals are being constructed at great cost, capable of carrying many times the amount of water flowing in the stream appropriated, whereas a much smaller and less expensive one would have carried the entire water supply. Again, small canals have been constructed to carry small volumes of water very long distances, often 50 to 80 miles, while in reality, owing to the great percentage of loss by seepage and evaporation, little or none of the water entering at the head gates will ever reach the irrigable lands. Such illy advised projects are to be even more deplored than the smaller operations before spoken of, since the certain ultimate failure of this class of enterprise will result in discouraging capitalists from investing in even well-planned irrigation projects and will retard the construction of valuable and necessary works. Possible irrigation enterprises. During the past season, the author made an extensive though hurried reconnaissance of Montana, in the progress of which he rode on horseback 2,200 miles and traveled 3,700 miles by rail, examining with some degree of detail all of the central counties and making a few hasty trips into Choteau, Dawson, and Custer counties. In the course of this reconnaissance, the sites for 60 storage reservoirs, having a combined storage capacity of about 3,250,000 acre-feet, were carefully examined and lines of 10 great irrigating canals approximately decided on. It may be well to state here that an acre-foot of water is a very convenient unit of measure adopted by the U.S. Geological Survey in speaking of the contents of large reservoirs, and refers to a body of water 1 acre in superficial area and 1 foot in depth. In every case, these proposed reservoirs are so situated that their storage water will be convenient to large bodies of irrigable land, which, without some such provision for water supply, must forever remain uncultivated, but which, with irrigation from these reservoirs, will ultimately become thickly inhabited and very productive regions. The same statements apply to the canals projected, though of course detailed surveys may prove the impracticability of some of these works as financial investments. Mention will be made of a few of the more important of these projects, those which appear most likely to prove financial successes. North of the Yellowstone, and between it and the Musselshell and Missouri rivers, is an immense high benchland, traversed by a few long coulees, dry excepting in the times of melting snow or heavy spring storms, and then raging torrents for a period of a few days or hours. This benchland between the coulees is flat-topped and has a regular and gentle slope to the eastward, falling about 6 feet per mile, a little more rapidly north of Big Timber, and decreasing in grade to the eastward. The general elevation of this bench above the Yellowstone River varies from 600 feet north of Stillwater to 300 feet north of Miles City, and includes about 11 million acres, of which at least 5,225,000 acres are of the best quality for agricultural purposes and readily accessible by the Great Canal. In all this vast area, there is not even sufficient water for the few horses and cattle which range on it, and they are compelled to congregate near the occasional pools and springs scattered at long intervals over it. From numerous examinations made hastily with aneroid and hand level, it seems likely that a great canal can be taken from the Yellowstone somewhere in the neighborhood of Livingston or lower down the river, and led upon the summit of the bench with a diversion line not over 100 miles in length. Taken out at Livingston, the canal would encounter no difficult construction and would chiefly consist in earth excavation with very little rock work. It would require a few fills and flumes in crossing the larger side streams, such as the Little and Big Timber, Otter, and Sweet Grass creeks. It would reach the summit somewhere north of Merrill at an altitude of about 4,400 feet, and thence could be conducted with an easy alignment eastward, with occasional falls to lose grade. The water flowing in the Yellowstone River at Livingston during the irrigating season this year averaged 2,300 cubic feet per second, which, with an allowance of 30% for loss by seepage and evaporation in the canal, would leave about 1,600 second feet at the point of utilization, or sufficient to irrigate 160,000 acres. The average normal discharge from Yellowstone Lake is 700 second feet, and the dam about 300 feet long and less than 10 feet high, constructed below the outlet of the lake, would store the outflow from October to May inclusive, 8 months, a total including flood discharges of at least 600,000 acre-feet, an amount which, allowing for loss by evaporation in the lake and by seepage and evaporation in the canal, would irrigate 425,000 acres, in addition to the 160,000 acres previously mentioned. Besides this volume, probably half as much more can be readily stored on the Lamar and Gardner rivers and the other branches of the Yellowstone which join it above Livingston, bringing the total area of reclaimed land to nearly 1 million acres. There are many similar and even better opportunities for irrigation development, such as the construction of a canal from the West Gallatin River near Bozeman. This canal would require no expensive diversion line, as its waters would become immediately available at the headworks, and by appropriating the 500 second feet of water flowing in the river, would reclaim at a minimum cost 50,000 acres, or twice the amount of land now cultivated there. Storage on the upper Gallatin River would greatly increase the amount of reclaimed land. Storage reservoirs can be easily constructed on the headwaters of the Beaver Head River, whereby at least 150,000 acres could be added to the 25,000 acres now under cultivation in the Beaver Head Valley near Dillon. A canal requiring no diversion line can be taken out on the east side of the Missouri River near Toston, which will irrigate all of the good land in the Missouri Valley, at least 100,000 acres. This canal would require some fills and aqueducts in crossing the various side streams such as Deep and Duck Creeks and Confederate Gulch. Detailed surveys have been made during the past summer on the Sun River, which indicate that storage will add some 250,000 acre-feet to the amount of water in that stream now available for irrigation. There are at least 600,000 acres of good agricultural land between the Dearborn, Sun, and Teton rivers, which must forever remain barren of cultivated products unless provided with water by means of storage on these streams, and the surveys above alluded to indicate that by this means 160,000 acres of this land can be reclaimed by the Sun River alone. Mention might be made to many more similar projects, such as the construction of a simple canal from the Missouri River to irrigate Chestnut Valley, south of Great Falls, whereby 120,000 acres would be reclaimed, or one from the Upper Madison River, whereby 230,000 acres of the Madison Valley might receive water. But the foregoing will suffice to show the possibilities of irrigation development in Montana. It would be doing the resources of a great and vast area of Montana injustice if reference were not made to the Milk River country, the great Indian reservation of 17,680,000 acres in the northern part of the state, which has recently been opened to settlement. This region has not been examined by the author, but from conversations with a number of its well-informed inhabitants, it appeared that the soil is very fertile, and that during average moist years excellent crops can be raised there without irrigation. This last statement, however, should not be too readily accepted. It is probable that some storage water may be retained in the hills along the British line, though its development will doubtless involve international questions. A glance at the future. This interesting subject cannot be passed by without a little castle building, and accordingly an attempt will be made to show what the future of Montana may owe to irrigation. It has just been shown how and where 1,750,000 acres may be added to the area at present under cultivation. Many times this amount, however, can be reclaimed. Settled as closely as a large irrigated district would naturally be, this 1,750,000 acres will be increased by about 15%, or 262,500 acres, the area which will be occupied by roads, buildings, and towns. That is to say, over 2 million acres will be rendered capable of sustaining the highest degree of settlement, though in reality this amount will be much greater, since a large portion of the land will not be directly irrigated, since it will indirectly receive sufficient moisture from the neighboring fields to render it serviceable for pasturage. It has been claimed by various authorities that a homestead of 40 acres is abundant for the support of a family. Assuming this estimate to be correct, then 2 million acres will support 50,000 families. At 5 persons each, this would give a farm population of 250,000. This number of farm workers would require a town and village population of 1 1/2 more, or our 2 million acres would add in all 375,000 people to the state. On the same basis, the 18 million acres which have been classified as irrigable land, and this estimate is below that of the Montana Society of Civil Engineers and other authorities, would support 3,120,000 inhabitants. End of section 6.
Section 7 of National Geographic Magazine, Volume 2, Numbers 3 to 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in November 2013. Korea and the Koreans by J.B. Bernadou. Abstract of lecture with the addition of some new material. The Koreans are to be noted among nations for the possession of two very different vehicles for the expression of thought, which they put to nearly parallel uses for general needs of communication. A simple and very perfect alphabet, and a complex system of hieroglyphics. The alphabet they owe to the Buddhist priests, missionaries who took the idea of letters from their sacred books and developed the Korean symbols for the writing of tracts and prayers. The hieroglyphics came from the mother country and civilizer, China. The needs of a simpler mode of writing for the intelligent, non-literary classes of Japan had led in that country to a similar development, but there progress stopped at the syllabary and the alphabetic stage was not reached. Until within the past few years, the development of accurate maps and charts of Korea has been retarded, partly from a lack of reliable information concerning Korean proper names and partly from the absence of systematic surveys of the coast. Very recently, however, the difficulties of map making have been considerably lessened through the efforts of students of the Korean language, who have developed exact systems of transliteration, by the application of which the sounds of Korean proper names may be correctly expressed in our own letters. At the present day it would seem possible, therefore, to fix, by common consent, upon a general systematic orthography for Korean proper names, to be used upon the charts prepared by all those nations employing Roman letters, and this without serious danger of clashing with previously developed national systems or having to undo much work done by others. The system of transliteration developed by Mr. E. M. Sato of the British Diplomatic Service, which has been put to practical use by that gentleman in his work entitled List of Korean Geographical Names, would seem well adapted to meet future needs. It gives a simple series of equivalents for Korean sounds and is remarkably free from diacritical marks. Mr. Satov's system has recently been employed by English and German authors, while efforts to extend its application would seem to have met thus far with no opposition. The French system of transliteration, which antedates the one above referred to, was developed by the French Roman Catholic missionaries in Korea, and has been employed by them in their admirable works the Grammaire coréenne and the Dictionnaire coréen, by far the most important yet prepared upon the language, and the first given to the outer world. The missionaries aimed at reproducing native speech, and to this end faithfully copied symbols representing shades of sound that are not to be appreciated by the foreign ear, and which in fact are often neglected in conversation by the Koreans of the present day, for the onmun, or native alphabet, has long since lost its purely phonetic character. The simplicity of the French system is marred, therefore, by the use of a multiplicity of letters, which, appearing in the form of aggregations of consonants or of vowels, are more apt to mislead than to guide. Inasmuch as the proper names upon native maps, which are invariably written in the Chinese, may be correctly rendered into English, whereas attempts at the systematic transliteration of Chinese characters have generally failed, it may be well to allude to the points of difference in the two cases. The possibility of the transliteration of Korean depends upon the following. 1. That the Korean pronunciation of Chinese characters is independent of the pitch of the voice or tone. 2. That the native alphabet is especially constructed with a view to the easy reproduction of the Korean pronunciation of the same. 3. That the Korean pronunciation of these characters is quite uniform throughout the whole extent of the country. 4. That the Korean equivalents may be readily transliterated into English. All that is necessary, therefore, in fixing a geographic name is to have it written correctly in Chinese and in the onmun. From the latter, the English equivalent may be readily obtained. The need of the Chinese form arises from the fact that but few of the natives spell correctly, while many of them write Chinese well, so that it becomes necessary to refer both writings to some authority by whom the native spelling may be verified. Widespread as is the use of the Chinese nomenclature, it is none the less evident that the system is an artificial one, and that its employment must end somewhere. In those parts of the country that are the least explored, and where the educational facilities are wanting, in the mountain fastnesses of the north and among the many islands of the Yellow Sea, important geographic names occur that possess no Chinese equivalents, native words capable of being written only in the onmun, and which derive their origin from local peculiarities. To ascertain these correctly, the services of an educated Korean are required, and it may be added here that no surveying party on the Korean coast should be without the services of a native guide capable of speaking a few words of English. Such a man may be picked up at an open port. He would be useful in many ways, in preventing the destruction of signals from superstitious motives by the natives, in ascertaining from fishermen the existence of dangers in the intricate coast waters, in making the position of towns and villages not to be seen from their sea approaches, and in securing supplies of fresh provisions. The preliminary study of the geography of an eastern country necessitates the comparative examination of data gathered from widely different sources, the early partial surveys of the coasts by mariners, and the rough maps made by the natives themselves. Inasmuch as large sections of the Korean coasts are as yet hardly examined, and since it is only within the last few years that foreigners have been allowed to penetrate into the interior, it follows that no accurate map of the land exists. In selecting bases for future developments, it becomes necessary, therefore, to examine the various approximate representations and to determine which of them is best adapted to aid the work in hand. Many writers upon Korea seem prone to attribute the mapping of the country to the result of explorations and observations made by foreigners. I believe this assumption to be erroneous, and think it can be readily proven that, although the Koreans may have known practically nothing of the outside world up to the time of the treaties some 20 years ago, they had, nevertheless, long before this formed an excellent idea of the configuration of their own country. The first important work accomplished by outsiders was the survey of the common boundary of Korea and China by the Jesuits, acting under the orders of the Chinese Emperor Kangxi in the year 1709. Severity of climate and roughness of country prevented the party from making more than a preliminary examination of the districts that they passed through, but a few fair determinations of latitude and approximations to longitude were obtained, and the general direction of the boundary determined. With the aid of these data, supplemented by information from native sources, a map was constructed, in which the Korean peninsula was connected with the general system of the world's coordinates, and proper names were given in our own alphabetic characters. This map, which forms the basis of most of the representations of Korea in use at the present day, shows its origin in the transliteration of proper names in accordance with the Mandarin Chinese, and not the Korean pronunciation of the Chinese characters employed to represent them. The information from Korean sources which the missionaries must have utilized in completing their work was doubtless attained by them in the form of native maps. Of these there are several good ones in use at the present day, two of which would seem especially worthy of notice. 1. The large map of 20 sheets dividing the peninsula into sections by parallel lines drawn from east to west, and 2. A map giving the country in 8 sheets by provinces. The key to the latter, showing the entire kingdom, as well as one of the expanded sheets showing the Gyeongsang province in the southeast and the Nakdong River, the most important stream of the land, are appended to this paper, and will serve to indicate the progress independently attained by the Koreans in the art of map making. These plates have been reproduced from a copy of an original now in the possession of Monsignore G.J. Blanc, the French missionary bishop of Korea, to whom it served as an accurate guide at the time of his perilous entry into the country 15 years ago, during a period of severe persecutions. The preface of the Korean geographer, which is written in Chinese upon one of the sheets, is of interest, as it illustrates the object of the work, enumerates the classes of data utilized, and alludes to difficulties contended with. I therefore quote it here. Quote, "The geographies of my country are quite numerous, but all maps are influenced to a certain extent by the limit of the paper employed in their construction, and so distances are very incorrectly given. Thus 10 or more ri, Korean unit of distance, about 2/5 of a mile, are sometimes represented as 2 or 300 ri, while sometimes 2 or 300 ri are represented as 2 or 3. The bearings given are also incorrect. Such a map suffers great disadvantage to people who attempt to learn about their country. Therefore, I have taken all care in constructing this one, both as to direction and distances of places, as well as to the situations of mountains and rivers. For distances, I have made a scale in which 100 ri are taken as 1 ja, Korean foot, and 10 ri as 1 poun, Korean inch, 10 to the foot. I have laid off distances in all directions from the capital so that the general shape and position of the 8 provinces are correctly represented. The islands, however, are only placed in direction with reference to the provinces to which they belong, without regard to actual distances. Where mountain ranges and rivers are represented as boundaries, they are necessarily repeated upon the sheets of adjoining provinces. In the measurement of distances, 1 ja represents 100 ri in level places, and from 120 to 130 ri where the mountains are high. End quote. The assumption that the unit of scale represents an increased distance in mountainous regions is a peculiarity of Chinese as well as of Korean maps. Travelers who employ either are obliged in estimating days' journeys to consider the character of the country ahead before applying the unit of measurement. An examination of the various conventional features of Plate 1 and 2 will afford much information concerning the official subdivision of the country for governmental purposes, and will serve to indicate the facilities of communication that exist in a country where there are no railroads, and where almost every important route extends in a direction normal to that of the flow of the greater number of rivers. The 8 provinces of the kingdom are exhibited upon Plate 1 as groups of towns, each group being displayed upon the original in a different color, all of which, as shades of various intensities, are fairly well reproduced upon the photolithographs. Each town is denoted by a circle of very exaggerated dimensions, large enough to allow its name to be written in Chinese characters in the enclosed area. The apparent multiplicity of characters upon the present map is due to the fact that all names are given in the native Onmun as well as in Chinese. The employment of the former is unusual, and in the present case was resorted to at my own instance, in order to render the map more generally useful to foreigners. Each town is the seat of government of an officer who is subordinate to a provincial governor. The strength of any portion of Korea may therefore be reckoned in the native way as so many cities, by the word city being understood both the seat of government and the adjacent lands over which the governor holds sway. The walled towns, which are quite uniform in type throughout the whole extent of the country, deserve special mention. They are represented on the map as circles with serrated edges, and a glance at the provincial sheets will show that they are quite numerous, each province possessing from 6 to 20 of them. The number is greatest along the coast of the Yellow Sea and to the southward, facing Japan. As secondary fortifications may be mentioned the sansong, or mountain walls as they are called, built at the least accessible points of the interior ranges, generally in proximity to some thickly settled district. The more ancient are relics of the feudal period, when Korea was governed by petty princes, each with his castle upon a rock. The more modern, witnesses of the Japanese invasion of 200 years ago, when they were either pillaged by the enemy or else held by the people as places of refuge. A number of the sansong are marked upon the present map, those of lesser importance are omitted. Not the least curious among Korean institutions is the system of communication maintained at the present time. At the yok, or post stations, represented on the map by diminutive circles, are kept numbers of the small active native horses, well fed and in good condition, attended by staffs of native couriers who are ready to receive orders from the station master and spring into saddle upon a moment's notice. The service is well patronized and the couriers frequently employed, partly at the instance of the government, who desire to promote the efficiency of the system, and partly owing to the general accumulation of private needs of various kinds. A letter or parcel is thus rapidly transmitted from relay to relay, moving onward by day and night, except in certain mountainous districts of the north where the fear of the tiger prevents night travel. Supplies of fruit and game for the royal table are forwarded in this manner to the capital from the most distant parts of the kingdom. The Ponghwa, or signal fire stations, are indicated upon the map by small squares placed at the summit of the mountains. They are especially numerous in the coast districts, where their sites are chosen with great care, in such manner that the fires that are lighted at each station at nightfall may be observed at some advanced point of the interior, whence a single fire may be again flashed on to form a member of a more extended group. And so the lights proceed, recollected and re-forwarded until the final combinations are gathered into a final group at the capital, to show that all is well throughout the kingdom. The faint network of lines extending over the whole country, as shown in the map of the southeastern province, represents the chief public highways, upon the determination of whose length and relative bearing the development of the map is based. In general, roads in Korea are well maintained and during the greater part of the year are in fair condition. It would be found impossible to take a wheeled vehicle of any kind over them, however. For such use they are not intended, travel in Korea being performed afoot or with the aid of horse or sedan. During the summer rains the streams rise rapidly, the waters pour down from the mountains, each rivulet becomes a torrent and the bridges are swept away. When the floods subside, the local authorities compel the peasants to turn out in force and make the necessary repairs. Delays of travel are thus reduced to a minimum. Korea is preeminently a mountainous country. With the exception of the alluvial plains at the mouths of the rivers, low ranges of mountains with narrow intervening valleys are found everywhere and are characteristic. The main chain, forming the backbone of the peninsula, is not clearly defined, as it is formed principally by the overlappings and intersections of minor chains, so that it is quite irregular as to direction, but a glance at the sources of the rivers, considered with reference to the intervening line of watersheds, shows that it springs from the mountains of Siberia at the north, follows for some distance the line of the eastern coast, and then strikes inland, trending to the southward and westward until it reaches the shores of the Yellow Sea. The loftiest ranges, therefore, are in the northern and eastern provinces. At the center of the northern boundary is Paiktusan, the white-headed mountain, in whose slopes rise the Yalu, Tuman, and Songari rivers, the two former defining the western and eastern sections of the frontier, the latter a tributary of the Amur, an important stream of southern Siberia. According to Messrs. James Younghusband and Fulford of the British Indian and Consular Services, who visited it in May 1886, Paiktusan is, quote, a recently extinct volcano with a lovely pellucid lake filling the bottom of the crater, surmounted by a serrated edge of peaks rising about 650 feet above the surface of the water. The height of the loftiest of these was found to be about 7,525 feet above the level of the sea. End quote. Besides the rivers of the frontier are others of the interior that deserve a passing mention. The mountainous nature of the country, as well as its proximity to the sea, implies the existence of numerous secondary watercourses, but these as a rule are insignificant in size and so shallow as to permit of navigation only throughout limited portions of their extent. Among the larger streams that lie wholly within the country is the Taedong, flowing through Pyeonggan-do, the northwestern province, rising in the central ranges of the peninsula and flowing into the Yellow Sea. During the greater part of the year it is navigable as far as the city of Pyongyang for native craft of the largest size. In midsummer its waters rise rapidly during a short rainy season, then quickly subside, the river resuming its former limits. To this sudden shoaling may be attributed the loss of the schooner Sherman, captured by the Koreans in 1871, the vessel going aground without warning at a place where a few hours before abundant water had been found. The Han, the river of the capital, lies about 100 miles to the southward of the Taidong and flows westwardly in a nearly parallel direction thereto, from the central ranges of the peninsula into the Yellow Sea. Its many branches join in a common estuary near the center of the Yellow Sea coast, and their collective drainage area comprises a large portion of central Korea. Still farther to the southward is the Keum, traversing a fertile rice-growing country, while at the extreme south is the Nakdong. The latter is one of the most important streams of Korea, and the facilities that it affords for communication and interchange have done much towards rendering the district through which it flows one of the most fertile and prosperous of the land. The coasts of Korea are forbidding to the mariner and seem well adapted for the preservation of the seclusion that has been so long the national policy to maintain. On the east, facing Japan, unbroken lines of steep hills, void of harbors, bend abruptly into the deep waters of the Japan Sea. To the westward, countless outlying islands extend seaward many miles, literally interspersed with rocks and shoals, between which eddy swift streams of tidewater. The terrors of the maelstrom would find their counterpart in many a Korean whirlpool, which, forming in the vicinity of some submerged ledge, will cause a large vessel to heel suddenly well over, and will swing her many points of her course in a way to make the stoutest-hearted captain tremble for the safety of his charge. The climate of Korea exhibits wide ranges of temperatures and hygroscopic conditions. In the northeast province Hamgyong-do, the winter is as rigorous as that of Nova Scotia. At the extreme south, on the island of Kelpart, it somewhat resembles that of Louisiana. The warmth of Kelpart is due to the proximity of the Kurasiwo, or Black Stream of Japan, the Gulf Stream of the Pacific, part of which is here turned into a cul-de-sac from which it escapes with difficulty. One result of this is the creation of a stormy region near the island, where the mariner may at all times look for a hard blow. A characteristic feature of Yellow Sea coasts are the Changma, or midsummer rains, which set in with fair regularity in July and during their month's duration resemble in phenomena and general effects the periodic rains of the tropics. The winters, in all but the southern parts of the country, are long and severe, and set in with great suddenness. As an illusion of the rapidity of this change, I remember that on one occasion I was ferried across the Han River near the capital, at a time when the only indication of cold weather was a film of ice along the river banks, and that within 48 hours afterwards I rode back across the river ice on horseback, over the line of the former ferry. Careful meteorologic records have now been kept at the open ports for more than 5 years. At Chemulpo on the Yellow Sea, the seaport of the capital Seoul, at Fusan to the north, and at Gensan to the northeast. Stations are needed on the Yellow Sea coast farther to the northward, at the extreme northeast, at points in the interior, and especially on the island of Jeju or Kelpart, whose weather reports may someday prove as valuable to the Japanese as those from Bermuda would now be to the navigator of the western waters of the Atlantic. All the above-mentioned places are easily accessible and doubtless soon will receive attention. In fact, to the navigator of these regions, this island of Kelpart is almost of the importance that Hatteras is to the navigator of our own coast. As an important factor of Korea's future prosperity, and one that will enter largely into the determination of her future position among the nations of the East, may be mentioned her mineral resources. These yet remain in an almost undeveloped condition. The most easily accessible deposits and outcroppings, which are worked by the natives in primitive ways, afford evidence of an abundant and varied supply of the useful ores and minerals widely distributed throughout the whole extent of the land. Many localities, moreover, are well known to the people for their especial products. Thus, the Pyongyang province, in the northwest, facing China, possesses abundant deposits of coal, iron, and lime. Samples of this coal, which is but little used by the people, were collected several years ago from 12 different localities, and I remember that some of the Pyongyang gatherings were tested on board of the U.S.S. Alert, but were found to have suffered so greatly from exposure to the weather as to be comparatively valueless, even for experimental purposes. Limestone is common in this district, and in the town of Pyongyang I have noticed the use of caustic lime in the streets as a disinfectant. The iron produced at Yongpyeon, 50 miles to the northward of this city, which is reduced in the native way with charcoal, is remarkable for its malleability and purity. Inasmuch as all these deposits are of very great extent and lie near the seacoast, and in proximity to waters easily navigable by larger craft, it may be assumed as probable that the time will soon arrive when the iron of Korea will largely supply the shipyards and machine shops of northern China. Silver is found in at least 4 localities. Copper is worked in paying quantities in 2. Galena is widely distributed, and a zinc blende has been found near the capital. Sulfur is said to occur in Gyeongsang-do. No ore of mercury is known to the Koreans, who import their supplies of the metal and its preparations from China. At the time of the opening of Korea by treaty, 1870–80, an impression seems to have prevailed quite generally that the country was extremely rich in gold, that great quantities of the precious metals were soon to be exported, or that mines of great richness would be found and worked. The years that have elapsed since this date have partly served to prove the fallacy of these assumptions, yet the doubt is not yet fully removed. Gold is now known to occur in many places in moderate quantities. In alluvial deposits, from which it may be washed by simple mechanical process, and in quartz veins, from which it is extracted in small quantities by crude and laborious methods of rock pulverizing and washing. A small constant demand for the metal has always existed, for jewelry and gilding, the latter quite a common decorative process, which up to the present seems to have required the use of pure gold even for the crudest applications. The mines remain for the greater part unworked, however, for 3 reasons. 1. The native dislike for altering the geomantic conditions of any locality by digging holes in the ground. 2. The laws forbidding the search for the metal, for gold mining in Korea is a government monopoly. 3. The inability of the peasants to find a market for the gold that they surreptitiously work. There has always existed a chance of disposing of it by crossing the border into China, and there has probably long been a small steady export in this way, and a port has been opened near the capital where reside Chinese and Japanese merchants who must find a way of converting the Korean copper cash into some medium of exchange easily negotiable abroad, and who for this purpose have been known to purchase gold from the Koreans at a considerable premium. I have examined a number of specimens of Korean gold which had been brought to Chemulpo and had passed into the hands of foreign merchants there. In several cases I found small pieces of quartz clinging to flat laminated grains of the metal of considerable size. In answer to inquiries that I made from time to time during a residence of more than a year in Korea, I was told by the Koreans of a number of localities where gold was supposed to be abundant. I have endeavored to show these collectively upon a small map, Figure 3, giving the Korean names of the towns and districts with their English equivalents, and the names of the provinces of the kingdom in which the places are situated. I was told repeatedly that the metal was most plentiful at Tanchon, in the Hamgyong province. Concerning this locality, our Korean geographer says, quote, "At Ma-un, west of Tanchon, much gold is found. The mountains there are lofty and precipitous." End quote. End of section 7.
Section 8 of National Geographic Magazine, Volume 2, Numbers 3 to 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Number 4. The Ordnance Survey of Great Britain, Its History and Object, Part 1, by Josiah Pierce, Jr., 1861 to 1902. Heading 1. The Institution of National Surveys. The earliest surveys were not laid down as maps, but consisted of catalogues of property which are called terriers. Of these the Domesday Book is the earliest extant. Had the art of surveying been properly understood at the time of the Norman Conquest, there would probably have been a Saxon cadaster, along with the Domesday Book, which was ordered by William the Conqueror in the year 1085. After this had the king a very large meeting and a very deep consultation with his council about this land, how it was occupied, and by what sort of men. Then sent he his men all over England into each shire, commissioning them to find out how many hundreds of hides were in the shire, what land the king himself had, and what stock upon the land, or what dues he ought to have by the year from the shire. Also he commissioned them to record in writing how much land his archbishops had, and his diocesan bishops, and his abbots, and his earls, and though I may be prolix and tedious, what and how much each man had, who was the occupier of land in England, either in money or in stock, and how much money it was worth. So very narrowly indeed did he commission them to trace it out, that there was not a single hide, nor a yard of land being the fourth part of an acre. Nay, moreover, it is shameful to tell, though he thought it no shame to do it, not even an ox, a cow, or a swine was there left that was not set down in his writ, and all the recorded particulars were afterwards brought to him. Taken from the Saxon Chronicle by Ingram. The publication of the Domesday Book was ordered first by George III in 1767, and completed in 1783. After the discovery of the art of photozincography, it was reproduced in facsimile in 1864-65 under the direction of Lieutenant General Sir Henry James, then Director of the Ordnance Survey. Little change in the art of mensuration or surveying seems to have been made until the early part of the 17th century, when simple boundary line maps accompanied the terriers of the surveys made in Ireland in 1634 by order of Lord Stafford, then Viceroy. Great improvements were introduced about that time in Sweden by Gustavus Adolphus, which must have become known to Cromwell, for in 1654 the Down Survey, as it was called, comprised maps of the townlands and baronies over 2/3 of the surface of Ireland, that is, comprehending about 20 million of English acres. It may not be uninteresting or irrelevant to bestow a few remarks upon the development and methods of surveying in the 17th century, many of which have descended with little modification to the present day. When man first conceived the idea of owning real property, the art of geometry or surveying became a necessity. Interest in other worlds than our own, and the measurement of time, led to the development of the science of astronomy and of graduated instruments for measuring angles. Many of the most refined modern instruments are but slight modifications of original Arabian models, and the practice of linear surveying, or the subdivision of land into triangles and geometrical figures whose area could be computed, has been carried on without modification for centuries. The greatest development took place after the introduction of artillery in the methods and instruments used for trigonometrical surveying or range finding. Every principle which is today known and applied in the construction and use of modern trigonometrical surveying instruments can be traced in a modified form to the construction and application of the instruments of the 16th and 17th centuries. In the practice of artillery, the first important question is the distance or range of the enemy. As in war, it was clearly impossible to obtain the same by direct linear measurement. Instruments were devised for measuring the range trigonometrically, all based on the calculation of a single triangle, the base and two angles of which could be measured. These instruments were simply modified to the extent of furnishing, in the instrument itself, a constant base or angle, so that only one or at most two measurements were necessary. The one instrument that has received the greatest development in the modern type is the quadrant, a simple graduated arc from whose center was suspended a plumb line, or which carried a movable arm with raised sights for measuring horizontal or inclined angles. This arm has retained the name al-hidada, derived from the Arabic. Such was the trigonometrical instrument used by the earliest navigators and astronomers for determining latitudes, and by surveyors and artillerists for finding ranges. In the latter part of the 16th century, Thomas Digges, surveyor and author, conceived the idea of combining two such graduated arcs in one instrument, the one placed horizontally and the other in a vertical plane, the whole supported on a rigid stand or tripod, and he called the same his theodolitus, which is said by De Morgan to have been the origin of the name of the modern instrument. In the earliest books in the practice of artillery and of surveying, the crescent of the dreaded Moor appears in the woodcuts illustrating range finding or trigonometrical surveying, generally floating over the tower of some captured castle or town, which it is desired to bombard. This clearly demonstrated that the chief use of trigonometrical instruments was for military purposes. Among the instruments of surveying of this period, which became practically obsolete in England in the present century, but which is most widely used elsewhere, is the plane table, unquestionably one of the earliest instruments invented for measuring or recording angles. At the period 1570, when the Germans claimed that it was invented by Pretorius, a professor of the University of Nuremberg, it was unquestionably in use in England, and it is mentioned by Thomas Digges in his Pantometria, published in 1590, as a platting instrument for such as are ignorant of arithmetical calculations. On the relative merits of the theodolite and plane table, authorities still differ. Throughout Europe, great activity in the development of the practical applications of geometry soon followed, the exchange of ideas brought about by the introduction of printing. Side by side with the important geographical discoveries of the age came the minor improvements in scientific instruments, which rendered national surveys and geodetic operations possible at a later period. With trifling modifications, the instruments devised by Durer, Newton, and Galileo are in common use today. Gradual improvements can be traced in the application of surveying to military and civil purposes, to mapping the campaigns of Louis XIV and Marlborough, and laying down the forfeited estates in Ireland by William III, until in 1729 the first national survey on a large scale for public and private purposes was commenced in Savoy and Piedmont by Victor Amadei II, whereon 9 years were occupied. The method of large surveys obtained the name of cadastre, or terrier map. It was suggested for France in 1763, but was only commenced in that country in 1793. The exact derivation and meaning of the French term cadastre are not free from dispute. Some authorities refer it to the verb cadre, to square or correspond with all objects on a large scale, plan or cadastre being shown in their true position and proportions, whereas in a mere topographical map similar accuracy is impossible, and certain features must need be exaggerated for the sake of distinctness. The Dictionnaire des Dictionnaires, on the other hand, derives cadastre, formerly capdastre, from the medieval Latin word capitastrum, from caput, or head, because formerly people were taxed and afterwards property, and defines it as a public register containing the quantity and value of landed property, names of owners, etc., and which serves for the assessment of the tax on property in proportion to its revenue. In the Recueil des lois et instructions sur la contribution directe, the cadastre is defined as a plan from which the area of land may be computed, and from which its revenue may be valued. This, there is no doubt, is the sense in which the word is used on the continent, while in England it is taken as denoting generally a survey on a large scale. It was not until long after the organisation of the Ordnance Survey that it became a cadastral survey. Its organisation at first was distinctly for military purposes, and the extension of its operations to cover all national needs only attained after years of discussion and struggle for existence. The credit of originating and carrying into execution the first tangible project for a systematic topographical survey of part of the kingdom is divided between two engineer officers, both at the time holding distinguished positions on the staff of the British Army. The idea would seem to have followed close upon the sanguinary termination at Culloden of the '45 rebellion, by which the fate of the House of Stuart was decided, in the reign of George II. It was doubtless the outcome of that unhappy rising, for it contemplated a general map of the Scottish Highlands, precisely those parts of the country in which the heart and soul of the insurrectionary movement had all along centred. The difficulties of moving troops through these wild mountain districts, and without any clear knowledge of the passes connecting the glens and fastnesses, or of the correct distances intervening, would have been enormously lessened by the possession of good maps. The survey of this wild and inaccessible region was undertaken in 1747 by Lieutenant General Watson, an engineer ably assisted by William Roy, who afterwards played a distinguished part in the earlier geodetic work of the Ordnance Survey. The map, at first intended to be confined to the highlands only, was at last extended to the lowlands, and thus made general in what related to the mainland of Scotland, the islands, except some lesser ones near the coast, not having been surveyed. It is spoken of by Lieutenant Colonel White in his excellent book on the Ordnance Survey as a piece of work which appears to have been excellently carried out as far as it went, qualified by the remark of Roy that owing to the comparative inferiority of the instruments used and the inadequacy of the annual grants provided for the survey, it is rather to be considered as a magnificent military sketch than a very accurate map of the country. The survey of Scotland was interrupted by the breaking out in 1755 of another of England's intermittent wars with France, that which gained her Canada, and the work was never completed. On the conclusion of the peace of 1763, writes General Roy, it came for the first time under the consideration of government to make a general survey of the whole island at the public cost. But, for reasons not assigned, the 12 years' interval of peace before the outbreak in 1775 of the American War of Independence was allowed to pass away without anything being done. There the matter remained in abeyance until, after renewed hostilities with France and Spain, peace was negotiated in 1783. The trigonometrical survey of Great Britain may be said to have begun 106 years ago. Astronomers of that day were desirous that the difference of longitude between the Greenwich and Paris observatories should be ascertained by trigonometrical measurement, and under the auspices of the King and of the Royal Society, General Roy of the Royal Engineers, in April 1784, began the task by the measurement of a base line on Hounslow Heath, which was to serve as the starting point of a series of triangles to be extended to Dover and across the Channel. This work was carried out, a connection with the French triangulation being established in 1786. Soon after this, the government decided on having a general survey made of the entire kingdom, on the scale of 1 inch to 1 mile, for military purposes, and General Roy's triangulation in the southeastern counties became the basis of the great triangulation which was gradually extended over the whole of the British Isles and finished in 1853. The 1 inch survey was carried northward through England and Wales under the successive superintendence of artillery and engineer officers, and by 1824 had reached the southern borders of Yorkshire and Lincolnshire. At this time it became necessary that a survey of Ireland should be made on a large scale as a basis for general land valuation. On the recommendation of Colonel Colby, then director, the scale of 6 inches to 1 mile was agreed upon, the work in England was suspended, and the force transferred to Ireland. It appears from a report of Colonel Colby in 1840 that the purposes for which the English and Irish surveys were designed were gradually developed and not all originally known. The principal triangulation on which the survey of South Britain had been based was partly designed for astronomical purposes, and partly for a map on small scale. The detailed plans were commenced by officers of the Royal Engineers, partly for the purpose of practising them in military drawing, and partly for the purpose of making plans for the use of the Ordnance. The publication of some parts of this map on the scale of 1 inch to 1 mile created a desire among the public to possess better maps than had formerly existed. This led to the employment of civilian surveyors to advance the progress of the map, and it was found necessary at great additional expense to revise and correct these contract plans. The work did not possess the accuracy demanded by the Admiralty in forming the basis of their coast surveys for the Geological Survey or the Civil Engineers. As a military map, its publication during war was suspended, and its continuance became a matter of doubt in time of peace. At one time, the gentlemen of Lincolnshire and Rutlandshire proposed to the government to proceed with the map of their district out of its regular turn, upon condition of their becoming subscribers for a certain number of copies. These gentlemen partly wished for the map for their use in hunting, and partly for the improvement of the country in marking out the drainage of the fens. Prejudices existed which could be traced back to the Norman Conquest and Doomsday Survey, against the right of a surveyor to enter a private estate, and in the early contract plans for the English maps, the surveyors neglected the survey of the lesser streams to obviate the inconvenience of trespassing and to save themselves trouble. These were some of the causes of delay, expense, and insufficiency which had operated against the earlier surveys. The survey of Ireland began in 1825 under far more favourable circumstances than the Ordnance map of England and Wales. The triangulation commenced from a more accurate baseline than any preceding triangulation, and was designed to serve as a basis for any future survey in any scale, however large. The House of Commons passed an Act defining its principal object, prescribing a legal mode for ascertaining the boundaries which were to be surveyed, granting the surveyors power to enter lands for the purposes of the survey, and preventing the removal of the objects used. The earlier methods of military surveying were abandoned, and new instruments and a system were devised for its execution. It is important to note that the organisation of the Irish Survey marked an important epoch in the history of the Ordnance Survey, viz., its change from a topographic to a cadastral survey. In Ireland, subordinate to the parishes, there is an internal division of smaller denomination called townlands, which are very frequently, but not uniformly, conterminous with property. The townland was the lowest unit of taxation for country purposes, of an average size of 200 or 300 acres, and originally the map was to be simply a topographic map containing the boundaries of the townlands, the roads, the streams, and the houses, with a view to the valuation of Ireland for the county assessment. The 6-inch was considered to be the smallest scale that could be available for that purpose. There was no intention in the original Irish survey to insert the fields, but when the valuation began, it was found by the valuators that additional minuteness was necessary to enable them to subdivide the townlands into the qualities of lands of which they consisted, and more especially that the boundary between the cultivated and uncultivated portions ought to be inserted on the maps with great accuracy. This rendered necessary a very extensive revision, which was undertaken in 1830, and it became a survey by fields instead of townlands. This was clearly a wide and most important departure from the original intention of the 6-inch survey in Ireland, and it is not to be doubted that General Colby, who would not trust to paper measurements for the areas of entire townlands, would have adopted at the very outset, for his manuscript plans of these minute subdivisions, a scale much larger than that of 6 inches to 1 mile. The engraving of the 6-inch survey appears to have resulted from a demand for 6 copies of one sheet for valuation purposes, when it was found that it would be as cheap to engrave it as to make that number of copies. So valuable did the 6-inch map of Ireland prove for many purposes over and above that for which it had been originally designed, that in 1840, when the Irish survey was completed, and that of England resumed, the government gave their consent to the adoption of the same scale for the unsurveyed parts of Great Britain. By 1851, Yorkshire, Lancashire, the Isle of Lewis, and several counties in the south of Scotland were finished on the 6-inch scale. Then began that long controversy which has been well termed the Battle of the Scales, and which for 11 or 12 years retarded the progress of the survey, and led to a large waste of public money. During the time that the Ordnance surveyors were engaged in making their 6-inch map of Lancashire and Yorkshire, they were called upon and employed to make, at the expense of the landowners, 23 plans of parishes and townships on the scale of 26 2/3 inches to 1 mile for the tithe commutation. It was even found that the plan of London, made for the Metropolitan Commissioners of Sewers, on the scale of 60 inches or 5 feet to 1 mile, was inapplicable to house drainage within the area. Between 1851 and 1852, no fewer than 3 select committees and 1 royal commission deliberated on the scale for the survey, and 14 blue books were presented to Parliament. The main point of the controversy was whether the 6-inch or some larger scale was best fitted for the national map. A host of persons eminent in science were consulted on the subject, and a great diversity of opinion was found to exist. The weight of evidence, however, inclining by a majority of 4 to 1 to a scale of from 20 to 26 2/3 inches to a mile. In 1853, a statistical conference held at Brussels, and attended by 26 delegates from the chief states of Europe, considered the question of national maps or cadastres, and pronounced unanimously in favour of a scale of 1/2500 of nature equivalent to about 25 1/3 inches to a mile, recommending at the same time that the cadastre on this scale should be accompanied by a more general map on the scale of 1/10,000, equivalent to about 6 1/3 inches to a mile, and thus very nearly corresponding to the 6-inch scale of the Ordnance survey. The scale finally adopted of 1/2500, on which the whole of England has at last been surveyed, is one which corresponds with that adopted for the national maps and plans of the chief countries for Europe. Lastly, it possessed the incidental advantage that a square acre is to all practical intents represented on the plans by a square inch. Among the many public purposes which the national map was expected to subserve are the following: the valuation of property for the equitable adjustment of taxation and assessment, the sale and transfer of land and the registration of title, railway and other civil engineering work, such as the construction of roads and canals, large sanitary and drainage schemes, military engineering works, hydrographical, geological, and mineral surveys, the reclamation and improvement of wastelands and of land from the sea, transactions affecting land as between landlord and tenant, statistical surveys, the setting out and adjustment of parochial and other public boundaries, and so forth. It has been amply proved on the best evidence that a map with levels on a scale of something like 25 inches to 1 mile is the smallest which can properly fulfill all these requirements. In the organization and equipment of the Ordnance Survey, as it exists today, no pains are spared to secure the utmost precision and economy in its methods of field work and publication. After more than a century of development and the completion of the cadastral map, let it not be supposed that its mission is at an end, for it is proposed to make a complete revision of all the cadastral work at least once every 20 years. This is rendered necessary by the constant changes in property boundaries and the growth of population, which may be gathered from the fact that the city of London increases in population at the rate of about 50,000 a year, and that 80 or more miles of new streets are added in the same time. End of section 8. Recording by Steve Chilvers, Norwich, England. Section 9 of National Geographic Magazine, Volume 2, Numbers 3 to 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Number 4. The Ordnance Survey of Great Britain, Part 2. By Josiah Pierce, Jr., 1861 to 1902. The Ordnance Survey of Great Britain, as it exists today, is a remarkable publishing bureau, from whose presses are given the most elaborate and accurate series of maps which any country possesses. Maps not alone confined to the representation of the physical features of the country, but containing every detail of interest or value for civil or military purposes. It has justly gained the commendation of the French that it is a work without precedent and should be taken as a model by all civilized nations. The principal scales of publication adopted by the Ordnance Survey are: 1. A general map on the scale of 1 mile to 1 inch. 2. County plans on the scale of 6 inches to 1 mile. 3. Cadastral or parish plans for the whole country on the scale of 1/2500, or about 25 1/3 inches to 1 mile, on which 1 square inch on the plan represents an area of 1 acre. 4. For towns of over 4,000 inhabitants, a scale of 1/500 of actual length on the ground, or 10.56 feet to 1 mile. On the latter scale, the city of London, with its environs, could not be well shown on a sheet of paper less than 300 feet long by 200 wide. When the facts are taken into consideration that the Ordnance Survey is a cadastral one, in other words, that one of its many objects is the measurement and definition of all existing boundaries, political, municipal, parochial, or private, and a survey and valuation of property for assessments, that its maps are accepted in courts of law as authoritative on such questions, then the problem of the scales of publication is the most important one to be considered. As an illustration of the relation of the scale of a map to the amount of detail which can well be represented on it without confusion, assume for a moment that an observer is stationed in a balloon which can be raised or lowered or placed at any desired height above the ground, and in addition that he is provided with a horizontal screen on which he is able to trace the details of the landscape below. The eye of the observer well represents the lens of a camera, and the screen the focusing plate. Therefore, to produce a perfect image or map of the ground below, it will be necessary to assume that all parts are stationary, balloon, plate, and eye. For convenience, assume that the eye remains over the center of the screen at a distance of 2 feet. At a height of 4 miles above the ground, the scale of the image on the screen would be exactly 6 inches to 1 mile, or a reproduction of the popular county map, on which every detail of importance, such as houses, roads, paths, and fences, is shown, and the smallest scale on which any attempt is made to preserve the relative proportions of such details. On such a scale, the 100th part of an inch represents a distance of very nearly 9 feet on the ground, and consequently, however accurate the map might be in its projection, as an image showing the relative positions of all objects of importance on the ground, the scale is clearly too small for the measurement of areas for valuation purposes, and it is but a reproduction of the larger cadastral map. Again, assume that the balloon is stationed at a height of 24 miles above the ground, and that the observer places his eye at the same distance of 2 feet above the screen, and attempts to construct a map from the image on the screen, which is now reproduced at a scale of 1 mile to 1 inch, or the exact scale of the general map. It needs but little imagination to foretell that houses would be mere specks, roads faint lines, and forests masses of colour. In other words, that it would be more instructive to consult the general map, on which all details are magnified to be clearly visible, and topographic features brought out with great distinctness, than to attempt to trace with unaided eye from the image of objects at a distance of 24 miles, the course of streams or roads through forest or moor, or to judge of the relative elevations or modelling of the ground from the values of light and shade. Without an intimate local knowledge of the county, there would be nothing to indicate the name or boundaries of villages, or estates, or the political and other subdivisions of the land, which are most clearly indicated on the map, in unmistakable styles of lettering. Another and more serious problem, which would be lessened as the balloon receded from the earth, would be the distortion in perspective produced by the irregularities of the surface. The higher points being nearer the balloon would appear in the image on larger scale than the lower, and only in the case of a perfectly level country would it be possible to produce a map without distortion by the method proposed, and then only for a limited area. As the balloon receded, the relative differences of elevation would bear a smaller and smaller proportion or ratio to the distance. In other words, the distortion would grow less until at an infinite distance it might be neglected. We might conceive that the observer was stationed at an infinitely great distance, and provided with a series of magnifying lenses of suitable powers to produce maps of any desired scale. Yet, beyond a limited area, he would still be confronted with the problem of eliminating the distortion produced by the curvature of the earth. Such is the conception of an accurate map, which is an attempt to produce on a plane surface or sheet of paper a horizontal projection of objects on the ground, which will show the relative positions of every detail on any desired scale, with as little distortion as possible, and on which distances may be measured in any direction, and areas computed with a degree of accuracy only limited by the scale. When a survey of a small area is made, such as an estate or parish, which bears but a small proportion in area to the surface of the earth, curvature is neglected, distortion due to this cause being imperceptible. But in the survey of a large country it is of primary importance. Returning to the conception of an observer stationed at an infinite distance, his position with reference to the new general 1-inch map of England and Wales would be in the plane of a meridian passing through Delamere in Cheshire, and the published quarter-sheets would be a series of rectangles, each 18 miles by 12 miles, containing an area of 216 square miles, whose edges were parallel to and at right angles to the central meridian. Those of Scotland and Ireland have for each country a central meridian and projection. In viewing the county maps of 6 inches to 1 mile and larger scales, it would be necessary to assume that the observer was stationed over the centre of each county, except that, where 2 or 3 counties lie so well north and south of one another, the same meridian serves for more than one. In the reproduction by photography of the maps on the scale of 1 mile to 1 inch, from those of larger scale, these facts, that different planes of projection are used for the latter, have to be taken into consideration. In countries of larger areas than England, it is more customary to assume a central meridian for each sheet. In other words, the observer would be stationed in the zenith of the centre of each sheet, and would sketch but a limited area. The successive planes of projection, represented by the maps, would resemble the facets of a diamond, and it would be impossible to combine with any degree of precision a large number together in one plane surface. On the other hand, the whole of the 1-inch series of England and Wales, of Scotland or Ireland, register perfectly, and the distortion due to curvature cannot be great, as the combined area of the 3 countries bears but a small ratio to the whole surface of the globe. Attention has been called to the fact that viewed from a balloon in ordinary sunlight, the minor features of topography become flattened and indistinct. If, therefore, we regard a sheet of the 1-inch map held at a distance of 2 feet from the eye as the picture of a country seen at the distance of 24 miles, we see that details that would be invisible from above are brought out with great distinctness on the map, and every detail of topography is shown in bold relief. In other words, The map is a diagram rather than a picture. In the representation of relief on the 1-inch series, two systems are common: contours and hachures. Contours represent the successive shorelines which water at rest would form in following the modelling of the ground at successive stages or elevations. If we now assume that the water, having reached the highest point, is allowed to retreat steadily to sea level, the paths which the particles of water would take from all points of the surface are those which the engraver would endeavour to reproduce in the shade lines of a hatured map. In addition, he would adopt an arbitrary scale of shade, increasing with the steepness of the slopes, from white on a horizontal surface to dead black on slopes of 45 degrees or greater, to produce the effect of a model of the surface illuminated from above. In the Irish maps, this effect is bolder and more artistic, an illumination from the northeast quarter having been carried out. The shade lines still preserve the paths of particles of water in motion on the surface, the colour values being deeper on the eastern and southern slopes. Shadows have even been projected across valleys, and horizontal surfaces are in half tone, producing much the same effect as the illumination of the country at sunset in midsummer. The Irish maps exhibited are considered the finest specimens of careful hill shading, and will bear critical examination. For comparison with these, other topographic maps are exhibited of many scales and countries. So far, attention has simply been drawn to a few of the problems of map making, which are, briefly, first, the reproduction on a finite scale on a plane surface of the natural features of the terrain, with all the artificial boundaries and objects added by man, so far as the scale permits. Second, the extension of such a series of maps to cover a large area of country, still carried out with as little distortion as possible. Third, the reproduction of such maps on suitable scales to meet all demands. If the conception is still carried out that the map, at a distance of 2 feet, is but the image of the ground viewed from above, then the cadastral map of England, from which areas of fields and estates are measured for valuation purposes, would represent a view of the country from above at a range of 5,000 feet, or nearly 1 mile, and a town plan, an image at 1,000 feet, or a possible view from a series of Eiffel Towers. This suggestion of an observer stationed in a balloon will not have been valueless if it draws attention to the fact that vastly more information is given on the map than it would be possible for any single observer to discover from an elevated station with an unobstructed view, the map being the compilation of the results of hundreds of observations by many workers, and that its scale and the amount and character of the detail shown have been specially designed to meet definite ends. It is beyond the limits of the paper to enter into the theory or practice of surveying, or to say more than a few words of the delicate and refined operations necessary in carrying out the geodetic or trigonometrical work of a national survey, which binds together the many parts to make a complete whole. The principal triangulation of the British Isles was begun in 1784 and finished in 1852. 2 magnificent 3-feet theodolites made by Ramsden, one for the Royal Society, the other for the Master General of the Ordnance, an 18-inch theodolite also by Ramsden, and 2 feet theodolite by Troughton and Sims were used in these observations. In the principal triangulation of Great Britain and Ireland, there are 218 stations, at 16 of which there are no observations. The number of observed bearings is 1,554, and the number of equations of condition 920. In order to avoid the solution of this enormous number of equations containing 920 unknown quantities, the network covering the kingdom was divided into a number of blocks, each presenting a not unmanageable number of equations of condition. These calculations, all in duplicate, were completed in 2 years and a half, an average of 8 computers being employed. Many of the sides of the principal or primary triangulation are of great length, 66 of them exceeding 80 miles, while 11 measure more than 100 miles, the longest being 111 miles, that from Seafell to Sheer Donard. So great, however, had been the accuracy of the observer's work, that the average amount of correction of the observed angles was no more than 0.6 seconds, and the measured length of the Salisbury base differed from its length as computed from the Irish base, 350 miles distant, by a difference of only 5 inches. The secondary triangulation interpolates points at shorter distances apart, ranging down to 5 miles, the observations being made with theodolites of 12-inch circle. These triangles again are broken up into smaller ones of sides from 1 to 2 miles in length, for use of the surveyor who is to follow and measure between the stations with the chain, and a further subdivision of the trigonal spaces is made in towns to points about 10 chains apart, where the survey is to be made on the very large special scale. In the 2 last cases, 7-inch instruments suffice for the measurement of the angles. Levelling. From 1839 to 1855, lines of initial levelling extending all over England, Scotland, and Ireland were run, and the observed altitudes of the benchmarks were reduced by the method of least squares. In England and Scotland, these levels are based on the Ordnance datum at Liverpool, which is approximately the mean tide level of that place. In Ireland, they are based on the low water level at Dublin, which is about 8 feet below the mean level round the coast of Ireland. The detail levelling is carried out contemporaneously with the progress of the cadastral survey. Starting from the marks on the initial series, lines are run along nearly all the turnpikes and parish roads, and benchmarks cut at intervals of about 1/4 of a mile. The whole of the benchmarks of the initial levelling are shown in position on the 25-inch manuscript plans, and their heights given to the nearest 1/10 of a foot. Surface heights to the nearest foot are also marked on the plans, at frequent intervals between the benchmarks. Contouring. Contrary to the custom in other countries, the contours of the English survey have all been surveyed and levelled on the ground, checked by the numerous benchmarks, the standard of accuracy demanded in levelling being 2/10 of a foot. Owing to the expense of the process, about $1.25 per lineal mile, only the 100-foot contours have been surveyed, except where greater detail is required for military purposes, which information is not furnished to the public. Hill shading. The hill features for the 1-inch maps are first sketched in the field by the military method of slopes and sketch contours, or proof impressions of the contoured sheet. Finished drawings from the field sketches are then made on cardboard impressions from the 1-inch outline plates, and finished as guides for the engraver to work by. Beautiful and delicate in finish, as is all the work of the copper plate engravers on the Ordnance Survey, there is perhaps no branch in which they so peculiarly excel as in their delineation of hills on the 1-inch maps. It is impossible, in the limits of a single paper, to attempt to describe the methods and processes of publication which are carried at the headquarters of the Ordnance Survey at Southampton. Carefully prepared treatises on the subject have been written by officers engaged in the work, and for clear and concise description, none are better than the series of articles by Captain H. Sankey of the Royal Engineers, published in Engineering in 1888. There are 2 points of great interest in connection with the Ordnance Survey which cannot be neglected. The one, its military organization, and the other, the economy of its methods of publication. Of its military organization, which has continued since the first surveys were made for military purposes, it may be said that the conservative precision of its methods of field work are best adapted for military control and discipline. Under the successive superintendence of highly educated officers of the Royal Engineer Corps, whose patriotic efforts have been to secure efficiency and economy in the service, the country has greatly profited. Many of the improvements and inventions that have made possible the publication of maps of all scales at the lowest possible cost are the results of experiments made by these officers. It should not be forgotten, in addition, that as a branch of the War Office and the publishing department of the Intelligence Branch, military supervision is essential. Its officers are therefore not open for public inspection except on proper introduction. The author had the rare privilege of spending 3 months at the Southampton office in 1888, through the introduction of the Director of the Geological Survey and the request of our recent minister in London, Mr. Phelps. Nothing could have exceeded the courtesy and hospitality of the Director of the Survey, Sir Charles W. Wilson, and the officers in charge of the various departments, not alone in granting the necessary authority to inspect every branch of the work, but in lending personal aid and men for that purpose. Great interest was also expressed in the topographic surveys of this country, which differ so essentially from the Ordnance Survey. In the former, field work and methods are directly adapted to the scale of publication. In the latter, the larger scale of publication governs the operations of the survey, and the smaller scales are reduced by photography, with a gradual elimination of unnecessary details from the larger to the smaller scales, until finally the topographic map of the country on the scale of 1 mile to 1 inch is produced, which possesses an accuracy and character that could be obtained by no other method. To illustrate this important subject, there are exhibited a series of experimental and complete maps and diagrams which will well repay careful examination. They were prepared and collected at the Ordnance Survey at Southampton expressly for this purpose, and with the kind permission of the present Director, Colonel Sir Charles W. Wilson, R.E. being Royal Engineers, C.B. being Companion of the Order of the Bath. The author desires to state that many of the paragraphs of the paper, particularly those relating to the history of the Ordnance Survey, have been extracted from the following works and reports on the subject. 1. The Ordnance Survey of the United Kingdom by Lieutenant Colonel P. Pinkerton White, R.E. 2. The Ordnance Survey of the Kingdom by Captain H.S. Palmer, R.E. 3. Methods and processes adopted for the production of the maps of the Ordnance Survey by Lieutenant General Sir Henry James, R.E., F.R.S., being a Fellow of the Royal Society. And 4. Reports of Colonel Colby and others in the Blue Books presented to Parliament 1850 through 1860. End of section 9. Recording by Steve Chilvers, Norwich, England.
Section 10 of National Geographic Magazine, Volume 2, Numbers 3 to 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ReadAllDay. Number 4. Geographic Nomenclature. Remarks by Herbert G. Ogden. Geographic Nomenclature. Remarks by Herbert G. Ogden, Gustave Herrle, Marcus Baker, and A. H. Thompson. Mr. Ogden, it was expected that Professor Mendenhall would be with us this evening to address the Society on the subject of geographic nomenclature, but he is unavoidably absent, having been called to Philadelphia, and has requested me to represent him and present to you an apology for his absence. Professor Mendenhall has been greatly interested in this question since he assumed charge of the Coast and Geodetic Society. Questions of orthography and nomenclature have been before him almost constantly, and the variety of views elicited in response to his inquiries confirmed him in the opinion that the subject is of serious import. He has had, of necessity, to decide a great many cases for publications which were being made. Finally, a long list relating to Alaska came from the Hydrographic Office, which led to a discussion and the suggestion that a board should be formed consisting of representatives from the different departments and bureaus in Washington that were interested in this matter, and that were issuing maps, charts, and other publications requiring geographic names. It is too true that the different bureaus are now using the same names, spelled in different ways, sometimes different names for the same place, and the same name for different places. Indeed, the confusion is so great, you may even read publications relating to the same locality, and at first not realize the fact. The object that Professor Mendenhall had in view in organizing a board was to secure harmony, that all might come together, and that when a question arose between different bureaus, it might be referred to this board to settle, with the concurrence of all. Such a board would also secure stability, as no bureau would undertake to make changes in names that have been accepted, as may now be the case when a bureau falls under new management, or the determination of the questions is referred to new officers without experience. This board, as proposed, was to be formed by representatives from the Hydrographic Office, Smithsonian Institution, War Department, Geological Survey, Coast and Geodetic Survey, Lighthouse Board, the National Geographic Society, Post Office Department, and the General Land Office. All these bureaus or departments gave their assent except the Post Office Department and the General Land Office, but we may hope that these departments will eventually be represented when the practical usefulness of the board has been demonstrated by its decisions. There are 3, perhaps 4 classes of cases that cause the most trouble in geographic names. In the first class, those cases where we are certain of the name itself, that is, we agree in the pronunciation but disagree in the orthography. In the second class, where there is no question as to the orthography, but where there is a question as to what name should be used, that is, several names are given to the same point, to the same body of water, or to the same island. In the third class, where there is no question as to the name or the orthography, but a question as to the place to which the name applies, that is, there is no dispute as to the name, but it is applied to different places. This class is sometimes modified by questions as to the geographical limits to which a name applies, that is to say, the area to be indicated by the name, for instance, some body of water or a range of mountains, and may be designated a fourth class. To cite a few instances of these classes, we have the question of Wood's Hole, Hole, and Wood's Oll, Holl. For many years it was called Wood's Hole, Hole. Recently it would seem to be the conclusion that it should be called Wood's Hole, Holl. We formerly had Herrlegate and now Hellgate. Princess Bay was at one time spelled Prince's Bay, Princes. The error arising doubtless from the pronunciation. We also have Bodies, Bodys Island, or Bodies, Bodies Island. We have a peculiar case on the North Carolina coast. Pamlico Sound has generally been used. Now we have Pamlico Sound, legalized by the state legislature. On the coast of Virginia, we have the case of Metomkin, Metomkin, which has frequently been written Metompkin and Matomkin. In California, we have Point Conception, whether it should be spelt with the C or with the T in the last syllable. We also have Point Bonetta, or Bonita. Should Yaquina be spelt with one N or two? Coos Bay with K or C. This name, I understand, is sometimes pronounced Coos, as though it had two syllables. If the spelling of this name was governed by the rules of the Royal Geographical Society, the K would be used for the hard C, but Coos has been adopted by the state legislature and will probably be retained. One of the most singular perversions is found in Bering Sea. The explorer wrote his name Bering, and yet we find it is customary almost everywhere to spell it Behring. In the second class of cases, where we have different names for the same place, we may cite Bangs Island, at the entrance to Portland Harbor. An effort was made not long ago to change this name on the Coast Survey charts to Cushing's Island. The evidence was so strong that an order was issued to effect the change. When the supporters of Bangs produced additional evidence and secured the retention of that name. On the coast of Florida, we had two St. Joseph's Bays, and a comparatively modern name, Anclot Anchorage, was presented to take the place of a part of one of them, which led to designating the rest of the bay St. Joseph's Sound being more appropriate for the locality. We have also some notable instances on the Pacific coast, as Cape Orford or Blanco, Cape Gregory or Argo, South Farallon or Southeast Farallon, and in Alaska there are instances too numerous to mention. In the third class of cases, the locality to which the name applies, we may cite Islehout Bay and East Pemboscot Bay on the coast of Maine, Hempstead Bay on the coast of Long Island, a bay which is almost filled with small islands, rendering it most difficult to satisfactorily define the limits. Chanoteague Bay on the Jersey coast is an instance of growth. It was at one time called Assateague, and although Assateague was retained for many years as applicable to the upper part of the bay, it has finally been restricted to a very small cove in Assateague Island. On the Pacific coast there are a great many instances. Possibly one of the most difficult relates to the limits of Admiralty Inlet, how far it extends into Puget Sound. Again, to the northward is what for years has been called Washington Sound. An effort is being made to change it to Possession Sound. The latter name, I believe, was once applied to a portion of the area. Perhaps we shall eventually see both names on the chart. The difficulty of defining the limits to which a name applies may be experienced in dealing with Hampton Roads or Tybee Roads, apparently simple problems, but who will undertake to define the exact limits of these famous roadsteads? These questions, even when stated in their simplest form, are oftentimes very complex, for several of the general classes I have referred to may be included in one question, and when we attempt to define that which is best, they may become very perplexing. In seeking advice, we are met with a variety of views. Some will maintain that we should take the nicknames given by the fishermen, some prefer names that have been recognized independent of nicknames, some will abhor corruptions, while others prefer the corruptions, if expressive and in general use. The experts are very prone to hunting up the root, or if necessary to constructing one, and throwing out everything that will not conform with it. The fact that our country was settled by French, Spanish, and English, and that many names are derived from the Indian dialects, also causes peculiar difficulties in treating some sections. The rules of the Royal Geographical Society can be a great help, so far as they are applicable. They seem to have been used in the modern spelling of Dakota, Dakota, for the man of war we had of this name some years ago. It was spelt Dakota, Dacotah, but in the name of the states recently admitted to the Union, K has been substituted for the hard C, and the final H has been dropped. There is also great disagreement as to the propriety of the use of the possessive case. Some will not admit it at all. Others would like to drop the apostrophe and retain the S in certain cases for euphony. This is a question that requires special consideration in each case, as the omission of the possessive will sometimes give the name a descriptive meaning, not at all applicable to the locality or feature. The propriety of personal names is also questioned by many, and may lead to continued discussion in Alaskan nomenclature, where explorers and surveyors have been so liberal in bestowing new names on the same places. It would seem to be a good rule in selecting a new name to follow the old Indian custom of describing the place. An opportunity for an expressive nomenclature seems to have been lost in the Northwest in transferring so many of our Eastern names, instead of selecting new names from the rich native vocabularies. As different bureaus may be governed by different principles, and may not even be consistent in their own rulings, through new principles that may come in by the frequent change of personnel, it has heretofore been impracticable to secure uniformity, and disputed questions have been carried along for years. The board that has been organized is in the direction of developing uniformity in the practice of all. It is no easy task, but if guided by a generous spirit, willing to yield a little here and there, its object may be successfully accomplished. We cannot foresee to what extent the board will be called upon. It has not power to take the initiative, but we hope its rulings will prove acceptable, that it may establish a reputation that will be recognized by the people as well as by the departments interested in its organization, and that eventually rules may be recommended for the nomenclature of our own country that may be an acceptable guide in the determination of new names, as well as in the interpretation of those now in question. End of section 10. Section 11 of National Geographic Magazine, Volume 2, Numbers 3 to 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ReadAllDay. Number 4. Geographic Nomenclature. Remarks by Gustave Herrle. Mr. Herrle, anyone conversant with the state of geographic nomenclature of a large part of the world cannot fail to appreciate the difficulties in the way of the establishment of a comprehensive and uniform system of writing geographic names that would be acceptable to all nations using the Roman alphabet in their literature. But while some advance towards international uniformity has been made within the last 5 years, we are still very far from it. We may, however, at least rejoice in the prospect of the general acceptance of a uniform system in geographic orthography by all writing the English language. I refer to the action of the British Hydrographic Office and of the Royal Geographical Society in 1885, when they adopted certain main principles to guide the orthography of geographic names, and thereby took an important and far-reaching step in the line of a reform which had already been too long delayed. In France, a reform in geographic nomenclature had been earnestly agitated by Edouard de Luz since 1880, and soon after the publication of the system adopted by the Royal Geographical Society, the Société de Géographique appointed a commission which, in 1886, reported a system for the guidance of French geographers. In Germany, we also find individual attempts made, Egal, Kirchhoff, Ewald, and others, to bring system into the orthography and pronunciation of geographic names, primarily with a view to secure uniformity in textbooks and in the teaching of geography in schools. No doubt influenced by the action of the British and French Geographic Societies, the Imperial German Hydrographic Office in 1888 also established rules for guidance in its future publications. We thus see three of the principal nations of Europe inaugurate a reform, the beneficial effects of which will not, however, become apparent until a sufficient time has elapsed, that is, until the British, French, and Germans have had time to apply the rules in their publications, and particularly in the construction of new and in the correction of old charts. No reform of this nature can be carried through by the stroke of a pen, but a generation's lifetime will be required to accomplish it. The adopted rules, which lay down a general phonetic principle, only require, of course, perfection in details, so as to furnish an unerring guide in the treatment of names belonging to special languages. If we compare the British, French, and German systems, we can clearly see a gravitation towards uniformity in the spelling of foreign geographic names that are not originally written in the Roman alphabet. Each of the three systems contains important concessions to the others. The British, by adopting the continental vowel system, and the French and German, by representing certain phonetic values differently from the old way, so as to approach the British system. In the French system, this is particularly the case in regard to the letters OU, C, CH, G, Q, TH, TCH, W, and Y, and in the German system in regard to the letters C, J, Q, CH, SH, and Y. There is very little doubt that English and French geographers will readily adopt the system set up by their foremost geographic societies, but whether scientific Germany will be willing to follow in the wake of its hydrographic office, we will probably learn after the next meeting of the German Geographic Congress. If we compare the British, French, and German systems further, we find also a perfect agreement in the treatment of the geographic names of those nations that use the Roman alphabet in their literature, they differing only as to exceptions from the rules of old forms of names, which, through long usage, are held almost sacred. The spirit of conservatism tends to retard every reform, and this one makes no exception from the rule. It is, however, to be regretted that neither the British nor the French nor the Germans have set any fixed limit to permissible exceptions, leaving, apparently, everybody to decide for himself what is meant by long usage. If a radical departure from past usage is perhaps too objectionable to many, this much could be done at present to greatly reduce the list of exceptions, leaving it to the future to smooth over the remaining cases. Let all names, which are now written but slightly different from their national form, and which are easily recognized in the latter form, be corrected, and extirpate all gross corruptions. Also lessen the number of exceptions in those foreign names which are readily understood when written in accordance with the adopted phonetic rules, as Calcutta, Kalkutta, for Calcutta, Calcutta, Mecca, Mekka, for Mecca, Mecca, Kutch, Kutch, for Kutch, Cutch, Celebs, Celebes, for Celebs, Celebes, Bonnie, Bonni, for Bonnie, Bonny, etc. Another notable agreement in the British, French, and German hydrographic office systems is found in their declarations in regard to diacritical marks in the writing of foreign geographic names. The British say that a system which would attempt to represent the more delicate inflections of sound and accent would become so complicated as to defeat itself. They therefore recommend only the use of the acute accent to denote the syllable on which stress should be laid. The German Hydrographic Office has adopted the same view. The French Commission, in its deliberations, expressed decided opposition to the adoption of lepsis or any similar system, and finally adopted, besides the tilde and crema only the accent, circumflex, and the apostrophe, signs of which the two last are ordinarily employed in the writing of the French language. In our country, the French Commission says, a native of the Normandy and one of the province do not employ exactly the same sounds in pronouncing, for instance, Marseille, Enghien, or Montréal, and in foreign lands we find still greater diversity in this respect. Therefore, we should use diacritical marks with the greatest economy and only when they are indispensable. It is of course not to be expected that a certain school of geographers who are in favour of the strict application of geographic names of a simplified form of Lepsius' standard alphabet will acquiesce in this view, but it is to be hoped that all practical-minded geographers will agree to reserve the extended use of diacritical alphabets for purely linguistic literature only. In the meanwhile, the United States has not been idle, and the hydrographer, Captain Henry F. Picking, U.S.N., has taken the initiative by the appointment of a board to consider and report a system of orthography for foreign geographic names for guidance in the compilation of the Hydrographic Office charts, sailing directions, and notices to mariners, which, as we know, cover all parts of the world. The Hydrographic Office, by its daily experience with the subject matter, is thus peculiarly fitted to inaugurate a reform, and it is hoped that the board, profiting by what the British, French, and Germans have already done, will report rules that may become generally satisfactory to American geographers. In our own country, the territory of Alaska needs special attention in regard to settling the orthography of its geographic names of Russian origin. Russian names have always been more or less of a bugbear in geographic literature, since so great a number of them appear in different forms. The difficulties of transcribing Russian names so as to reproduce the correct pronunciation are well enough understood. In the first place, the Russian alphabet contains 36 letters, of which 12 are vowels and diphthongs, 3 are semivowels, and the balance consonants. In this alphabet, there are 12 elements which have no exact equivalents in the English alphabet, and, on the other hand, there are 4 English sounds, J, W, X, and H, not represented in the Russian alphabet. Hence, whatever system is employed, we can only hope to give the pronunciation approximately. Many of the Russian names found today in English and American maps and publications show, by the way in which they are rendered, an utter absence of knowledge of the grammatical construction of Russian on the part of those who originally transcribed them. There are few other languages in which case and gender play such an important part in the terminal inflections of proper names as in this great Slavonic idiom. Anyone not conversant with the Russian declensions should not, therefore, attempt to transcribe Russian geographic names into English, as he will be sure to blunder. On Russian maps, for instance, Bering Strait reads Beringov, Proliv, Bering Sea, Beringovo, More, Kamchatka Bay, Zaliv, Kamchatki, Herald Island, Ostrova, GHE, ReadAllDay, etc. By the by, I cannot understand why the spelling of the name of Bering, Behring, should, within the last few years, have been changed on American and English maps to Bering. The navigator of this name, Vet Bering, was a native of Germany, in the service of Russia, and it is safe to say that his name contained the letter H. Naturally, in transcribing his name into Russian, the H had to drop out, as that letter is missing in the Russian alphabet. The excellent system of transcribing Russian names into English, published in a recent number of Nature, February 27, 1890, having already been accepted by English and American representatives of various scientific institutions, it is greatly to be desired that English and American geographic societies should express their views of it at an early day. The system is easily brought in harmony with the general principles adopted by the Royal Geographical Society, by which a simple declaration in regard to the diacritical marks, by which, mainly for the purpose of facilitating correct retransliteration of Russian names, the vowels I and E and the silent semivowels are sought to be distinguished in the written names. For the benefit of those unacquainted with the system of transliterating Russian published in Nature, it is reprinted at the close of this paper. A few words more in regard to the treatment of the Russian geographic names found in Alaska. This territory will in the course of time contain a large English-speaking population, and its geographic names of Russian and Eskimo origin should, in a certain sense, no longer be classed by us under the category of foreign names. The future official orthography of Alaska might, therefore, be treated liberally, that is to say, complicated spelling following from a strict transliteration might be simplified to a certain extent, as has been done with the spelling of many Aboriginal Indian names. Of the geographic nomenclature of Asiatic countries, none has become so rapidly well known as that of the Japan archipelago, and we can already now class Japan among the countries having an official geographic nomenclature in Roman character. Within less than 20 years, the wonderfully progressive Japanese have established a geographic service for the survey of their domain, and a hydrographic service for the survey of their coasts and navigable waters. They have now published several hundreds of nautical charts, which are as good and practical as any published by other nations. On those Japanese charts, which are based exclusively on their own surveys, the names are printed in the signs of the kana, with the transliteration of the name in Roman character added. It is this feature which has materially helped us to a better and correct knowledge of their geographic names. Within the last few years, the Romji Kwa Society for the Introduction of the Roman Character for Writing the Japanese Language has made immense progress, and I understand that the Society's system forms already part of the instruction in a number of schools in Japan. Hence we may look forward to the day when Japanese books printed in Roman characters will supersede, to a large extent, the books in the signs of the kana. One of the best authorities for writing and pronouncing the names of the districts, cities, towns, and villages of Japan is a very recent publication. A concise dictionary of the principal roads, chief towns, and villages of Japan, with populations, post offices, together with lists of ken, kori, and railways, by W. N. Whitney, M.D., interpreter of the U.S. Legation, Tokyo. By our honored countryman, Mr. W. N. Whitney, interpreter at the U.S. Legation at Tokyo, who compiled this admirable book with great care and labor from the official records of the Japanese Empire. It not only contains the names in the original Japanese print, but what is of chief value to us, also the transcription in accordance with the Romji Kwa system. We cannot do better at present than to follow this book in determining the orthography of geographic names in Japan. In not so satisfactory a state as the orthography of Japanese geographic names is that of the countries adjacent to Japan. Considering that Asiatic names have been transcribed phonetically by explorers and surveyors of different nationalities at different periods of time, and who were often but little or not at all acquainted with the languages they had to deal with, it is not surprising that many of the names we find on the charts should have been written utterly wrong. That such was the case on even comparatively recent surveys is, for instance, illustrated by the change in the nomenclature on the French plan of Cape Kon Lan in the Gulf of Tonkin, plan number 3721. In this French survey of 1878, the same names on the editions of the 1879 and 1886 respectively are rendered thus: 1879 Cap Corlam, CAP CUA-LAM, Il Caputal, ILE CAP UITAO, Il Sumlatur, ILE SOUM-LA-TOO, Il Lato San, ILE LAITO-SAN, Il Fum Lang, ILE FOUM-LUNG. 1886. Cap Con Lan, CAPKOANLANG, K Putar, CAI-PUI-TAO, Siong Lato, SIONG-LAI-TAO, Lato, LAI-TAO, Il Fung Wong, ILE, FONG, WONG. Such differences in spelling and examples of pleonasm as are indicated by these names are found on the charts of all nations, but, under the beneficial working of the systems adopted by the British, French, and Germans, similar errors are rapidly being corrected and progress is being made towards international uniformity in the spelling of all geographic names. Owing to the number of languages and alphabets in use in the Indian Empire, the orthography of its geographic names has for a long time been in controversy. As we see from the British system, the Royal Geographical Society has decided to spell Indian names in accordance with Hunter's Imperial Gazette of India, a decision which, in view of the fact that the spelling in the Gazette is not always in harmony with the adopted rules, is to be regretted. But we can at the same time understand the difficulties of the situation and appreciate the strong love of the British for old forms and long usage. The differences between the system and the Gazette are, however, not radical, since the continental vowel system is followed. Still, it will be just as easy to write Calcutta, K-A-L-K-U-T-T-A, Kutch, K-U-T-C-H, etc., for Calcutta, C-A-L-C-U-T-T-A, Kutch, C-U-T-C-H, etc., as it is to write Korea, K-O-R-E-A, for Korea, C-O-R-E-A, and thus be consistent with the rules. Geographic names in Malay and its branches we know mainly through Dutch, British, and Spanish surveyors, and their status may be judged by their prefatory remarks in Maxwell's Grammar of Malay, published in 1882, wherein he says the spelling of Malay words in the native character is hardly yet fixed, though the Perso-Arabic alphabet has been in use since the 13th century, and that those follow but a vain shadow who seek to prescribe exact modes of spelling words, regarding which even native authorities are not agreed, and of which the pronunciation may vary according to locality. On the charts published by the Batavian Hydrographic Office, the Malay names are rendered in accordance with the Dutch phonetic system of transliteration, only that the sound of G is always hard, and as this differs from the British phonetic system in several particulars, it is clear that certain corrections must be applied to the spelling of Dutch Malay names to facilitate the approximately correct pronunciation of such names by English-speaking peoples. But a source of trouble is the seeming uncertainty of the Batavian geographers themselves in regard to the orthography of many names, since it is a frequent occurrence to find the same names variously rendered on charts, or in sailing directions issued at short intervals of time. We can see, from what has been said above, that chances for disagreement in the rendering of geographic names, originating in countries that do not use the Roman alphabet for their literature, are numerous, and hence the occurrence of errors in the application of a new system should not be too harshly condemned, nor would the culprits deserve to be dealt with according to the law laid down by the municipal council of the good old Swiss town Kussnacht, which not very long ago issued a decree that the final T in the name of their town should be dropped in all official communications, and that any local official failing to obey this decree should be fined. End of section 11. Section 12 of National Geographic Magazine, Volume 2, Numbers 3 to 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ReadAllDay. Number 4. Geographic Nomenclature. Remarks by Marcus Baker. Mr. Baker. In preparation of a map, the last things to go on are the names. If the map covers a region of country long known or thickly settled, most of its features already have names. But comparison of several maps of, or writings about, a region almost invariably reveals confusion, contradictions, and errors in the names. The same feature often bears different names on different maps. The same name has various spellings, and the names on the map may in their turn not agree with local usage. Examples of this confusion abound everywhere, and are a source of constant perplexity to the geographer. The names are often misapplied. The name of one cape or mountain peak through accident, carelessness, ignorance, or by intent, is often found attached to some other cape or mountain peak. A small feature's name may be extended to cover much more than that to which it fittingly belongs, or a name rightly applicable to a large tract may be wrongly restricted to a small one. In the hands of the mapmaker, geographic names may be regarded as labels loosely attached and easily misplaced. Handled by many writers, both careful and careless, these labels become misplaced or lost, and in replacing these misplaced labels, or in restoring lost ones, much confusion and many errors arise. The newspaper writer writing hurriedly, the magazine writer without hurry, or the book writer working deliberately, each in turn finds that the investigation of questions relating to geographic names carries him away from his subject. If a question arises respecting a non-geographic term, the dictionary can be appealed to, and, right or wrong, followed without discredit. But with many or most of the questions about geographic names, in the United States at least, we have no adequate dictionary or authority to appeal to. As a consequence, in most cases the writer takes indifferently what is nearest to mind or hand, and thus produces new varieties in names, variants upon old ones, or quite new ones. Such names are called corrupt until usage and familiarity removes the stigma, and the corrupted name, having grown respectable, is adopted. A foreign name may be transliterated by one writer and translated by another. This course gives rise to two or more forms. The absence of uniform usage in transliterating causes diversity in one case, and in the other, as several translations are possible and mistakes probable, various forms arise. The progress of all science is intimately associated with questions of nomenclature. Modern progress in biologic science dates from the adoption of the binomial system, and it is not too much to expect that progress in geographic science will similarly be found to be intimately associated with the study of geographic names and the principles which should control in their adoption and use. The object aimed at in these notes is to draw attention to the importance of the subject and to arouse discussion, the purpose of the discussion being to ascertain if there be not certain guiding principles which may serve to aid in solving the numerous and perplexing questions relating to geographic nomenclature. What is a geographic name? Without attempting a categorical answer to this question, I would say that geographic names seem to me to bear a strong resemblance to the names used in biology. They are generic and specific. To designate any specific geographic feature, we usually use two words: one, a descriptive term, such as river, island, lake, pond, or mountain, and the other, a specific name, indicating what particular pond, lake, or mountain is designated. The term Mississippi River is a compound name, in which river may be regarded as part of a proper name. It is the name of a genus, whereas the term Mississippi is the specific designation. Of course, it will happen in geographic names, as in biologic, that certain features or objects become so well known that a single name, either the generic or the specific, will be used by itself to designate the object. We speak of Maine without prefixing the generic term state of, the specific name being sufficiently characteristic. On the other hand, here in Washington, references to the avenue, meaning Pennsylvania Avenue, are familiar to all. In this case, the generic term is used for particular specification. These exceptional usages, however, do not appear to me to invalidate the general principle that the designation of geographic features consists in general of a specific and of a generic name. The origin of generic terms has been much studied. The origin of specific names has been studied but little, and the present notes relate chiefly to this class. Specific names may be said to have two distinct origins. First, those of formal origin, where the name has been given pro forma and published in a book or map relating to the region by its discoverer, or by the earliest explorers. This covers the case for a small body of names. Second, there is a very large body of names which appear to have arisen without such formal origin, and to have, as it were, grown up by common consent in the usage of the people of the region. That which it seems profitable to discuss here and now is the principles which should be adopted and followed in the selection of the names which are to go upon the map, principles which will enable one to discriminate, when usage is divided, between that which should be adopted and that which should be rejected. To make this clear, a few instances of the peculiar questions which arise may be cited, and then some of the guiding principles stated which it might be possible to adopt and to follow. The river which flows along the western edge of New York City is locally known as the North River. Shall this be called the North River, or Hudson River, or Hudson's River? And if this geographic name is printed in the text of a book, will you print river with a capital letter or a small letter? It must be borne in mind that this question is asked not for the purpose of immediate or categorical answer, but for the purpose of eliciting thought and discussion upon the principles which should control the answer. In 1973, Vancouver entered and mapped Port Townsend, which he formerly named Port Townsend. At the present time, the city situated upon that harbour, as well as the harbour itself, is universally known as Port Townsend, the H in the original being omitted. This is a clear and specific case, where the name formerly applied by the original explorer is now modified in its orthography by usage. What form of the name shall be adopted, the former or original name, or the present modified name? And if the original name is to be adopted, shall we proceed similarly in all cases and go back to the original form? In the case of names which have undergone transformations through ignorance or through usage, shall an attempt be made to restore the original orthography? Take the case in Missouri of the stream called Bois Brule, or Burnt Wood, and which has become in the usage of the residents in that part of the world Bois Rule, and is so spelt in the local publications, and so pronounced in the local usage. When Champlain sailed along the heel of Cape Cod and discovered the extensive shoals which vex the navigation in those waters, he put upon his chart the statement Malabar, and a number of later maps applied this name to the southernmost point of the heel of Cape Cod as Malabar, and so it stood for 100 years or more as Malabar, and may even be found upon some current publications. In the Coast Survey publications it is uniformly called Monomoy. Again, on the north shore of Martha's Vineyard is a place formerly known by the Indian word Kiphigon. On the modern maps this place is called Cape Higon. Shall we in this case adopt the practice of the purists and restore the earlier form? In this same locality are 4 small harbors called by the sailors holes, namely Holmes Hole, Woods Hole, Robinson's Hole, and Quick's Hole. In current usage, except among seamen, Holmes Hole has disappeared and been replaced by Vineyard Haven. Woods Hole has been converted into Woods Hole, though still pronounced Hole, while Robinson and Quick still remain holes. In this case, shall we attempt to be consistent, or in other words, to be uniform? In the vicinity of New Haven there is a hill occupied many years ago by Coast Survey parties, and called in their records Rabbit Rock. Surveying parties last year, in searching for this station, inquired diligently in the vicinity and failed to find any information respecting it for some time. The place, however, is well known to all the people for many miles around as Peter's Rock, and this name appears on the Country Atlas of New Haven, published in 1856. I suppose the name Rabbit Rock has found earlier publication on Coast Survey charts or in its reports, though I have not verified this supposition. But assuming that it has been so published, shall we now call that hill Rabbit Rock or Peter's Rock? Allegheny County, New York, is spelt Alleghany. A post office in Sierra County, California, is spelt Alleghh. A-N-Y. The city of Allegheny, near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, is spelt A-L-L-E-G-H-E-N-Y. Shall these names be allowed to stand unchanged, or should an attempt be made to reduce them all to one form? In the last century, the place we now know as Sitka was known to the English as Norfolk Sound, to the French as Tishkan Bay, and to the Russians as New Archangel, the earliest of these names being Norfolk Sound. Is there any doubt in this case as to the advisability of retaining the name Sitka? The Great Sea between northeastern Asia and northwestern America, at one time known as the Sea of Kamchatka, and now known as Bering Sea, has been variously written Behringsea, Behringsea, Beeringsea, Beringsea, as well as all these forms with the addition of the apostrophe s. I will not ask what is the correct name, as the question in this form seems to imply that there is a correct form and all other forms are erroneous. The question should rather be, what form is it advisable to adopt with the view, let us hope, of securing its general adoption? And this leads up to the question of possessives, generally in specific geographic names. Many specific geographic names have the possessive form, while many others do not. Is it advisable to attempt to secure uniformity of usage in this regard? I will frankly avow my own conviction, which has resulted from more or less consideration and study of the matter to be, that the use of the possessive form should be discouraged and abandoned as far as practicable. While it seems to me unwise to lay down a hard and fast rule, yet there are a very large number of cases in which the possessive form may be dropped to advantage and without, I think, arousing any general opposition to the practice. When the theory held that the king owned all, and geographic features were named for the royal family or for the nobility, the possessive form was very frequently used, indicating possession or ownership, and this in cases where such possessive form has now disappeared from the maps. Why should not the possessive form be used to denote possession only? A pond, a hill, a swamp, lying on Smith's land may be properly designated, as it often is, as Smith's Pond, Smith's Hill, etc. But nobody would think of saying Madison's Place or Washington's Monument. There appears to be a certain principle involved. Those particular features, which are of a public character, such as states, counties, towns, streets, parks, etc., which are named for individuals, are almost universally names without the possessive form, and this commends itself as a reasonable practice, without therefore cutting off possessives from all names where usage has now affixed them with considerable firmness. There yet remains a considerable body of geographic names in which the possessive form remains, but which are not strongly entrenched in public usage. In such cases, it seems to me, we may advantageously drop the possessive form. Let us say Donna Lake, not Donna's Lake; Hudson Bay, not Hudson's Bay; James Bay, not James Bay; Baffin Bay, not Baffin's Bay, etc., etc. End of section 12.
Section 13 of National Geographic Magazine, Volume 2, Numbers 3 to 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Geographic Nomenclature. Remarks by A.H. Thompson. Mr. Thompson: I hardly know how I came to be brought into this discussion. The secretary caught me in his net unawares and unprepared. I do not propose to trespass long on your time, nor do I suppose I shall add anything to a philosophical discussion of geographic nomenclature. I only wish to call your attention to a few principles that obviously should be followed in the selection of new geographic names, and to show some absurdities and difficulties which are liable to occur if the sentiment in favor of Indian nomenclature is allowed full liberty. A geographic name should be short, euphonic, pronounced as spelled, and have a meaning or express some sentiment to help fix it in the memory. Especially should these principles govern when we consider that in childhood in our school days, we obtain by far the greater portion of our geographic knowledge. The old Spanish explorers followed these rules largely in their geographic nomenclature, and although Saint and Sierra occur with alarming frequency, there is always some reason for the appellation. Either they saw a line of peaks cut the horizon, or the christening occurred on the natal day of the holy martyr. Rio Dolores and Las Animas are certainly better than Sorrow Creek or Soul Wash, and even Purgatoire, though the Colorado cowboy corrupts it into picket wire, is better than Cottonwood Creek. Some Indian names are very expressive, characterizing topographic features. In northern Arizona is a steep volcanic neck or needle, its sharp sides rising in one step 1,200 feet above the surrounding country. From the base of this pinnacle, two long lava dikes stretch on either hand in a gentle curve across the mesa. The resemblance to the spreading wings of a bird is striking, and the Navajo Indian calls the rock Agathla, the flying bird. A name well worthy, it seems to me, of being placed on the maps of that region, as it is on the one I hold in my hand. But on the same map, close alongside, is Tezebaakit Lake, a barbarous appellation, unspellable, unpronounceable, and unlovely. Nor can I say less in denunciation of Gillegini Mesa, a name that needs intimate acquaintance with wigwam smoke and Navajo gutturals to handle lingually. But what shall we say of Bukudotclish Canyon, the Navajo name for what the white man calls with better propriety, it seems to me for our maps, Bluestone Wash. Togoholtas-e Spring could hardly be worse in English. And here is Sahotsoid-be-aj-e Canyon. Pronounce it as you please or can, sandwiched between Gothic Wash and Gypsum Valley. One hardly knows which to prefer, Indian or English. Cañón del Muerto, the Canyon of the Dead, so named from the discovery of mummified or rather desiccated Indian bodies in the cliffs, seems very appropriate, but its brother canyon, Cañón de Chelly, pronounced Cañón de Che, will be neither spoken nor written correctly. On the same map are shown two small mesas, crowned with forests and standing beautiful and symmetric in the landscape. They attract attention at once, and the Indian, with a fine sense of appropriateness, names them Son Sa La, the Twin Stars, another name well worthy of being retained. Some patriotic American has named the deep gorge separating the stars Washington Pass, a good example of the right name in a wrong place. The sense of broad humor that often characterizes the Indian leads him to sometimes give the inquirer a name expressive of contempt or bearing a meaning hardly translatable to ears polite. Nikdoitso-e-Peak is an example, and I confess with considerable humiliation that I was the victim in this case. I present these instances, Mr. Chairman, to emphasize the necessity of adopting some guiding principles to aid us in the selection of geographic names. End of section 13. Section 14 of National Geographic Magazine, Volume 2, Numbers 3 to 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Announcement. The National Geographic Society was organized in January 1888 to increase and diffuse geographic knowledge. It is incorporated under the laws of the District of Columbia and has at present an active membership of about 400. The publication of a magazine was early determined upon as one of the means of increasing and diffusing geographic knowledge, and 2 volumes of the National Geographic magazine have been published in the form of a quarterly journal. During the past 2 years, it has been found that the form of publication adopted at the outset meets but imperfectly the needs of the Society. In the first place, since the season of active work in the Society includes the winter months only, there was an excess of material for the 2 earlier numbers, and a dearth of material for the 2 later numbers of the volume. And in the second place, the necessity for holding articles until sufficient material for a number was received sometimes led to delay in publishing interesting and important matter. Accordingly, it has been decided to discontinue the quarterly form and to publish the magazine in the form of a series of brochures, each issued promptly as possible after reception of the material. The details of this modified form of publication are set forth elsewhere in this number of the magazine. While the National Geographic magazine is edited by and constitutes the organ of the National Geographic Society, it is not limited to this function, and, as was announced in the first number of the journal, its pages will be open to all persons interested in geography in the hope that it may become a channel of intercommunication, stimulate geographic investigation, and prove an acceptable medium for the publication of results. With the adoption of the modified form of the journal, the publication year was changed from one determined by the working season of the Society to the calendar year, and it is to cover a hiatus in the Society's records growing out of this change that this 5th number of Volume 2 is issued. The National Capital seems to be a natural and appropriate place for an association of national character, and the aim of the founders has been therefore to form a continental rather than a local society. That this aim has measurably succeeded is indicated by the fact that although the National Geographic Society is only 3 years old, there are 57 non-resident members distributed over 27 states and territories. One of the means adopted by the National Geographic Society for increasing geographic knowledge has been that of exploration. In the spring of 1890, an expedition was sent out by the Society to explore and survey the Mount St. Elias Alps of Alaska. The results of the expedition include 1. New determinations of altitude and geographic position for Mount St. Elias and neighboring peaks. 2. A topographic map of a considerable part of the Mount St. Elias range with its southwestern foothills and the slopes thence to the shores of the Pacific. 3. An investigation of the glaciers of this alpine region. 4. Researches into the geology of the region. And 5. A study of the range and its climatal and other conditions, so complete as to prepare the way for detailed surveys of the entire region. A report on the Mount St. Elias expedition, comprising about 150 pages of letterpress, with 20 plates and a number of other illustrations, has just been sent to press as a part of Volume 3 of the National Geographic magazine. As another means of carrying out the purposes of the Society, regular fortnightly meetings are held for presenting scientific and popular communications on geographic subjects, some of which are published in the National Geographic magazine. The Society also provides for the delivery of public lectures in Washington upon explorations in little-known countries and upon other geographic subjects. Within a few months, lectures have been delivered under the auspices of the Society by eminent explorers or students on the following subjects: The Explorer in Egypt, Buried Cities of Ancient Egypt, Life Among the Australian Cannibals, A Journey Through China, Mongolia, and Tibet, Korea and the Koreans, Results of the Mount St. Elias Exploring Expedition. The Society has in preparation a physical atlas of the United States. There is no geographic or number limitation to membership in the Society. The National Geographic magazine is sent free to members. Correspondence with the Society should be addressed to Mr. Marcus Baker, Secretary, number 1330 F Street, Washington, D.C. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 2, Numbers 3 to 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summary of reports on the Mount St. Elias expedition by the National Geographic Society. During the year 1890, the National Geographic Society made its first venture in exploration. This venture consisted in raising funds, organizing, and sending to the vicinity of Mount St. Elias, Alaska, a small party in charge of Mr. I.C. Russell to make geographic and geological studies. The following is a condensed account of the enterprise, taken largely from reports of committees and other records not otherwise published. During the spring months of 1890, the Board of Managers of the National Geographic Society considered from time to time ways and means for carrying out the declared purpose of the Society to increase and diffuse geographic knowledge. The advisability of undertaking some exploratory work was discussed. That geographic knowledge could be diffused by lectures and by publication was obvious, but to increase geographic knowledge, other means were clearly necessary. Exploration seemed the most obvious mode for accomplishing this increase. What particular exploration should be undertaken was then considered. A proposition to aid in continuing the researches of Mr. W. W. Rockhill in Tibet was made, but was given up on account of the expense, which seemed beyond the means of the Society. Later, a proposition by Mr. W. D. Johnson that the Society should send a party to the vicinity of Mount St. Elias, Alaska, was submitted and adopted provisionally, the proviso relating to success in securing the necessary funds. This proposition was submitted to the Board of Managers on May the 20th and adopted on May the 23rd, 1890. 4 days later, namely on May the 27th, 1890, a largely attended special meeting of the board went over the whole matter. It was submitted that the probable cost of the expedition would be about $3,500. That of this sum about $2,500 had already been paid or pledged, and that 13 persons had signed a joint note for $1,000 by which to secure the needful balance and ensure the departure of the expedition. Furthermore, it was submitted that the Secretary of the Navy had directed the U.S.S. Pinta to transport the party from Sitka to Yakutat Bay and return, and the Director of the U.S. Geological Survey had authorized the detail of Mr. I.C. Russell, geologist, and Mr. Mark B. Kerr, topographer, for the scientific work of the expedition. A long and earnest discussion was had on the advisability of starting the expedition out on this basis. The lateness of the season and the low condition of the funds were urged as reasons for delaying till next year. It was finally decided, however, by a vote of 7 to 5 to adopt the proposition now and start the expedition forthwith. Thus, by the aid and cooperation of the U.S. Geological Survey and of the Secretary of the Navy, the expedition was organized. Mr. I.C. Russell, geologist, was placed in charge, and Mr. Mark B. Kerr was assigned as topographer for the party. The plan of work was to proceed to Yakutat Bay and to study and map as large an area in the vicinity of Mount St. Elias as practicable. It was also planned to redetermine the height of the mountain and, if practicable, to ascend it. The party consisted all told of 10 persons. Mr. Russell and Kerr, before mentioned, Mr. E. S. Hosmer, a volunteer assistant from Washington, and 7 camp hands hired in Seattle, of whom James H. Christie was foreman. On June the 17th, they sailed on the steamer Queen for Sitka, where, on arriving, they found the U.S.S. Pinta in readiness to take them to Yakutat, in accordance with instructions previously received from the Secretary of the Navy. They were at once transferred with all their outfit from the Queen to the Pinta and sailed for Yakutat Bay, arriving June the 25th in fog and rain. 3 days later the party, with all stores and equipment, had been landed, and bidding good-bye to the courteous officers of the Pinta, they entered upon the serious work of the season. The area to be examined was found to consist of a majestic mountain range trending southeast and northwest, in front of which was a broad ice-covered plateau. The range is snow-clad down to a level of 1,500 feet above the sea, and is filled with glaciers of vast magnitude. Excursions into the area and a study of its glacial and geological phenomena were at once begun. At the same time Mr. Kerr measured a base line and began the work of mapping the region. A system of triangulation starting from this measured base was carried on, the prominent peaks were located by intersection, and heights were determined by vertical angles. Sketches and photographs were taken from many points, and before the season closed, sufficient material was gathered to make a fairly good map of an area of about 1,000 square miles. The topographic work having been well started and a base camp established, the party took up the line of march toward Mount St. Elias. On the 1st of August they found themselves midway between Yakutat Bay and St. Elias, but still at the base of the mountains. Most of the way to this point the journey had been made over crevassed ice. The party continued to push on, and after 20 days of very severe labour above the snow line, reached and camped at the base of St. Elias. From this camp, at an elevation of about 9,000 feet, the party started at 3 o'clock in the morning for the final climb to the summit of the mountain, but were beaten back by a prolonged and severe storm with heavy fall of snow. 2 days later a second attempt was made, but another snowstorm broke over the mountains as suddenly as the first. The deep snow accumulated by these 2 storms prevented all further progress, and the party reluctantly turned back. They continued to travel about in the region, while wending their way slowly back to Yakutat, gathering interesting and valuable geographic and geologic data. On the 20th of September they arrived at Yakutat Bay, having had almost continuous stormy weather since the attempted climb of the mountain. 2 days after their arrival at Yakutat, the U.S. revenue cutter Corwin, Captain C. L. Hooper commanding, was seen steaming up the bay. Acting on his own judgment, and knowing that the explorers would fare badly if left at Yakutat until winter set in, Captain Hooper had come from Sitka especially for the party, which was taken on board on September the 24th and conveyed directly to Port Townsend, Washington, where it arrived October the 2nd and disbanded, Messrs. Russell and Kerr returning to Washington. Various newspapers' accounts on this expedition have been published, as well as articles in several magazines, notably in Scribner's and The Century. The full official report with map and illustrations will be published hereafter in the National Geographic magazine. End of section 15. Section 16 of National Geographic Magazine, Volume 2, Numbers 3 to 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bylaws and Rules of the National Geographic Society. Bylaws as adopted with amendments up to January the 9th, 1891. Article 1. Name. The name of this society is the National Geographic Society. Article 2. Object. The object of this society is the increase and diffusion of geographic knowledge. Article 3. Membership. The members of this society shall be persons who are interested in geographic science. There may be 3 classes of members: active, corresponding, and honorary. Active members only shall be members of the corporation, shall be entitled to vote, and may hold office. Persons residing at a distance from the District of Columbia may become corresponding members of the society. They may attend its meetings, take part in its proceedings, and contribute to its publications. Persons who have attained eminence by the promotion of geographic science may become honorary members. Corresponding members may be transferred to active membership, and conversely active members may be transferred to corresponding membership by the Board of Managers. The election of members shall be entrusted to the Board of Managers. Nominations for membership shall be signed by 3 active members of the Society, shall state the qualifications of the candidate, and shall be presented to the Recording Secretary. No nomination shall receive action by the Board of Managers until it has been before it at least 2 weeks, and no candidate shall be elected unless he receive at least 9 affirmative votes. Article 4. Officers. The officers of the Society shall be a President, 5 Vice-Presidents, a Treasurer, a Recording Secretary, and a Corresponding Secretary. The above-mentioned officers, together with 8 other members of the Society, known as managers, shall constitute a Board of Managers. Officers and managers shall be elected annually by ballot, a majority of the votes cast being necessary to an election. They shall hold office until their successors are elected, and shall have power to fill vacancies occurring during the year. The President, or in his absence one of the Vice-Presidents, shall preside at the meetings of the Society and of the Board of Managers. He shall, together with the Recording Secretary, sign all written contracts and obligations of the Society and attest its corporate seal. He shall deliver an annual address to the Society. Each Vice-President shall represent in the Society and in the Board of Managers a department of geographic science as follows: Geography of the land, Geography of the sea, Geography of the air, Geography of life, Geographic art. The Vice-Presidents shall foster their respective departments within the Society. They shall present annually to the Society summaries of the work done throughout the world in their several departments. They shall be elected to their respective departments by the Society. The Treasurer shall have charge of the funds of the Society, shall collect the dues, and shall disperse under the direction of the Board of Managers. He shall make an annual report, and his accounts shall be audited annually by a committee of the Society, and at such other times as the Board of Managers may direct. The Secretaries shall record the proceedings of the Society and of the Board of Managers, shall conduct the correspondence of the Society, and shall make an annual report. The Board of Managers shall transact all the business of the Society except such as may be presented at the annual meeting. It shall formulate rules for the conduct of its business. 9 members of the Board of Managers shall constitute a quorum. Article 5. Dues. The annual dues of active members shall be $5, and of corresponding members $2, payable during the month of January, or, in the case of new members, within 30 days after election. The dues of members elected in November and December shall be credited to the succeeding year. Annual dues may be commuted and life membership acquired by the payment of $50. No member in arrears shall vote at the annual meeting, and the names of members 2 years in arrears shall be dropped from the roll of membership. Article 6. Meetings. Regular meetings of the Society shall be held on alternate Fridays from November until May, and excepting the annual meeting they shall be devoted to communications. The Board of Managers shall, however, have power to postpone or omit meetings when deemed desirable. Special meetings may be called by the President. The annual meeting for the election of officers shall be the last regular meeting in December. The meeting preceding the annual meeting shall be devoted to the President's annual address. The reports of the retiring Vice-Presidents shall be presented in January. A quorum for the transaction of business shall consist of 25 active members. Article 7. Amendments. These by-laws may be amended by a 2/3 vote of the members present at a regular meeting, provided that notice of the proposed amendment has been given in writing at a regular meeting at least 4 weeks previously. Standing Rules of the Board of Managers. adopted January 16, 1891. 1. The President, Vice Presidents, and Secretaries of the Society shall hold like offices in the Board of Managers. 2. The President shall have power to call special meetings of the Board of Managers and to appoint special committees. He shall also at the beginning of each year appoint a standing committee of 3 persons on communications, a standing committee of 3 persons on publications, and 3 delegates of which he shall be chairman to serve on the joint commission. 3. The Treasurer shall receive all dues and other income of the Society, shall keep its accounts, and shall disburse its funds under the direction of the Board of Managers. 4. One of the Secretaries shall act as the Secretary of the Board, and the other as Secretary of the Society, and both Secretaries shall be excused from serving on committees. 5. The Committee on Communications shall receive and consider all communications and propositions relating to communications designed for delivery before the Society, and shall prepare programs for all meetings. 6. The Committee on Publications shall have charge of the publications of the Society. 7. At the beginning of each year the Secretary shall submit an estimate of the revenues of the Society for the current year, whereupon the Board shall make itemized appropriations for the different classes of regular expenditures. All expenditures not included in these regular allotments must be specially authorized by the Board. Charges against the regular allotments will be paid by the Treasurer upon the certification of the officer or chairman of the committee incurring the expenditures. 8. The names of proposed members recommended in conformity with Article 3 of the By-laws may be presented at any meeting of the Board of Managers and shall lie over at least 2 weeks before final action. 9. The order of business at the regular meetings of the Board of Managers shall be as follows: a. Reading of minutes. b. Communications from the President, Secretaries, or Treasurer and action thereon. c. Reports of committees and action thereon. d. Election of members. e. Nominations for membership. f. Miscellaneous business. 10. The order of business for each regular meeting of the Society shall be as follows: a. Reading of the minutes of the last meeting. b. Notice of the election of new members and other notices and correspondence of the Society. c. The presentation of papers and their discussion. 11. The order of business for the annual meeting shall be as follows: a. The reading of the minutes of the last annual meeting. b. The presentation of the annual reports of the Secretaries. c. The presentation of the annual report of the Treasurer. d. The selection of a committee to audit the accounts of the Treasurer. e. The announcement of a posted list of the names of members who are entitled to vote for the election of officers. f. The election of a President. g. The election of 5 Vice Presidents in the order named in the By-laws. h. The election of a Treasurer. I. The election of a Recording Secretary. j. The election of a Corresponding Secretary. k. The election of 8 Managers. l. Unfinished business. m. The reading of the rough minutes of the meeting. The election of officers shall be as follows: in each case nominations shall be made by an informal ballot. The result of each informal ballot having been announced, the first formal ballot shall be taken. An informal ballot may be made formal by a majority vote. Each of the Vice Presidents shall be elected to his position separately. In the ballot for managers, as many names may be written on the ballot as there are managers to be elected, and those persons receiving a majority on each formal ballot shall be declared elected. If more than the number to be elected receive a majority, those receiving the greatest number of votes shall be declared chosen. 12. It is not permitted to report the proceedings of the Society for publication except by authority of the Board of Managers. 13. These rules may be amended by a majority vote, notice having been given 2 weeks in advance. Rules relating to publication. Adopted by the Board of Managers, February 6, 1891. Form of publication. Section 1. The National Geographic Society will continue to publish a serial entitled The National Geographic Magazine. Section 2. This serial shall be published in covered parts of brochures, consecutively paged for each volume. The brochures shall be designated by volume numbers and limiting pages, and each shall bear a special title setting forth the contents and authorship, as well as the title of the serial and the seal and imprint of the Society, and, in addition, the precise date of publication. Section 3. A brochure may consist of a single memoir or article, in which case 25 copies will be furnished to the author without charge, and the author may order or authorize the order of any additional number of copies. And the shorter papers, abstracts, reviews, notes, and miscellaneous matter may be collected and issued as brochures uniform with those containing the memoirs. Section 4. The brochures of the serial shall be arranged for gathering into volumes, each comprising the issue of a calendar year, and about the close of each year there shall be published in a brochure arranged to complete the volume a title page, a list of contents, and an index for the corresponding volume, together with an abstract of the proceedings of the Society and lists of officers and members for the year, and a copy of the by-laws and rules governing the Society. Matter of publication. Section 5. The matter published in the National Geographic Magazine may comprise 1. Original communications prepared by members or guests of the National Geographic Society, presented at meetings by title or otherwise. 2. Original communications or memoirs prepared for the magazine either by members or non-members, whether presented before the Society or not. 3. Translations or abstracts of important foreign publications relating to geography, reviews of geographic works, items of geographic intelligence, and so on. 4. Abstracts of papers read and discussions made before the Society, prepared or revised by authors. 5. Administrative records of the Society, including condensed minutes of meetings prepared by the secretaries. 6. Lists of members, by-laws and rules, resolutions of permanent character, and so on. And 7. Title pages, lists of contents and indexes for each volume. Section 6. Matter designed for publication in the National Geographic Magazine may be transmitted to the Committee on Publications either direct or through the secretaries or other officers of the Society. Soon as may be thereafter, the Committee shall decide on the desirability and expediency of publication, or refer the matter to the Board of Managers for decision. If the matter is accepted, it shall be published soon as practicable. If rejected, it shall be returned to the author. Communications from non-members and translated memoirs shall be published only upon unanimous vote of the Committee on Publications or by specific authority from the Board of Managers. The Committee on Publications or the Board of Managers may refer any communication to special committees for examination. Section 7. Matter offered for publication in the National Geographic Magazine becomes thereby the property of the National Geographic Society and shall not be published elsewhere prior to publication in the magazine except by consent of the Society. Section 8. Matter accepted for publication in the National Geographic Magazine shall be either printed and issued soon as possible as a memoir brochure, or reserved for the next brochure of miscellaneous contents, or magazine brochure, at the option of the Committee on Publications. Proofs of letterpress and illustrations shall be submitted to authors or persons designated by authors whenever practicable. But printing shall not be delayed more than 1 week by reason of absence or incapacity of authors. Manner of publication. Section 9. The text of each brochure of the National Geographic magazine shall begin under its proper title on an odd-numbered page, bearing at its head the title of the serial, the volume, the limiting pages, and the date of publication. Each such brochure shall be accompanied by the illustrations pertaining to it, the plates consecutively numbered for the volume, and each brochure may contain a synoptic list of contents prepared by the author and, at the option of the Committee on Publications, an alphabetic index, provided the same be prepared by the author. Each brochure shall be enclosed in a cover conforming nearly as may be to the present covers of the serial, bearing at the head of its title page the title of the serial, the volume, the limiting pages, the date of publication, and below the seal and imprint of the Society. Other cover pages may bear a list of the publications of the Society, but nothing else of bibliographic or other permanent value shall be printed on the covers unless the same be printed also in the body of the volume to which the brochure belongs. Section 10. The author of each memoir shall receive 25 copies without charge, and shall be authorized to order, through the Committee on Publications, any edition of exactly similar brochures in exactly similar covers, to be printed as author's separates at cost of paper and press work. But no author's separates of the memoir brochures shall be issued except in this regular form. Section 11. At least 2 magazine brochures may be published during each year, the first about the close of the meeting season of the Society, and the second about the close of the calendar year. Section 12. Authors of papers in the magazine brochures shall have the privilege of ordering, through the Committee on Publications, at their own cost, any number of separate copies, provided these separates bear the original pagination and a printed reference to the serial and volume from which they are extracted. Section 13. About the end of each year, a volume title page, general lists of contents and illustrations of the volume, lists of officers and members of the Society, the by-laws and rules, an abstract of the proceedings for the year, and a general index to the volume shall be printed and issued as a separate brochure. All of this matter, except the index, shall be arranged for binding at the beginning of the volume under a distinct Roman pagination, but the index shall take the regular Arabic pagination at the end of the volume. The title page shall bear the name of the Committee on Publications, and the obverse shall bear the imprimatur of the Board of Managers and the printer's card. Section 14. The bottom of each signature and of each initial page shall bear a signature mark, giving an abbreviated title of the serial, the volume, and the year, and every page shall be numbered, the initial and subtitle pages at the bottom. Section 15. The page head titles shall be, on even numbered pages, name of author and catch title of paper; on odd numbered pages, catch title of contents of page. Section 16. All brochures shall be trimmed at top, side, and bottom. Section 17. The typography, paper, and general make-up shall conform, except as herein otherwise specified, nearly as may be to the National Geographic magazine as heretofore published. Section 18. The date of publication of each brochure shall be that upon which the edition is delivered to the Committee on Publications. Section 19. The brochures shall be distributed immediately by the Committee on Publications to members of the Society, subscribers, and exchanges from a list furnished by the secretaries, and the undistributed copies of each edition shall be turned over to the secretaries. Section 20. The regular edition shall be 750 copies for the Society and 25 copies for authors. Section 21. The Committee on Publications shall keep a record of all matter published wholly or in part under the auspices of the Society, whether the same be authors' editions of the memoir brochures, authors' extracts from the magazine brochures, or any other matter printed from type originally composed for the magazine. Section 22. The magazine shall be mailed free to members of the Society, not in arrears for dues more than 6 months, and also to exchanges, and for an annual price of $3 to regular subscribers. The separate brochures may be sold to the number of not more than 10 to each individual, at an advance on cost of 25% to members and 75% to non-members of the Society, and either separate brochures or complete volumes may be sold to dealers at the usual discount for matter of the same class. Section 23. The Committee on Publications may introduce at discretion advertisements of proper character on pages provided for the purpose, not taking the regular pagination of the magazine at the usual rates for such service. End of section 16. End of National Geographic Magazine, Volume 2, Numbers 3 to 5.